affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for
the header tank up in the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure. 10 minutes later,
the loud bang and the flagon pourer hit me in the nuts, and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes, and then over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
On farm to practical demonstration of cutting meat or food. Sorry, Sharon, not meat. Last night, and now today we're looking forward into the market. But there's two factors that are critical to the success of the dairy industry, and the first one is succession. And I think one of the key challenges this industry's had to face in the last decade is a move from an industry that was overweight entrepreneurs, which was the key to the success, but as we all do, entrepreneurs age, and we've had to make sure we reinvent ourselves into a sustainable industry that isn't reliant on some of those personalities that really got the industry going. And so that's what we're going to focus on first, and then secondly, Mike Peterson, New Zealand's trade ambassador, and I'll talk a bit more about him in a minute, looking at trade access, because front door access is critical to the long-term success of an export industry like the dairy industry. So first of all, we've got Tony Hamilton from Rabobank. Rabobank are a key sponsor. The key thing about Rabobank, I think, from my perspective, is that very strategic in the advice they give the rural sector in New Zealand, and that sort of strategic input, more than just transactional, is important, and that's why they're prepared to back organisations like this and conferences like this. Tony is Rabobank's succession facilitator. He's been in that role since 2008. That particular business within Rabobank is modelled on experience from Australia that's been going since the 1990s. When they look to develop some of the generic issues encountered across the primary sector that's very common between Australia and New Zealand, and in fact globally in the rural sector, in terms of how we progress from one generation to the other. Like New Zealand, Australia farmers faced challenges from issues around farm succession, compounded by scale and the complexity of what it takes to operate a business now. And I like to say to people now that when I started in the rural sector, there was 3 key skills that you needed to run a business: animal health, genetics, feed. If you got those 3 right, you could run a farm business. Now I think there's about 12 skills that you need to run a complex farm business well, and I won't go any further than that, because I'm sure Tony will develop some of that. But by taking a measured approach with families, Rabobank have been able to improve clarity of goal setting, plan to realise the business opportunities, and more than anything else, to give families the confidence to move ahead to another generation. So Tony's going to share some of those thoughts and experiences with us, and hopefully make us think a little bit more, because I know there are people in the audience here that are at the front end of a succession plan, in other words at the younger end, and there are people that will be really thinking about what do we do to pass over to the next generation. So I think it'll be a really valuable half hour. So welcome, Tony, wherever you've gone. I've lost him temporarily. Thank you.
Well, good morning. Great way to start. We're, what are we, 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Let's hope we can stay on track with that. So I guess there's really two fundamentals I'd probably like for you to take home today. One is a little bit of structure around your thinking around what farm succession is. And if I just challenge one of Andy's points about, he talked about the start and the end of journeys, and I don't think it's that at all. I think, and Lorna talked about a diagram yesterday with some circles in it, and I think it's very much a circular thing. I think the word journey's become a bit unpopular from John Mitchell back in the All Black coaching days, but it is a journey, it's not a destination, and it's something that evolves and continues. So that's the first thing I'd like you to think a little bit about, is some structure around your thinking. And the second thing is I'd like to encourage you to think a little bit about process, because I tend to find when we look at challenges, when we tend to implement things, if we have quite a solid process behind us, then that creates a lot of certainty and a lot of points of reference for us. Interesting, Andy talked a little bit about how the dairy industry got going in terms of entrepreneurial ability. So I want you to think a little bit about the roles in business. The role in the business as you grow it, the role in business as you enter it, and I guess think fundamentally about the components of that and what your journeys are. So, I was told not to use that. So I think let's talk a little bit about the operational side of the business. And we spent a little bit of time yesterday afternoon talking a lot in that area, and there's a bit more coming on that. I encourage around farm succession to think that part of your business will evolve every 10 years, plus or minus. So this is thinking about the things that we're doing in the dairy industry around genetics we've talked about. We talked about the feed stuff, and the interesting, I think we talked about a 20-year cycle of feed genetics yesterday. But also, I think from a personal point of view, let's think about pathways in the operational side of the business. And talking to Simon this morning about his dad at the age of 73, is still connected somewhere in here. He's abdicated a fair component of what that operational responsibility is about. But so for that generation, it's managing their pathway quietly out of that circle. For a younger generation, it's managing their pathway into that circle. And in farm succession, that's quite often where we have the arm wrestle. Really interesting, yesterday the advanced party guys talked a lot about one of the successes of their discussion groups and their field days is about the trust they've got within their business. And I think the thing that runs parallel with that in farm succession is not just trust but respect. And when we look at the journeys coming in and going out of those circles, when we have those two components as the basis for our communication and conversation, then I think we make some serious progress and get satisfaction. This is where the cash is generated in our business. So there's a lot of responsibility sits up here. Fundamentally, if we're looking to achieve anything for the family, it's going to come down to two choices. Is our business making cash, and have we got time to implement? So that's a critical enabler that we'll talk about later on in terms of some change process on what that means. The other major part of the circle there is the investor circle. And I encourage people to think that's a 100-year journey. That's across generations. The African tribes talk about we don't inherit land from our grandparents, we borrow it from our grandchildren, which introduces the sentiment sometimes with the farming investment that we have up there, which sometimes doesn't make our journey any easier. But it also can be quite powerful. So this is separating now all of a sudden what's happening on a daily basis in the operational side of our business to the long-term strategy around our capital. We have, one of the conversations we had last night was there's an arm wrestle going on here around the family capital. And that's the legacy that some families end up bringing forward from previous generations. It's good to see some journalism students here. Fantastic, reporting on the good stuff, which is what we need a bit in agriculture. But that's where we historically have had the focus. We've had drama, we've had tragedy being reported on farm succession around what's happened with the family capital. And that's not something that encourages everybody to engage in the succession process. But we'll try and get over that, and we'll talk about that shortly. So that is thinking about the long-term protection of capital. It's thinking about the long-term return of our capital and what that means for family members. Andy's already done half my speech already on the entrepreneurial stuff, but that's a fantastic area when we start looking forward as well. We've got a generation who've been in the industry for 20 or 30 or plus years, and they've got experience, they've got relationships, they've got resilience, they've got a whole bunch of things which are fantastic in the entrepreneurial stuff. And the reason the circles don't overlap is sometimes we've got talents in the family which don't have anything to do with your commodities, or too much to do with the assets you've got invested, but they're fantastic things that can operate down here. So the entrepreneurial ability for families in succession is we're starting to change the conversation from saying we've got a piece of pie, how do we cut it up, to saying we've got a bunch of talents, we've got some income streams, we've got some asset, and we've got some passion and enthusiasm for things outside farming as well as inside farming. So the succession conversation then becomes, what do we create as a family? What's our legacy? That's a much more enabling thing than saying we've got a piece of pie, how do we cut it up? So that's the first takeaway point. Let's think a little bit about our journey in the succession planning process of our business, and think a little bit about other people's journeys in the succession planning process. So there's four steps in managing change. When we talk about farm succession, we tend to get probably a bit of a flood of this. And I encourage people to acknowledge that and think a little bit about those four families of emotions which drive our behaviour. There's two families of emotions that are enabling, are energising, which is these two families of emotions. A little bit of discontent, mild end of angry, I think is really healthy. Really healthy. Do nothing with it. We kind of struggle with it. The energies kind of build up a little bit, and it's where we end up probably with the other side of journalism that we don't necessarily want on the front page of the paper. But a little bit of discontent in your business is fantastic. People aren't happy with status quo. That's pretty common. Could be one generation saying not happy with their standard of housing, not happy that kids are looking for weekends off or not doing the hard yards like we used to do, or they've got 2 cars and Sky TV and they still want to do something else that we never did when we were young. Or it could be the younger generation saying, I'm not prepared to work weekends for half the wage that my mates in town work, and they're getting twice the pay, they're doing half the hours. So there's all sorts of areas of discontent. A little bit of discontent's fantastic. It means actually we've got the energy to come and get some issues on the table and start to implement some things to happen and have some discussion. The other family of emotions, happy emotions, that's fantastic. So we've got venison schedules here, and there's a demand as well. And, we've got some really good things going on in your industry. We've got some other sectors in commodities that probably aren't enjoying the same ride. So we understand the circular nature, which you had yesterday. But happy business is obviously something that people are pretty happy to come and talk and get involved about. So that's fantastic. Two other families of emotions aren't so probably enamouring. So these are de-energising. Let's think a little bit about historical, I guess, what the issues have been around farm succession that get reported on. So yes, there's drama, yes, there's tragedy. And I guess we were having the conversation this morning and saying that I think we're getting almost immune and desensitised to drama and tragedy. The first 5 items on the news, the first front page or 2 of the paper are all about drama and tragedy, and we're getting over that a little bit. But there is an element of this when we start to conjure up succession. So we do have a bit of trepidation around what's this about. Sometimes it's the legacy of what's gone on before us. Sometimes it perhaps is something that we've seen in our community, that there's been some poor outcomes. So we need to understand that, and we need to understand that when we sit at the table and we're having a discussion around the family, or we're trying to have the discussion, and there's some people are starting to back away or folding their arms or looking the other way or don't want to get engaged. It's thinking about what's going on here. Likewise, scared's a wee bit the same. So if we think about that, seriously depressed people, no energy, paralysed with fear kind of stuff. So that's the extremes of these. But sometimes in our family discussions, we have reasons for people to be quite valid concerns around farm succession. We've got a lot at stake in these conversations. They talk about crucial conversations have got three components. The stakes are high, everybody's got an opinion, and there's an emotional component in there. So the stakes are high. There's reason to have some concern, absolutely. We've got a couple of million reasons on the balance sheet for a start. We've got family relationships and grandparents and grandchildren and all sorts of things going on there. So there are valid concerns. We just need to allow for that, to understand it, to recognise it where it is going in our family discussions and work with it. Sometimes just getting it on the table, validating concerns, normalising concerns. They're not peculiar to any one family. Most of the things that people worry about are reasonably common. But catching them early and addressing them and doing something with us and getting the handbrake off some of those conversations is a critical part. So that's the catalyst, that's the driver of our behaviour. So let's think a little bit about where we're at and where other people are at and how that works. And I guess that was one of the interesting things that Tim Aiken talked about yesterday, that going to discussion groups, regardless of where you are, your ability to learn, your ability to observe, your ability to look and take account of things. That's the fantastic thing when we start to understand what's going on around both our own behaviour and other people's behaviour. So that's the trigger for things, either the enabler or the inhibitor, but it's the trigger for our behaviour which starts us in the change process. The second stage of the change process, the word vision came up a little bit yesterday, and we'll talk a fair bit about this. I reckon this is a fantastic, if there's two slides you want to remember, think of those three circles and think of this. So we've got a picture up there. Hands up if you're looking at a picture of a young housemaid. We've got a few. Hands up if you're looking at the mother-in-law. Hands up if you were out last night with Dave Morgan and you can't see much other than the blurred dot. So my point, so we can spend a little bit of time. So we've got a housemaid here, that's her shoulder with the neck on her dress, that's her chin bone as she's looking away, the tip of her nose or eye socket, she's looking out over here with a bonnet on her head. If you need help with the mother-in-law, then you help I can't give you. My point here is that we're looking at a fairly simple piece of information, but we're seeing different things in there. And with farm succession conversations, that's quite often the norm. Based on perspective, based on sibling rank, based on generation, based on being an in-law that's come from a different environment, based on whatever it could be. But we've all got our own perspective on what we see, the same bit of information and what we take out of it. So in managing change, what's important here? Vision's critical. In farm succession, vision is saying we have got a clarity around what success for the business looks like, and we've got critical to say we've got clarity around what success for the family looks like. And sometimes there's a bit of distance in there and fresh air amongst them, and sometimes they overlap, and sometimes there's different people doing different things in those. So that's the vision part. Success for the business, success for the family. The other word's just as critical, and it represents a change on where we were 50 years ago. What's shared vision compared to vision? So shared vision means to me that we have got engagement from the stakeholders in our family business, and they are part of the process. Their opinions are valued. Their opinions may reflect where we end up with in the vision. And it actually starts to develop a behaviour of communication and business planning and progress in families that we can embed and empower families to achieve. Quite different to historically, I guess, on what farm succession used to be about. 40, 50 years ago, Dad would go to the lawyer, have the conversation, on the folder, on the shelf, and end of story. If you want to know what's in my will, son, wait till I die, you'll find out. That was historically how it used to be. Oldest boy got the farm, girl's got a canteen of cutlery. Not asking you to like it, we're just saying run with it. That's the kind of stuff which has brought, when we go back to that sad stuff, that's the stories that have brought actually still some collateral damage to the table in terms of people unwilling to get involved in this, or perhaps shaded how they think and operate. I had an example last week in the Bay of Plenty where we had seriously clear vision from Dad at the table. Son was 30-something years old and going pretty good, managing 10,000 stock units, so more than useful in terms of what he was doing. 3 times in the conversation, Dad said, here's what you need to be doing. And I'm thinking, right. So when we point a finger out there at saying what someone needs to do, that's called masturbating. You must, you need, you have to. When you're telling them something like that, there's 3 fingers pointing back at me. What am I feeling? What am I thinking? How am I behaving? And every time Dad said to son, and it was meant as a compliment, the intent was a compliment, because he prefaced it with said, my son's very smart, got a degree, and he's damn good at managing stock. All positive, and then bang, you need to. And every time he said that, the son's head went down a drop and down a drop. So Dad had vision about the business. He knew how capable his son was, and he had plans flying along up here. The son was saying, it's not my move, man, it's yours. So that's the connection that really becomes important. And sitting down as a family and getting those things on the table and talking about them without that going on and without people getting defensive and putting heat into it and keeping the light in there, we will spend some time and get shared vision on what it is. It may be some compromise from Dad. It won't maybe. It will be some compromise from Dad. It will probably be some compromise from the son, probably from his wife and probably mum and probably the daughter as well. So that's the process of shared vision. Critical in farm succession. Critical, I think, in anything you do in your business. If you're just doing a straight business plan, and I know Jack Welch said management's fine as far as it goes, but he said leadership is the key to your business. So this is what leadership is about in any change you want to implement in your business. If you have a vision for your business, and it's critical that every other stakeholder in your business connects and engages and empowers you to deliver on that, then it has to be shared. They have to have some engagement in there. And note I use the word opinion. And there's a difference between having an opinion and having a vote. And my wife struggled with this when the girls bring their boyfriends home. She thinks she's got a vote. I'm encouraging her to think she's got an opinion. It's not working so well for her, I tell you. But let's think a little bit about how this is going in any change you do in your business. And you'll have a vision quite for where this is going to go, 5, 10, some time down the track. Think consciously about who's important to take with you on the ride and how do you engage them in building the vision and connecting the dots in terms of what needs to happen, which is the next piece we're going to talk about, but actually getting the engagement and commitment with it. Come back to the advanced party guys. We talked about trust and respect and that kind of stuff. That's critical to getting this going. So that's the really powerful tool I think we can, and that's what my job is to help families do this. Take the heat out of the conversations, keep the light going in there, create an environment where we can get the best out of us, get people prepared and give them the information that they need for this, give them the speaking spoon and get that around the table and no questions, no judgments made on what they're thinking about their personal aspirations or how it might sit, but get all that on the table. Understand what the capability of the business is at today. Put the balance sheet up there. Put the trends on the profit and loss up there. They're the two things that will determine the capability for if we're going to create something for the family. That's the fuel tank that we've got to drive it on. So get the information out there. That's something that historically, I guess, didn't happen. That farmers didn't used to talk about death, didn't talk about money, didn't talk about sex. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But nowadays the kids, if you don't tell them, they'll Google it. We don't have much of an option there. So we might as well get it out there and get some feedback while we can on it. So let's think a little bit about the next 2 steps in the change management process. There's a really great, Jason Archer talked yesterday a little bit about setting goals. So developing your plans, the SMART goals stuff, specific, measurable, attainable, realistic, time-bound, all those sorts of things in there. Once we know we've got clarity around what success for the business looks like, then we can start to develop a plan. So I think Jason talked a little bit about setting the bar up here and then having the performance measurements on the way through to achieve where you want. So we can do that. We can set big, hairy, audacious goals in our business and then figure out what are the incremental things we need to do, the steps to get there. And importantly, what are the enablers and the critical things we need to do to enable each of those steps to be achieved. So that's one way of developing a plan. The second way is actually saying we've got a business here on this platform and saying what do we think we can do in the next 2 years, what do we think we can do in the next 2 years, and we can grow it from the ground up. And it doesn't matter too much either way, as long as we've got structure around how we develop the plan. It doesn't have to be complicated. The guy Jim Horan's written a book called The One-Page Business Plan. It can be as simple as that. But the critical thing is it's a one page, it's a piece of paper, it's written down, it's dated, it's got objectivity in there, and it's got clarity in there. I was doing some work with a family that they got sent some stuff by New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, and they got some great stuff going on and great resources, but they sent him a book that thick to develop a business plan. And he said, oh, you see, look, there's one really good page in here. I'm thinking, oh, yeah. So after 10 minutes of trying to find it, he abandoned it and told me what was on the page. So that's kind of the connection. We sometimes think about a business plan and say, yeah, well, it's got to be for smart people or whatever. No, it doesn't. Business plans are actually what people own. It's got to be purposeful and fit for purpose for them. So it doesn't have to be complicated. But it does mean that once we've written it down, we can share it, and we can measure it, and we can monitor it. Established capability. What's that about in farm succession? I think probably that's when Andy introduced that concept a little bit about the complexity of business nowadays. It demands a much higher level of performance. We need bigger skills. We didn't used to have, so GST was a bit of a landmark for those who were farming pre-GST because it made farmers accountable for some finances, gave them some tools a little bit as well, but it just shook their business up a little bit to take a step forward. We've got a raft of stuff going on now that I'm not going to dredge over the old coals about occupational safety, health and environment, So we know our business needs to be flying up here. People who've been in business for 30 years have had the luxury of taking the small steps as the changes have come in to deliver at that level. For the young roosters coming in, we're asking them just, to plug straight in at that level. The good thing about that is they don't know anything different, so they're up for that. That's not daunting for them like we think it might be. So there's no great dramas with it. So that's the capability that we're demanding in our business. In family businesses, sometimes we're asking a parent to actually do a performance review on their children. That gets a little bit tough. We had a situation in North Otago some time ago now, and the dad, mum and dad were running a 1.5 labour unit property and going pretty good. Dad had said to the neighbour who I knew, how do you motivate a 21-year-old to get out of bed before 12 o'clock, lunchtime on a weekend? So they were having a few issues, they sort of knew that. Dad knew what capability they needed to run the business, and the son didn't measure up. His siblings had both said the biggest problem we have in the business is that Jimmy hasn't got the wheels to run it. But for 18 months we'd talked, trying to get them to the table to have a bit of a discussion around this. We eventually got to the table, and I said to the son, 5 years' time, your life's rocking and rolling. What do you think it's about? He said, not looking at mum and dad, he said, I think I'd like to drive trucks. I don't really think I'd like to be farming. And poof, all the heat went out of it. So it would take 18 months for him to get to just a really simple thing. So he knew he wasn't capable, didn't have the passion for it. Mum and dad knew he wasn't capable. But you can't ask a parent to do performance management on their son. But so that's really all it took to probably, release them from that sort of thing to understand capability. The other side of the coin on capability is managing risk. And working for a bank, we know a little bit about risk. Bankers and lawyers and accountants have 3-day conferences on risk. But in family situations, let's think a little bit about that. Let's think about going back to our investor circle, the risk of our capital, and we have structures in place to try and protect that against all sorts of attacks, be it liquidators, be it rest home, be it whoever. So there's that sort of a risk. We've got key person risk in our business. We've got a wee bit of homework for you on the last page of the booklet, where if you've been bored, you'll probably flick through the book to find something interesting. Well, that's the last page. So we've got a checklist in there which talks a little bit about the risk that business proprietors carry around up here. All the smarts, the intellect they have around their business, which sits up here and nowhere else. And when the logging truck takes you out in the morning, that's going down with you. So that's a serious business risk. We've got young families in businesses who are going to spend 30 years of working in the business, and they don't necessarily have an equitable share. We had a situation in Canterbury where the son, I think, had a brain aneurysm and lights went out, and there was the daughter and a couple of kids, no assets in the business. Their financial future was in fact lying in tatters until they had a life policy in state. So all of a sudden, the key people in our business actually is saying we want to protect the business against the risk of those key people, but also these people are individuals in our family. We need to put some things around there. So it's just being conscious a little bit about that. So that's establishing capability. So, where are we at with it? I think there's a really good comment Lorna Hunn made yesterday, and Toyota Motor Company made this thing famous. How they set up their empire was a one-liner: continuous incremental improvement. So let's think a little bit about that, and that's what Lorna talked about, incremental improvement and that. I think Sharon might also talked a bit about some incremental improvement and stuff there. Farm succession, to me, is about continuous incremental improvement. Around communication, around how our business operates, around how it documents what we're about and what we're going to plan, and how it measures against that. When we start to look at those tools, I thought it was kind of interesting on Alistair's little wee innovation on farm management with his, I don't know if they've trademarked the spate meter instead of a plate meter, but expect to see that being trademarked. But it doesn't have to be complicated, it can be as simple as that. The little tools that we have, and that's a little bit of the checklist you have in the back page of your program, are just that. Let's make a start with it. I guess the biggest danger we have is that 30 minutes on, you're going to go away and you're going to have a fantastic presentation coming up for you next by Mike. But let's take something away from this. If you're nothing else, go and have a look at the 5 questions in the back of your program and tick some boxes there and decide what you're going to do with it. Alternatively, think about the 3 roles in your business and think about how you want to manage change and transition around those. Or the other thing you could take away is the 2 words shared vision, and go and do something with that. If you've got a clear vision, let's think about sharing it and engaging other people. So, that's me. We started 10 minutes early. We're going to finish 11 minutes early.
You've created a good opportunity for some good questions, because you've asked some hard questions, Tony, so don't go too far. So I think we can take 5 to 10 minutes of questions. So have we got a starter for 10 here? I'm sure we do. Yep, in the front. Do we just get a microphone? Thanks, Rhys.
Thanks, Rhys. Just reading your last question. If you were incapacitated earlier this morning, would most of your knowledge and experience be replicated outside of your head? So we had one of our deer farmers a few years ago got killed in an accident, and that's what the son said he really struggled with. It was all in Dad's head, and there's the farm IQ thing, but are there more tools out there? Maybe Andy might be able to answer that.
Well,
I'll start.
Tony have a crack.
I'll start. I guess one of the things I encourage families to think about is whose responsibility is that, and it's not necessarily where the information sits. It doesn't sit just with that. There's 4 stages of learning, which is really interesting, and you can do this in anything, and I actually do it with my kids with my lack of ability on IT stuff. So the first stage of learning is unconscious incompetence. So let's think about a little kid and riding a bike. So at the age of 6 months, we can't speak, we don't know what a bike is, so we don't know we can't ride a bike. So that's unconscious incompetence. I don't know what I can't do or what I'm not good at. Then I see my older brother or sister riding a bike at the age of 3. So I've become consciously incompetent. I now know some skills that I don't have and can't do. By the age of 10, I'm consciously competent. I can ride a bike, trainer wheels on it, lost a bit of skin off my knees, doing a few things like that, concentrate like hell, but I can ride a bike. By the age of 16, I become unconsciously competent. I can ride a bike, no hands, talk on my cell phone, probably texting my other one because I've got to, and all sorts of things. So that's the level where most farmers are operating their business. Taking me a while to get there, but I was going to get there. Unconsciously incompetent. So farmers actually are doing stuff, they don't actually formalise the thinking that's going around. They're seeing stuff in their business, be it livestock, be it pasture, they're reacting to it and anticipating and thinking ahead for next year and 6 months and rah, rah, rah. And that's really hard. So how do we unpack that? So that's where I say it's collective responsibility. So for the kids, if you're in the truck with Dad and it goes quiet, poke him. What are you thinking? What are you seeing? What are you reacting to? How does it work? And help unpack that unconscious competence, because that's where the gold mine is, and it's terribly difficult for experienced people to actually formalise that and slow down and think a little bit And you're not going to take a notebook and write all that stuff down because there's 100,000 of these things going on in you. But that's the process. So let's put collective responsibility out there. And actually give kids the permission to say, what are you thinking, what are you seeing, how does it work? So I'm like that with IT. I know I am unconsciously incompetent. And I get frustrated as hell with that. But my kids help me.
Great, Tony. Next question. Yep. And Steve. And no, we might need it just for recording, because remember this has been live streamed, so it's better to talk into the microphone.
Yeah, okay. We've started a family succession plan for the last 2 years and set it up into a company with another partner who has similar children that may come into the business later on. But how do you actually get your children to actually invest in that business? Like my son's pretty smart. He's set up a few houses in town. He gets some good rents in from those. He's going well. That capital would help our business go forward very quickly. But how do you get the confidence for him to put that in that business when he turns around and says to you, well, Dad, you'll fall off the perch someday and I can get it all for nothing. So then I'll be a bigger shareholder than my sister. So she'll have to do what I say. So, how do you encourage that in your family to say, hey, listen, this is what we're giving to you guys, you have to get on board, and come in and, hey, come on, what about putting your stuff on the line like we have?
Sky always asks curly ones, Tony.
So which one of those 15 questions do you want me to answer? I'll unpack them a little bit because my memory's crap, from the back to the front a little bit. So you said you need to put your capital in. Hello, what have we got going on here? So you need to put your capital in. I'm saying, is that a question or you're telling him what he has to do?
No. We're not telling him what to do.
You do if you say you need to. So all right, so I'll let that one go to the wicketkeeper. What you're really asking him about is, let's talk about your investment decisions. And he's saying, I've got these investments going on where I'm not investing anything in terms of my time. I'm getting this capital return and rah. And that's what he's looking at. So I think you need to sit down and compare notes a little bit about what your investment strategy is for each of you, what you're trying. Let's go back to Jason. What do we want out of this? How do we get there? That type of thing. Go through that strategy and just sit down and engage with it. Don't expect it's a 5-minute conversation. The old dripping tap thing. If you think you're going to take them on a journey, then get the tap dripping and get them there over time.
What happens if you fall off the perch in the meantime?
Well, that's not your worry, is it? So I guess, that's the other thing. I knew I'd miss some out. So let's talk about what that's about. So you've actually talked about an expectation that whether he was taking the mickey or whether that's actually what he thinks, I don't know.
Oh no, he's like his mother, he's dead serious.
Well, he had to get it from someone, didn't he?
It's like working with his mother.
You don't work with his mother, you work for his mother. So that's the conversation. When we talk about shared vision, we've got the window's closed in terms of what we could have done historically. But let's talk a little bit about those expectations from an early age. My uncle said to me, with 2 daughters, he said, sex education's really simple. Give them some information early. If you give them too much information, their eyes will glaze over and you'll lose them. They'll probably get embarrassed and go to their bedroom or whatever. If you don't give them enough information, they'll ask. And if you give them the right amount, they'll say, oh yeah, okay, that makes sense. So this is the same thing. Give them some information early. That's what I'm saying. The kids are up for these discussions. I wasn't with my dad, but my kids are with me. They can talk about money. They can talk about stuff from an early age. Let's set the expectation. So there's an expectation there about saying we've got a pie, how do we cut it up? And I'm saying we can be smarter and brighter than that and saying we've got to start a capital base, a commodity business going on here. What can we create? And engage them in building that.
Thanks very much.
You didn't sound convinced.
Next question. Just can't see yet. Colin? Just there in front of you, Reece.
I wonder if you'd like to comment. A lot of businesses sort of move, particularly, and not much so much perhaps in the dairy industry, but certainly in the dairy industry, where they've moved from being family-only businesses to where there's equity partners and other people involved, but still within families, and just how you see that whole thing moving and perhaps passing that baton from one generation to the next without the expectation that just because you've created it, the kids should actually pick it up necessarily and run. And in a lot of those cases, of course, they've got their own lives, they've got their own professions, and not necessarily all back having to work on the farm, but it's just a slightly different dynamic to what you've probably covered there this morning.
Yeah, I don't see it's a different dynamic. In fact, that is those three circles. Let's think about the equity partnership has clarity around the investors and what their role is, and we've got clarity around the investment manager and what their role is, and we've got great formality across that. So I think all we've done is that we've got clarity around those roles in equity partnerships and documented it, and importantly, we have illustrated to the kids that you are not required to come back to this business to make it happen. There's an opportunity, but not an obligation to come into the business, and here's the terms of engagement. Ticket to the game looks like come here with $500,000 and come here with skills and rah, rah, rah. So I think the equity partnership is actually it's a great structure. It puts great clarity and so we can do that at home. And we have that. We have kids coming into stock and plant partnerships. So we've got a bit of that. We don't document, I guess, the relationship between that like we do in an equity partnership. So I just see that's a fantastic tool to learn what the hell we can from it and embrace it, because we can replicate that within family, we can replicate that with outsiders. Does that answer your question?
Good. One last question, Chris.
How important do you feel it is to involve the family members that are not in the business after the succession process has started? You know, how often should you review that and go over that type of thing?
Yeah, great question. And I think that's something that's changed. What we used to do historically was that Jimmy bought the farm 20 years ago from Mum and Dad for $400,000 and nobody knew. And then we actually look at it now and it's worth $4 million, and the other siblings are saying, sure, that's not fair. But at the time, the market value was 400. So that's the benefit, I think, of engaging them early, asking for their opinion. And if they're not travelling well with it, if they say, yeah, I'm okay with that, and their body language is saying something different, let's find out what they're thinking. Because if they're thinking that way and everyone else is thinking that way, the longer it goes, the bigger the gap. So bring them in there and say, yes, we value your opinion. You aren't necessarily the A team. We've got Mum and Dad of the A team and you're part of the B team over here, so think about priorities and where you fit with that. But yeah, we value your opinion. And actually we can accommodate some of those things, and I guess they say a kilogram of hand-up's worth a tonne of inheritance. So sometimes to understand what their aspirations are early is we can enable them to do things. It doesn't have to be giving them cash. It might be the ability to borrow against an asset or something. I don't know. It could be anything. But I think that's the thing, that the kids are now up for that discussion, and I think it does nothing but good to understand what they're thinking and why, and for them to share the vision.
Great. Tony, I think that's a good way to finish off. Just remember that. A kilo of hand up is worth a tonne of inheritance. I think we could have an intelligent conversation about this for another hour, but you're around all day? Till about 2 o'clock. So make good use of Tony's time at lunchtime interview that would like to engage, and obviously Tony's services are available anyway on a strategic basis. So great way to start the day. Thanks, Tony. Just like to now move on to trade, and if Mike Peterson could come up, please.
Very good. Yeah, excellent. Yeah. Thanks, Andy.
Good. You're mic'd up. You're gonna wander around.
I'm on Mars. Yeah.
So Mike's obviously New Zealand special trade envoy since 2013, and so. Mike's, you'll know Mike mainly for his role as New Zealand's the chairman of Beef and Lamb New Zealand. I think you might still be chairman of Ron's, are you?
Oh, no, I'm not chairman of Ron's, no. So Andy's done his homework here, hasn't he? You can tell this.
He's also on the board of ANSCO, and but the key thing about Mike is that he's still in between these trips away around the world. He's still a hands-on farmer, so he understands what's going on. He's involved in governance in a big business, a big farming business up in the east coast of the hill country, North Island, so understands sheep and beef. He's had several farming awards over the years, so he knows what he's doing. My big challenge is with Mike's deer fencing with no deer behind him, is to get him back into a few deer. But given the lack of weaners at the moment, maybe we'll wait for about 3 years to get the hind numbers up before we get you back into finishing. So hand over. Looking forward to it, Mike.
Thanks, Andy. And I think the price of mixed sex weaners and Taiapi last week was about $5.80 a kilo. Is that right? So that's a bit of a challenge. Look, Andy, thanks for the introduction. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. Look, Tony did a great job, I think, talking around succession. And I think, he certainly made it sexy, didn't he? He was talking about sex education. Did you see a young housemaid, was it up there? I saw the young housemaid, Tony, so I'm not sure what that says about me, except that my mother-in-law is Angus Irvine's mother. So maybe that was a good thing, because I didn't want to make any associations there. But look, it's certainly good to be here, certainly good to talk about trade. I'd spent about 3 or 4 hours putting together a presentation for you today. And then I got down and talked to you all last night, and I realised it was completely out of the area that you wanted to hear. So I jotted down a few notes this morning, and everyone tells me that you want to hear more about the big picture, more about the trade opportunities, and really get a bit of an outside perspective about what's happening in the world. So look, happy to do that and hopefully set the scene and then provide some more time for some questions and discussion, which I think might be of interest as well. Excellent. So look, firstly, my role. A couple of people asked me last night, they said, what the hell do you do? And I said, well, actually, I don't travel incessantly all the time offshore, as some would believe, even though it looks like it from the media at times. I travel about 6 times a year offshore as New Zealand's Special Agricultural Trade Envoy. It's a very wordy title. When I was appointed to the role, I tried to get it shortened, but in diplomatic terms, if you're a special envoy, apparently it makes a difference. So that's what it's called, New Zealand Special Agricultural Trade Envoy. And it does open doors. I'm appointed by the Ministers of Trade and the Minister for Primary Industries into this role, but my role is quite unique. And in fact, this is something that other countries around the world really appreciate and almost struggle to understand, because I'm appointed by the government to represent the primary sector. I'm not there to represent the government viewpoint, and I have meetings overseas with ambassadors where the ambassador will have one view around light-handed regulation in the primary sector in New Zealand, and I will say, well, actually, that's not quite correct, Ambassador, So it's quite a nice tension to be able to have, is to obviously feel very passionately about what New Zealand is and how we do things in the world, but equally to have the view from the private sector, the primary sector, about what really matters when it comes to trade offshore. So I represent effectively what we'd say sort of 6 main sectors: dairy, sheep, beef and deer, horticulture and wine. And I sometimes do forestry and seafood as well. So there's only one of me, so I'm pretty thin on the ground, but I certainly try and get right across the issues where I can when I'm offshore. And when I'm offshore, I'm meeting with everyone from ministers down to officials and bureaucrats, down to stakeholder groups and sector groups, right down to farmers. And so that actually gives me a really good breadth of understanding, a good opportunity to talk with the people at all levels of international trade and markets around what's happening and what New Zealand really is in the world. So that's what I do. The rest of the time, as Andy says, I'm farming. Whangaroa Farms on the East Coast I'm involved with. Totally Vets, I'm an advisor to their board, and I'm doing a number of other things around in governance roles, as Andy said, with ANZCO as well. But in this trade envoy role, I'm strictly as New Zealand's Special Agricultural Trade Envoy, and talking about the wider primary sector issues. I just want to put New Zealand into context for a minute, because I think this is really important, and I get frustrated when I read some of the media here at home and some of the internal squabbles we have here at home. So remember, New Zealand's a population of 4.6 million people, about the same size as the population of Sydney. Okay? Produce enough food for about 40 million people, which is why we export about 90% of what we produce. So New Zealand relies on the world for a living, but if New Zealand fell off the world tomorrow, no one would notice. So it's why we have to work hard, really, really hard. It's why we have to be really demanding about getting into markets offshore, about influencing people offshore. Because for any other country in the world, nothing matters like access to markets, and particularly for agricultural goods like New Zealand. There's no other country in the world that has the same trade profile that New Zealand has. Because if we fell off the world tomorrow, frankly, the world would not notice. Even in dairy, and I make this point to the dairy farmers. Next week I'm talking to supposedly 1,000 dairy farmers at Mystery Creek. The trouble with dairy is that everyone thinks dairy in New Zealand's big. New Zealand dairy is 3% of global production. 3%. We produce 20 billion litres of milk in New Zealand. Europe's 165 billion litres and growing at about 3% per annum. Okay, America's about 95 billion litres. If New Zealand was a country in Europe, we would still only be the third biggest producer in Europe, behind Germany and France. So I often think in New Zealand, when we talk about scaling up and going and taking our products to the world, we're not serious, surely, about scale from New Zealand being able to dominate and set prices. Our meat industry gets a particularly hard time here in New Zealand because there's an expectation here that they can set the global price, for meat products. There's an expectation here that Fonterra or the dairy industry can set the global price for dairy products. But New Zealand's only 30% of the cross-border trade in dairy. So, I think we need to be a bit realistic about just our place in the world. Now, what is really important is that the place we hold is very unique and special and privileged. And we shouldn't forget that, because when you look at the world at the moment, the facts have not changed. We might be going through some challenging times, not necessarily so for the dairy industry, but certainly for some other sectors. We're going through some challenging times, but look, global population is still growing. The global middle class is still getting richer. Yes, it's slightly slower than it was, and so people talk about the slowdown in China. I was there with the Prime Minister 2 weeks ago. Yes, growth has slowed down to 6.7%. Most economies would think that was pretty good. I'll talk about China a little bit later. But if you look at the fundamentals around demand for what New Zealand produces, if you look at the quality of our product, the integrity of our supply, our production and supply into the world markets, we're in an unparalleled position. Grass is king. When it comes to the future, grass-fed is absolutely the opportunity for New Zealand. And this is becoming the naturalness component that is so increasingly sought after by so many of the world's discerning consumers. So there are all sorts of opportunities for New Zealand in the big picture to capitalise on what we do very well. And I think we are uniquely placed to do that. We have some work to do. And in fact, I would argue one of the big issues we still have to address is the lack of a new, what I would call pure natural primary sector standard. This is not organics. This is what New Zealand does. It's unique in the world around our grass-fed, our hormone-free, our GM-free, antibiotic-free production systems. The opportunities for a story around that are absolutely compelling. I knew Jeff Ross in the early days when he set up 42 Below, and I really remember one of his quotes around stories and storytelling. He said, marketing's really simple, he said. Develop good stories and great storytelling. And that's what we need to do more. And I think there's a real opportunity for New Zealand around a pure natural standard that has integrity, that also can go to the world alongside our quality products. I just want to talk about the impact of other sectors globally in the big picture, about what's happening, because there was some discussion last night about just why are we seeing some challenges across other sectors, and these are impacting on what's happening in dairy. The dairy scene in the world is pretty tough, but look, there's a whole debate about just what's caused all this and what the issues are. And most of the debate, frankly, is about whether this is a structural shift in pricing or a cyclical change in pricing for dairy. It's actually neither, and we actually need to sort of get it into our heads just what's happened with dairy, because it's impacting on land use here in New Zealand, it's impacting on confidence here in New Zealand, and it is impacting on other sectors' ability, I think, to plan ahead for the long term. So we have been hit in dairy with a series of factors, and I know that people don't want to hear this, But certainly when you look at the issues of quotas coming off in Europe, and of course Rabobank have been leading some of the analysis around this, around what's going to happen in Europe with quotas coming off. We always knew there would be more milk produced in Europe, particularly over 2 or 3 years until that settled down. So look, that shouldn't have been a surprise to anyone, but it certainly had more of an impact than many were predicting. The Russian import ban, the issues we've got with Russia at the moment, are clearly having a major effect on global dairy markets. And of course, Russia used to be the second largest dairy market in the world. In my view, it won't be the big opportunity that was in the past for a whole host of reasons that I won't go into today. The other thing we're seeing, of course, we've seen, as I was reminded in Europe when I was there a month ago, is we've seen increased production out of New Zealand over the last 10 years. So yes, when I go to Europe and say, but our production will be down 2% this year, they say, yeah, but that's on the back of 10 years of serious growth in dairy. So, there's been a whole lot of factors that have contributed there, including a slowdown in China, which, as I say, is a slowdown alongside some building stocks in China as well. So, dairy and sheep meat, in my view, are suffering from what I would call the relatively small slowdown in China. And it shows you how fickle markets are. With very small changes now in supply and demand, the impact they can have on pricing is marked. And in my view, we won't see a rapid improvement in dairy prices or a rapid improvement in sheep meat prices until we see real increase in growth in China. Okay, that's really what it boils down to. So watch for those signals first. Interestingly, and the meat companies I think will all tell you, in the last 4 to 6 weeks, there has been much more increased demand out of China for sheep meat. And so maybe I should cover China off now, because there are a number of things happening in China that provide me with some confidence that demand for our commodities is going to start to increase. Probably not this calendar year, but certainly once we get into 2017. Pork prices in China are up 48% in the last 12 months. Now, for those of you that understand how important pork is in China, I think about 66% of consumption is actually of pork meat in China. Of all meat production is pork in China. It's about 2/3. It's unbelievable. And so when pork prices increase to that extent, it has a major impact on pricing for other proteins in that market. Extraordinary. In China, they had, of course, excess production. They liquidated 100 million boars and 10 million sows over about 18 months. That's the equivalent of the total production of pigs in the USA, Canada, and Mexico combined. So look at these things underneath. Start to look into other sectors to get a sense of, where these markets will be going. But you can see now the demand for secondary cuts in China is now really on the move. Inquiries on the move, because pork has got expensive, pork has got scarce. The policy changes in China have made it increasingly difficult to farm pork. So, these sort of things are going to have a big impact. Right, let me get on to trade and most of the work I do before I talk about TPP, which I think was most of my topic, Dan, by the way, but I'll get on to that in a minute. Look, trade's critical, okay? It's what we do, it's what we need. Look, frankly, we still aren't international enough for the fact, when you consider how much we rely on the world. I'd like to see boards, I'd like to see management teams spending much more time offshore than we currently do. But look, there are 2 aspects to trade I want to cover off. Firstly, the free trade agenda, okay? And that's often what you see me working on around, whether it was the China FTA, whether it was ANSFTA, the ASEAN, Australia, New Zealand Free Trade Agreement, whether it was a Korean FTA, which I've had some discussions with you about, or whether it is what we call plurilateral agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership, or TPP. The free trade agreements that the government-to-government negotiations conclude, they're effectively just the framework, the door opener for commercial companies to then go and do business. So it's the headline issues that we deal with in the FTAs that actually allow us to have more trade opportunities within those particular markets. And so if you look at the FTA agenda, look, this has been very important for New Zealand, because we have to remember about trade, think about trade in historical terms, where trade was built around the concept of food security, being delivered by self-sufficiency. Okay, so most countries in the world historically have actually looked at, have actually wanted to make sure they could produce their own food as a way of providing security for the country. But of course we all now know that that does not happen, that is not possible, and we need to try and look at how we can get more free exchange of food and food products with these global value chains that are developing in food. The free trade agenda does one aspect of that, okay, and that's what the governments do, that's what the ministers do when they negotiate those FTAs, and of course when it comes to agricultural goods, very often it's not an FTA, okay, particularly for dairy. It is incredibly hard to get full liberalisation of markets for dairy. Dairy is a product that is incredibly heavily protected around the world, and it's very much a social issue in many parts of the world. Once we get the free trade agreements in force and we get the tariff barriers coming down and we get the markets opening up, we then have all the other issues around non-tariff trade barriers. And these will be things like plant certification, plant registration, labelling requirements, SPS, the sanitary phytosanitary standards, that are required before a product can be exported into markets. These are the things that are mushrooming, that are ballooning around the world, the things that are making it incredibly difficult for products to get into markets, even though supposedly a free trade agreement is in place. So, importantly, the government is now here in New Zealand looking at how we can also do the free trade agenda, the actual headline agreements, as well as tackle the non-tariff barriers to markets that we're seeing in all parts of the world. And the presence in China with MPI and Roger Smith and his team up there have done a very good job at actually getting people on the ground to actually deliver on some of those challenges we have in the markets. So, two aspects to it, and both aspects I'm sort of involved in when I go to various countries trying to lay the groundwork for negotiations for the free trade agreements we're talking about. Okay, let me talk about TPP, because I was told reliably last night there are a number of doubters here about TPP in the audience, so I'm not going to embarrass you to put your hands up, but I'm told that there are a number of you, and in fact I didn't think I'd need to go through the TPP debate, but I'm going to. TPP, what is it and why is it so important? Look, I've been closely involved with this and with Minister Tim Grosser with the ministerial negotiations, not in the negotiating room, not doing the negotiations, but at the rounds where we're trying to advocate for a better outcome for TPP. Look, this is absolutely a huge deal for New Zealand. 40% of the world's GDP, 12 member countries including New Zealand, 800 million people in the fastest growing region on earth. There are people here in New Zealand that suggest we shouldn't be in TPP. So you look at those 11 countries and look at what it means for New Zealand. 5 of our top 10 goods markets are countries in TPP. Okay, 5 of our top 10 goods export markets. There are 2 of them in particular where we don't have a free trade agreement with today. Okay, the USA and Japan. We would never have got a bilateral or one-on-one FTA agreement with either of those countries if we hadn't been doing it alongside 11 others in TPP. So the reality is, if we weren't in TPP, then frankly we would be walking away from those markets forever. Because TPP for agricultural products has basically got tariffs eliminated on every primary sector product with the exception of dairy into every one of those 11 markets of 40% of the world's GDP over time. Every one of 11 markets, just put dairy to one side in a minute, I'm happy to talk about that later, for those 11 markets, for every one of New Zealand's primary sector products. Now, okay, beef is the only other one into Japan where the tariffs drop down and stop at 9%. But we're talking about tariffs here from 38.5%, snapback tariffs that go to 50% at some time, that will go down to 9%. And importantly, we're on the same deal as every one of those other 11 countries. So I don't want to overstate just how important this is. If we were not in TPP with 11 countries would carry on. Okay, put the US politics to one side in a minute. I'll cover that in a minute. TPP 11 would carry on. Frankly, the other members of TPP would love it if New Zealand was not at the table. They would love it. The big producers in America, the big producers in Canada, Mexico, if you go down into South America, Chile, even the Peruvians, they would love the fact that New Zealand wasn't in TPP because they would have those markets to themselves. So don't underestimate how important it is. The other thing that's really important from my point of view around TPP is that of the 12 member countries, okay, and take us out, 5 of those countries have GDP purchasing power parity higher than New Zealand. And I think this is a point that is often overlooked as well. In the past, we've often done free trade agreements with countries that are poorer than New Zealand. Okay, we're talking about in TPP of doing a deal with 5 countries that are much richer than New Zealand. And if New Zealand's going to make a living and a fortune out of primary sector production, then we need to absolutely be selling to people that are richer than we are. It's why Europe is also so important. I'll talk about that in a minute. The other things about TPP I was asked to clarify was, well, if this is such a good deal for New Zealand, what did we give away? And you would have read, no doubt, the Jane Kelsey excerpts about why TPP is such a bad thing for New Zealand. Well, let me just be very clear about what those issues are and why we did not give away when it came to TPP. Often the ones that are talked about, investor-state dispute settlement. Okay, I'm not going to bore you with the details of this. This is the argument around whether foreign corporations could sue the New Zealand government around any decisions it makes in New Zealand, that might be counter to a foreign corporation's interests. Look, we've got these provisions in every one of our trade agreements that we've signed to date. We've had them there for 30 years. We've never been challenged yet. The New Zealand government's never been challenged yet. You could never say that the risk is not there, but there's no doubt that in a government that has good policy making, that makes rational decisions around legislation, has a good judicial system, I think the chances are very, very low. We've actually managed to, in TPP, have a carve-out of tobacco, and that means a plain packaging issue for tobacco, for example, was not an issue, where tobacco companies could sue the New Zealand government. So the New Zealand government here is absolutely free to make good policy decisions, good laws, in the best interests of the people in New Zealand, without fear of being sued through TPP. Second thing is Maritime. I'm meeting with the Maori caucus next week, actually, the Maori Party caucus next week, to try and talk about some of the issues that Maritime have had with TPP. Look, we haven't given the opportunity away for the New Zealand government to be able to make different decisions for Maritime under its treaty obligations for the Treaty of Waitangi. New Zealand was the only country in 12 member countries in TPP that fought and obtained a provision for their Indigenous people. None of the others asked for it, and none of the others have that. So I think Maritime have been very, very favourably treated when it comes to TPP. And the third issue I'll cover off is Pharmac. Everyone said that drugs will be more expensive for Pharmac as a result of TPP. Look, there is no doubt that some of the IP terms and provisions for human medicines, the biologics they call them, and also for animal health products will be extended through the implementation phase of TPP. But the costs are very low. And in fact, the modelling looks to be like we'll need to spend about $4 or $5 million getting an independent panel in place for Pharmac. And then the ongoing cost to the health system, not to taxpayers as individuals, the health system will be about $2 million a year. So yes, if that's high cost for medicines, then that's true. But put that in the context of the total health budget, which is about $350 million a week. So $2 million a year, I think it's a cost that we should actually probably suck up for the benefits we've got in other areas. Okay, let me just, I won't talk about the dairy and TPP because I think I've done dairy enough here, but there's some interesting parallels with that around Korea, with what we talked about as well. I just want to talk about other trade priorities because I was asked about that. I've been to Europe once this year for 2 weeks to look at the Europe Free Trade Agreement. If you've been watching the news, you will have seen that there's been quite a lot of discussion about a free trade agreement between Europe and New Zealand. And look, I say this quite openly in that we have been unfairly treated with Europe, and we're looking to see that to be readdressed. If you look at the World Trade Organization, and there's about 160 member countries in the WTO, there are only 6 of those WTO member countries that either don't have an FTA with Europe or one under negotiation. Only 6 out of 160. And those countries are Russia, China, Hong Kong, China, Taiwan, and Chinese Taipei, Australia and New Zealand. So, I sort of go to Europe and I say, look, this doesn't feel quite right. This is a country that has supported Europe through wars and a whole lot of, whole history of goodwill, between our country and Europe, and we don't have an FTA or one under negotiation with Europe. And thankfully, we are now moving down that path. And someone asked last night why we haven't been in the process of doing an FTA, and I think, frankly, it's probably because we've just had such a long history with Europe, we've had good relationships with Europe, and we haven't really felt the need to push hard for an FTA of the sort we're looking for now. But it's going to be really, really tough. The conditions in Europe are brutal at the moment. Migration, I was in Turkey as well before I went to Europe. The migration and the migrant issue coming out of Syria is a major problem. The politics in Europe are becoming much more inward-looking as people try to protect themselves around the security concerns that they're now facing. And then, of course, you've got the Brexit vote coming up on the 23rd of June as well, which is creating all sorts of uncertainty. Europe's a difficult place, but look, we are pushing hard, and we do still think that there's logical reasons for why we can get an FTA with Europe quite soon. Okay, Europe's important. We're still working on India, and I think with India and China, we need to remember it's about 300 million middle class in India and China, so we just can't forget those markets. But as I say, in China 2 weeks ago with the PM, who did a fantastic job. I know you've talked about chilled into China. Happy to cover that in questions later. But when you look at China, we were there in 1 week. They have a delegation a week going to China, and 124 countries call China their number 1 market. So, when we talk about wanting to get inspectors down here to inspect plants around chilled access, just think that every one of those countries is probably asking the same. So, some real interesting challenges there. Andy, hopefully we've got time for questions. I'll leave it there and just say, look, we're continuing to work hard on the market access. It's crucially important for New Zealand. I know the deer industry, needs better access, even though the tariff barriers haven't been historically high. Looking happy to take any questions on any of the issues that I've raised above. Thanks.
Okay, time for 2 quick questions. Colin, first.
Graham. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I have to say it makes me proud to be a New Zealand farmer when we see somebody with your professionalism ability out representing us in other countries. So thanks very much for all the work you do. That's not my question, but a couple of questions.
I was going to say yes.
Couple of questions. No. I wonder if you can just expand on your comment about New Zealand pure and grass-fed.
Yeah.
Because I remember way back in the dim dark past, Professor Walker at Lincoln actually talking about this many years ago,
yeah.
And we've done nothing about it. So if you could perhaps comment a bit more on what the real chances of that are.
Okay.
The other one is, I wonder if you could just drill down a bit more into the pork story in China and why that actually happened.
Yep.
And what the implications, you've probably outlined the implications, what it means, but why did it happen and is it a one-off or a sustainable issue?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, look, quickly on the pork one. Look, there was a whole lot of policy change in China around trying to clean up the pork industry. And in fact, a lot of the policy change was directed at what they thought was going to help improve their supply of pork, the security of supply for pork by incentivising larger big commercial companies to produce pigs. You might have seen, when was that, 6 months ago, a whole lot of pigs floating down the river, in Beijing or Shanghai, I can't remember which one it was. That was the small producers basically just protesting against the policies that were incentivising the big producers, and they basically tipped their pigs in the river because they could not make any money out of it. So pork prices have got very low, and so the small producers were effectively put out of business. And now, of course, it's swung around to the opposite, where there's a shortage of pork, and that's why prices have gone very high. Not likely to change anytime soon. The pure natural thing, look, and this is something that we are not doing fast enough and well enough. So other countries have caught on to this. Ireland, and people get sick of me talking about Origin Green, the Ireland promotional program. It's fantastic. Go and have a look at it online. It could be New Zealand. It could be exactly what we do here in New Zealand. Origin Green's very, very smart. It's around providing an assurance from production through to the market around the credentials of their sustainability programs, including carbon footprinting every farm in Ireland. Okay, and then every company has to provide a sustainability plan before they can be accredited Origin Green. Other countries are doing this better than we are. 100% pure is gone. Okay, we're not using that anymore. The New Zealand story is there, and they're doing some really good stuff around the imagery and what we need to do, but we've got to back it up with some validated stats around the integrity of our production.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to have to cut it off there. Look, I don't think we could have got a better rundown on this whole issue in half an hour. Mike's got to get back to Hawke's Bay tonight for a funeral, so make the most of him in the next couple of breaks, and I'm sure he's available to talk to people on by email or phone anyway. He's very available. Obviously, he's got some of the best knowledge in the world in this area. So thanks, Mike. Really appreciate your input. Just stand up, stretch. We'll have a 2-minute break while we get the AV lined up, and then you'll have our overseas guests. Thanks. Don't go too far, you've got 1 minute.
Okay. Is it mine? All right, we're ready to start now. So if you'd like to take your seats, and we'll kick the session off. Close it. About like that? You picking it up now? Okay, cool. Welcome to the Venison Marketing Session. I'm Marianne Wilson. I started at Dairy Industry New Zealand about 6 months ago, looking after venison marketing activities. So a lot of you will not have met me before. My background is in commercialising new products, marketing and project management. Before I joined the industry, I was at Fonterra, where I worked in food service for the last 4 years. Prior to that, I was based up in Europe, working for Burger King and the UK retailers. So I'm really new to the dairy industry, and I've spent the last 6 months under the tutelage of the former marketing manager, Innes Moffat. So Innes puts in his apologies. He's unable to be here today. He's enjoying a well-deserved family holiday in Europe. So on to our session. We'll start with our 3 keynote speakers, key partners to the industry. So as a rundown, we'll have our keynotes in the morning, and then we'll move on to morning tea, and then we'll have some venison exporter updates, the DINS activity update, and then we'll have some time for you to ask some questions. So first, on to our speakers. Our first talk will give you an insight into the US market. Glenn Turrell from Duncan New Zealand will start the story of the value chain and how Duncan New Zealand partners with Mark Mitchell from Broadleaf Foods, and in turn Rod Willis from Dot Foods. Mark and Rod will speak on their roles and the important roles that redistributors, distributors and importers play in the market. They'll provide an overview of the US food industry, the critical roles they play, and their thoughts on culinary trends coming our way. We'll then move on to the European market with Ben Veldkamp from the Dutch wholesaler Hanos here today to share with you learnings and progress on introducing Savena to summer menus, a key part of the P2P program. Jared Hickey from First Light Foods will then round off this session. Thank you so much to our keynote speakers for being here today. It's a long journey for you all to come down to New Zealand, and I greatly appreciate you taking time out of your businesses to be here. So it's now my pleasure to hand over to Glenn Turrell from Duncan, New Zealand, to start our first keynote talk.
Thanks a lot, Marianne, and I've travelled all the way from Mosgiel this morning, so and just like to welcome you all to the balmy, temperate, subtropical climate we now have here in Dunedin. So if there is global warming, it's a fairly good example that it just may be happening out there. So we've got 2 of our key market partners here with me this morning, but before I hand over to Mark and Rod, I'm just going to spend a little bit of time just giving you a little bit of an update on where things are at within Duncan's as well. So our goal is to ensure dairy farming is sustainably and consistently profitable. And that's the industry's goal, but it very much sits within our company. If we don't have a sustainable and profitable dairy industry, well, we don't have a business. We've got only 2 plants. Rotorua and Mosgiel, we employ about 70 production staff. We have about 5 other head office staff, so we're a pretty small overhead cost business, and we think we're a pretty efficient business. And a pretty straightforward focus really on having great staff, great suppliers, great customers, combined with a fantastic product that you guys produce, put excellent service together with that, and then deliver a consistent premium back to our farmers. Our brand, last year when I presented, we showed you just where we were trying to take the brand. We've delivered on that now, we're producing it. Mark here today is going to talk about his business, Broadleaf, and what we pack for him is in his brand for the US market. We have another customer in the US that we pack it for their brand. Why do we do that? Because those guys compete very much in the same market, so we make sure they don't compete with the same brand, and we produce under theirs. For the rest of the world, we pack under Duncan's brand, and it's Duncan New Zealand Venison. And 95% of our product will finish up in a restaurant, so the chef gets to see the carton. So what the impression we give him of that carton is absolutely critical. So we use a sustainable material, and we present what we think is a pretty strong impression with our tagline, The Natural Taste of New Zealand. When they open that carton, we want to give them the impression they've paid $200 or 200 euros to have a small carton of, in that case, Deeskin strip loins. So, the impression of premium, make sure they feel that they've bought something that's absolutely first class, high value, because they are paying a real premium for this product. So, we constantly install to our people in the plants. We've got our plant managers here from Mosgiel plant today. That the last person closes that lid on that carton is the person that ensures the impression that our customer gets wherever they are in the world. And everybody in the plant has got a step to play in making sure we deliver on the promise we set. So, okay, a little bit of a quick review on market. So the USA, 16% of New Zealand's total venison, so it's growing, it's moving up. It's our second largest market in the world as an industry perspective, and it takes 25% of New Zealand's chilled exports. It is our second largest over market, largest chilled market. And those volumes in the last year are up about 14%. The biggest growth has actually been in manufacturing trim for ground venison. I'm sure Mark will tap into that, but as Mike mentioned, that falls very, very much into the natural grass-fed demand which is growing around the world, and New Zealand venison is absolutely filling that opportunity. In addition, though, we've got to continue growing our high-value items, so we've got to make sure we're promoting and developing and working on those. And there's a lot of competition in that space, so we don't have it to ourselves. Bison, Wagyu, Wild Boar are just a few of those products that we compete with. But for us, it's about 25 years of investment in this market. It's not something you don't get there overnight. It's working with Mark for over 20 years to build up what is now a very, very good position and delivering premiums back to farmers and developing Savannah venison as very much a demand protein in the market. A little bit of a look at Europe. The chilled demand back in their very small season, which is the end of the year, was very, very strong for the October to December arrival. So much so, a lot of product was air freighted to meet that additional demand that came there. Certainly there's lower stocks in New Zealand, lower frozen stocks, and that's tightened up supply. But the last 3 winters in Europe have been very mild, so there's been a growth in the domestic game. So the hunted game over there, the red deer, the roe deer, the wild boar have all increased because of those mild winter conditions. So there's more domestic game that we're competing against in that market. Fortunately, we don't have that competition in the US because their domestic game isn't able to be sold legally into the market there as far as venison is concerned. But in Europe, it very much is in that competitive space. There's still concerns within Europe about the amount of frozen product that may be sitting in the market, both European product and some New Zealand product that may still be there. And until very recently, those European buyers have been very cautious. So they've been pretty reluctant, and there wasn't too much action going on the first couple of months of this year. Now they've seen what's happening in terms of the decline in production, and the situation's changing. But a lot of those customers believe that this year won't see a dramatic change in their market because of the amount of frozen product that may be in store. There's certainly going to be a dramatic change as far as the chilled season is concerned, but I think where things will really kick in will be in 2017. So this year we'll hoover up any retained frozen product that's still in the market. There'll be a shortage of chilled, but next year there's going to be, no doubt about it, a big change in the availability of venison right across both frozen and chilled. So we see that impact really more in 2017. So just a couple of things around that, and around expectations. I think it's important to look at what's happening in the currency space, because nothing has a bigger impact, or will have a bigger impact. If somebody says to me, what's your price going to be in September? I'll say, well, what's the currency going to do? The market price is stable. We've got a pretty good idea where that's going to be. The big uncertainty is what's going to happen with our dollar. So at the moment, unfortunately, it's on the increase, or it has been on the increase. It's eased back a little bit since Australia took some heat out of their dollar in the last week. But this shows a relativity from where we were at the last chilled season. Is this thing will point? Okay, so if we look at where we were in the last chilled season, we had a New Zealand dollar around 64 US. We're currently at 67.5, so we've increased, and the euro is around 57 and 59.5. So what does that all mean? When the schedules peaked last year at 8.75, those were the rates that occurred in both the US dollar and the euro. If you put today's exchange rate on that 8.75, take 40 cents off it straight away, it's $8.35. So when you're thinking about the gap to the chilled season price at the moment, you need to be thinking that on today's currency, the best prices paid last year were $8.35. So certainly market prices can increase, but they were already pretty much at the top of the market, so there's not a lot of room for them to move. And so we're really pushing at the top of the range. We've got to be really careful that we don't push prices over a tipping point. Tipping point is where you get to a level where consumers in the retail stores and the restaurants simply won't buy the product. It's just got too expensive. There's a lot of choice for them. Yeah, Mike also mentioned that New Zealand doesn't set the global price on red meat. We're too small. So we're reliant on what other proteins are doing, what other choices consumers have. Now, if we look at this in venison, these are the average published schedules. So the purple line up the top there is venison, and you can see that the gap's continuing to grow. We've got sheep and beef, lamb and beef prices here. So that gap has increased dramatically from a year ago. You've got obviously dairy prices here, and unfortunately mutton down here. Now the mutton will be closer to where you've got your competing pork and poultry prices. So the gap between those and where venison sits from a consumer perspective is already enormous. The gap between venison and high quality lamb and beef protein has doubled in the last year. So just remember, there's a limit to what consumers will pay. We've got to be really careful here that we don't try to drive market prices based on overheated procurement prices and push our product, which has got a really, really stable market demand at the moment, to levels that we create an unstable situation. And the changes in the last year, quite dramatic. You can see there, lamb prices are down by 4%, mutton 20%, beef down slightly. Venison the clear winner at the moment in terms of where prices have moved up 19%. So things are going really, really well. They're in a really good space at the moment. Let's just all make sure we don't damage the opportunity that really sits in front of us. So, what is the situation there? I'm a bit of a Far Side fan, so to me, this sort of sums it up. It's going to hurt this year, but it's a good kind of hurt. The killer's down. We're going to be about 320,000 probably. Hopefully 17% at the moment. The kill's down 22% in the first 4 months of this year. But that's because of much needed hind retention. Expect a significant reduction in the amount of deer we've got available in September, October, because most of those animals are hinds. So 80% of what we would kill in September, October is hinds. So, we all know what that's probably going to impact that's going to be in that critical period. So the challenge for exporters is to not overcommit and for all of us to not exceed sustainable market pricing. So that's almost enough from me. Last year, this is a slide I actually put up at the conference, was about customers in the value chain, and made the comment that a lot of people say you need to take some steps out of the value chain. Well, you can only take a step out of the value chain if you can replace the function it performs. The most important thing is actually to understand what those value chains are. These two guys here today are going to discuss that in some detail. They've both got, they're integrated companies with an investment in the value chain. They provide the importing, the financing, security of payment. They reduce our risk. Mark pays us before the product turns up in his market. He's then got to manage all those next steps. He's got to look after customs, transport, cold storage, palletisation. He does a lot of processing of products. He's got to have a sales team to sell the products. Buying's easy. Selling's the tough part. They promote the product, they distribute the product, and then at the end of it, hopefully they get paid. So they do a whole bunch of stuff in the market that they're going to talk about in some more detail. So without further ado, it's with great pleasure to hand over to Mark. Just give you a little bit of a background on him as you stand out there. Come on, Mark. 28 years in the business, a fantastic supporter of New Zealand venison and growing that in the USA, major importer and distributor of Savannah venison, and it's a pleasure to have him and Annie out to their very first Deer Industry Conference after 28 years supporting this industry. Mark.
Well, it's a real honour to be here today, and after 28 years in the US market and quite a few years as a late teenager and the early years of the deer industry, it's great to see where it's all gone, and it's great to be a small part of where it's all going. And I think before I start, I say the future's been bright, and I think we've got a long future ahead of us. So without further ado, we'll just go over some of the things that we do in our operation in Los Angeles. Okay, so this is our facility. It was purpose-built back in 2001. We're based in the city of Vernon. Vernon is right next to the downtown Los Angeles commercial area, and Vernon is an industrial city, so where you find all your distribution of a lot of proteins. They're still killing hogs in Vernon, and just recently they were still slaughtering beef in Vernon. And so really a main hub for distribution inbound from the Pacific and distributing all over the US. So a little snapshot of our cool store. Some of the trucks were the Savannah branded. So we've been a part of Savannah since the first day Savannah got started. It's been a great brand, a great standards. A little snapshot down the warehouse, a quiet day. So we're integrated. What does that really mean? Well, we take control of the product from the time it gets packed and either ships out of Tauranga or Port Chalmers. We're in control of the containers. The containers come into our facility. We're positioned 19 miles from the port of Los Angeles, Long Beach, and we're 15 miles from Los Angeles LAX for when we do air freights, which is very seldom, and for our daily distribution. Facility is 56,000 square feet, and I know we're a wee bit behind the times. That's 17,500 metric square metres. It's fully refrigerated from top to bottom, and it's 43 high, so we stack everything 5 high. 5,000 pallet positions, and we pick up another 1,000 under the blowers. Being half Scottish and raised in the central Otago, we fully respot we can. Okay, a little bit about what we do. So our premise, we're a USDA inspection house, we're an I-house. So what does that mean? We can bring product from anywhere in the world, it gets inspected, checked for food safety, and then once it's stamped off, it can go to commerce. It's not so relevant for venison because it falls under fish and wildlife, but a lot of our other products. On a daily basis, we have the USDA in our facility, we're a processing facility. We do grinding or mincing, we're cutting steaks, we're doing portion control, we're adding value to a lot of products, basically cutting it to order to what the customer requires. We're a logistics centre, we have our own logistics department. We're shipping across country, and we'll talk a little bit about our great partner we have in Dot Foods. We've been there since 1988. We ship 6 days a week, so we're shipping all over the country. We have contracts with all the major airlines. We have contracts with several of the trucking companies, and we have an in-house FedEx department, which basically means we can drop ship to restaurants, hotels, anywhere in the country, wherever the customer may need it. Because guess what happens? The chef forgets to order, the party gets bigger, there's a slight menu change, and we're there to help them all out. That's part of our role. Distribution is across 48 contiguous states, Alaska, Hawaii, and Puerto Rico. And I think to a lot of us, we've really got to understand distribution. Again, Rod's going to cover a lot of that, but we're dealing with a really big country with really big populations spread out all over, opportunities all over the country. But our real opportunity is how do we get the product to the customer? You know, we all know we've got the best product in the world, but if we can't get it to the customer, then what good are we? So that's part of our challenge. There's one of our partner trucks, Dot Foods. So we sell direct to approximately 300 plus wholesalers. Premium business channels, food service, followed by retail and e-commerce. Okay, here's a snapshot. In-house, I mentioned we have a grinding operation. So this is coming out of the grinding machine. Everything's automated. There's no lifting. We have a full-on butcher and cut shop. We're cutting steaks and chops to order to quite a few major steakhouse chains and independents on a daily basis and shipping out every day. And this is the bottom one's a bit of a snapshot. We actually, on a side issue, we also own and operate a USDA EU wild boar facility in Texas. That's a quick snapshot of the boning room. The role of an importer. Our role is to partner with suppliers that have continuous supply and sustainability. And this year we know it's going to be a challenge, but we're up for it. Develop markets and demand. Product ambassadors. Everyone in our facility, all our salespeople, everyone right down from the receptionist is a product ambassador. Everyone has a very strong understanding of all the products, what they do for you, and what we can do for the customer. The sales office, we have salespeople on the East Coast, Chicago for the Midwest, and we have our main team and administration in our Los Angeles Vernon facility. What's the key to marketing? We were like a lot of people. We'd have a little session on a Friday night, a couple of drinks, a few brainstorming sessions, and we'd come up with ideas and suggestions, and then we'd go out and see what we could do in the market. Well, we quickly learnt that really wasn't the key. It was a lot of fun, and we made a lot of product that some of it got out and some of it didn't. But the real key was to talk and discuss with our customers. It's so much easier to give the customer what they want, when they want, than try and think ahead of the ball curve and try and outthink the customer. The customer will tell us. And with our relationship over many, many years, we've got strong relationships with our customers, and they're happy to tell us what they're needing, what they're thinking, and what's coming down the pipe. And that's part of our challenge, to listen to the customer and deliver. Grow our market share. How do we grow the market? What creative things do we need to be doing to grow the market? Do we do biannual sales seminars? We go visit, we ride with the customers, we teach their sales staff, make them understand how all the good qualities that the products we have to offer, and especially the venison and the savannah, how it's the grass-fed and the hormones and no antibiotics. It's just a big buzz right now. So it's a real positive. So growing that market is part of our challenge. Ensure equity across all handlers, top to bottom. So what does that mean? It means that everyone from the farmer to the processor to the importer to distribution, everyone who's part of the chain is sharing in the success of it. So no one really misses out. And that's the only way we can keep the momentum and the enthusiasm of everyone involved in the sale. Long-term vision. We're always reinvesting back into the business. We're always looking for what's coming next. Where do we need to be? And that's part of our role. Part of my role too, as the getting the business and where it is today, is we're spending more time outside the business looking in rather than inside the business looking out. And it's really important to see what's coming down the pipe next. Risk. Financial investment, physical distribution, owning and holding stocks. What's going on in the market? Are we long? Are we short? Is there a trend coming? We're not onto it. How do we get ahead of the game? Investment versus return. How much do we invest in manufacturing, and what's the return going to be? What are the products we need to be putting through the cut shop? What are the products we need to be grinding? How do we need to package it? The information we need to provide to the consumer. Economic headwinds. We get, as Glenn mentioned, there's changes in exchange rate. There's changes in trends. What's the housewife looking for? What are the millennials thinking about? What information do they need? And the baby boomers. What do we need to have ready for the baby boomers? The kids are gone. No more kids going through college. The house is paid off. Now they're going to start looking after themselves. They're going to start eating better. They want to know what they're doing, what they're putting inside their bodies for longevity and everything else that goes with it. Supply shortfalls. How are we going to cope in the next 2 or 3 years with the short supply of venison? One of our key items. What do we need to do? How are we going to bridge this short supply? We can't go to the customer and say, sorry, all the farmers are retaining all their hinds, they're building up the herd, there's no venison for 2 years. Just stay cool, stay tuned, we'll be back to you, and then when we're ready, we'll talk to you again. It doesn't work like that. All the work's been done, all the market's been developed. They're excited. Obviously, everyone's part of the chain. So what are we going to do about the shortfall? How are we going to get through this? What changes do we need to make? How creative do we have to be? Regulations. We're up against, in the US, we're up against lots of regulations from labelling, from government intervention, all the way down to the restaurant, nutritional information, what everyone wants to know about the product. So we have a lot of regulations, interruptions in what we're trying to achieve. Profitability. Is this a good product? Can we make a little bit of money? What do? Do we reinvest? Profits before taxes, which is a big, in every industry, every part of the chain has to be part of the, we call this the money shot. Every industry has to have this. So what do we got here? We've got cost of goods, what the venison costs, what it costs to move it through the system, expenses to run the organisation, facilities, salespeople, distribution, trucks, insurance, packaging, goes on, cost of goods. What's left? 1%. 1 penny out of every dollar is what we consider would be profit. That's before tax. Operational flow. Port to facility. We're strategically located, we're close to the port, we're close to the airport. That was our call, so we're located close to the distribution centre. Lots of trucking, lots of freight, lots of air freight, lots of FedExing. It's all about being located. We're right in amongst it. If you want to come to visit with us, be ready for some traffic because there's lots going on downtown in the neck of woods we're in. The port. A couple of years ago we had a slowdown of the workforce at the port. Some would argue how could they go any slower, but they did. And it is no different than the ferry workers going on strike around Christmas when everyone's trying to get across Cook Strait. So they had us by they had us really tight, and we had numerous containers of sitting out in Long Beach we couldn't get at, with perishable chilled products with their time ticking on them. So we have delays at the port. And that really hurt us. That was a couple of years ago. They've sorted it out. There was a West Coast thing, and it was really Hanos. We had options of going through Philadelphia and bringing it back, and we were about ready to do that when they finally resolved it. But it was a long, painful process. So our operational flow, port to facility. Regulatory clearances, we have to submit all the paperwork, fish and wildlife, ag, we have to check all the documentation, we have to make sure the labelling is correct, we have to provide all that information. And it has to be done right at the New Zealand end for us to get it through into the US. We have to physically, we receive every container, we break the seal, we open the container, we check it, so it backs into our dock and we unload it and bring it into our facility, every container we bring in. It gets another set of eyes, which is super important. Operational flow. Further processing, packaging. Again, taking the product to market. Distribution, transportation, very key. Again, big country, how do we get it to every part of the country? Liability insurances. It's no secret, the US is a litigious society. They do sue, and we've been sued, and you've got to gear up and be ready for it. And sometimes it's a painful process. It's not always fair, but certain claims we just pay because it costs you way much more money to fight. It doesn't happen every day, but when it does, I certainly need to take my blood pressure pills because it's very, very disturbing. We have to work with big companies. We have to do marketing agreements. We have to do rebate programs. This is all part of the getting in and playing games with the big boys. It's all part of getting your product through the market system. Administration support. We have a fairly big accounting team. Obviously, we're dealing with big companies, and you just got to get it right. Otherwise, if it's not right, they find any excuse not to pay you. So all this is a bouncing ball. This all is layered into the cost of goods, as I shared with you before. Marketing, it doesn't just jump off the shelf. Food shows, sales seminar, education. We're always out there educating the sales force on how to sell, how to promote this product, where it fits on a menu, where it fits cost-wise on a menu. What sort of menu should this product be on? yours truly. Cutting and further cuttings. What's a cutting? Cutting is where we go into a restaurant and we take product in and we get the chef and we cut the product and we show him how it compares with something he may already have on his menu. Given further education with the customers on where it fits in, how it can be priced, and the real benefits of having this product, our product, your product on the menu. We do written material, we do electronic newsletters, marketing materials. We design product lists and newsletters for a lot of our customers with their name and all their information on it. Great rack chop. Marketing seminars, we put them on all. Wouldn't be a week goes by where we're not talking to a group all over or different parts of the country. We do special promotions, product highlights. Sometimes we get long on something, we've got to move it. Sometimes we've got a short of a product, we've got to be a bit more creative in how we cut it, how we present it. One of our aims is getting product on menus is to slightly cut down the portion sizes. Now it sort of goes against what we're all trying to do, sell product, but at the end of the day, the product stays on the menu, the cost of the actual product stays realistic, and we get that follow through. Dedication and knowledgeable sales staff. We spend a lot of time training our trainers. So what's training the trainer? If our guys go out and knowledgeably sell product into a chain or a restaurant or an independent, the salesperson from the distribution will always be with them. So they're learning every day on how to sell and promote and understand the product. Again, big part of what we do. Our end intent, grow the business. Our end intent is to increase the availability and the promote the product into the US. We've seen the numbers that go into Europe. We see the numbers that go into the US. US has been a stable market for many years, and we believe and I say this with tongue in cheek, we'd rather take a bit more product away from Europe and move it to the US, where it has a stable return and we can help grow the market. Also builds product loyalty. Chefs and big caterers and big multi-users, they like consistency. They don't like change. They like the same product day in, day out. Once they get comfortable with the product, that's what they want. They can't handle a lot of changes. You know, even if it's a new lid or something else, they think it's different. And even though the product may have stayed the same, they like this consistency, and that builds loyalty, and that's important to all of us. Challenges, we've got lots of them. If it was easy, everyone would be doing it. Increases in global costs and proteins and local economics. What does all that mean? Well, we fight every day with buy local. And we all know that our food miles are good, but because we're so efficient in how we ship and travel. But this buy local is big in the US, and it's a growing trend, and we've got to counteract against that. Global cost of protein. It's something that's happened all over the world, and we're competing with other importers from different countries on different products. A tug of war. It's a tug of war between the cost of product versus what the consumer and the market will bear. So there's our cliff shot. Increasing regulatory requirements we've touched on, and associated operational expenses. It just continues. Every time you turn around, they want something else from you. Breaking down the market barriers through setting the point of production differences versus the competition. So what are we going to do? We've got to show them why the product is better, how the restaurants, how the chains can be successful with it. Obviously, they've got to make a profit. How can they do it with our product? And that's part of our challenge. Thanks for the opportunity.
Many thanks, Mark, and I'd just now also like to introduce Rod Willis. Rod's travelled out with his wife Kathy just to be here at the conference. First time to New Zealand. Rod's had 23 years in the food industry. He's a director of natural specialty foods at Dot Foods, one of the US's largest food redistribution company in the US. He's going to talk to you about their business. He's also founder of a smaller company, Steakhouse Direct. So please, a warm welcome for Rod Willis.
Good morning. It's our first time here to New Zealand, and one of the first things I thought when I got here was, what type of questions could possibly be asked? And I was thinking, is it going to be food service or retail? Is it going to be chilled or frozen? And in reality, it was Hillary or Donald. So I wasn't sure exactly how to answer that question last night, and I still don't know. I don't know that I'll have an answer for that even by the time we leave, but we may have to have a drink and talk about that one. So I appreciate everybody's warm welcome here to New Zealand. We're blown away personally by the hospitality and just by the physical beauty of this country that you have. So thank you for having us. What I thought I would do today is really talk at a high level about what's going on in the U.S. as it relates to different areas of the food business, and then I'll get into a little bit about what Dot does in a minute. But before we get there, I wanted to just at least talk to you a little bit about what's going on the culinary side. So right now what's happening is there are lots of different groups in the U.S. that are pushing different things. One is a chef-driven fast casual concept, authentic, unique, a different type of experience that also ties in with natural ingredients, environmental sustainability. No antibiotics is a big thing, and that was touched on, I think, in a couple presentations ago earlier this morning. Also ethnic-inspired breakfast items. This is something that's fairly new on the scene. There's people that are making their own meat, so sausage in the back of a restaurant type of thing. There's a big trend in food trucks, street tacos, some of this type of thing. If you've been in the U.S., there are a lot of these food trucks. I call them roach coaches, but they've actually gotten a lot better, and some of the things that they're offering now are very artisanal in nature. So 10, 15 years ago, it was hot dogs and hamburgers, and now it's all kinds of different eclectic foods. And so that's a big trend. Anything local, and what's interesting about this is what local actually means is different to everyone. So to someone, a local might be in the back of the parking lot of the restaurant I'm in, and to other people it might be 500 miles or closer to where we're at. So local is really a moving definition, and it really depends on who you ask. Stew cuts and offals are popular. This is something where the chefs are now using the whole animal, the concept of not wasting anything. And so some of these cuts that typically would have gone to Asia are now staying in the United States, or they're coming into the United States from other places, because the chefs are looking for interesting things to add to the dish. Finally, minimally processed is another big area. It's also the USDA's definition of natural at this point, which there really isn't a definition, and that's part of the problem. But minimally processed would be what the current standard is for that. A few other things. There's a big wave of energy in the country right now on a non-GMO approach. There's a group in Seattle, or in the Bellingham, Washington area that is cataloging every item that is non-GMO. And so this is becoming a big deal. We have a tiny state called Vermont, which is one of the smallest states in the country, and they came out with a law just recently that's basically said that anything that had genetically modified organisms in it had to be labeled that way. And so the tiny little Vermont is forcing all the major food companies in the U.S. to comply if they want to sell their products in Vermont. And Vermont's not a big market, but if that trend continues, it's going to affect everyone. So there's a lot going on there as it relates to how products are labeled. Most recently, just last week, there's a restaurant chain called Chipotle, which is a fast casual Mexican restaurant. It's a nationwide restaurant. They were sued in federal court for claiming to have product that was non-GMO, and in fact the animals that were being fed genetically modified ingredients. And so there's some legal decisions that are coming down to determine how far down the supply chain do you have to go before you can call something GMO or non-GMO. So that's becoming a very big deal. Modernizing the supply chain, there are rising transportation costs in the U.S. supply chain right now, and with the cost of fuel going down globally, one might expect that those costs are actually going down, but the real cost in transportation isn't in the fuel, it's in the guy behind the wheel. There are actually more truck drivers between the ages of 60 to 64 years old in the United States than there are truck drivers under the age of 26. And so the trend, like farming and other types of businesses, is that the next generation, they don't want to do what their parents did. They want to go live in a big city. They want to do a different kind of job. And so jobs like truck driving are not as popular as they used to be. We do think that this is going to resolve itself through good old-fashioned economics. The cost is going up, the wages will go up, and as a result, more people will get into the trucking business. But for right now, there's a truck driver shortage in the United States, and it's really more driven around labor. In addition, the Food Safety Act is coming out. It's requiring more stringent standards on how temperature-controlled product is managed, and that is in various degrees of legislation right now, but we expect that regulation is going to be higher in the future than it is today. And then demand for local products is increasing. Obviously, you have to have a supply chain built for that if you're going to offer products that are local. In addition, we have better fast food is in high demand, and so some of the more traditional fast food restaurants like McDonald's and Burger King and places like that have seen their sales suffer at the hands of more contemporary concepts like the Chipotles of the world that are offering fresher, higher quality ingredients. In addition, this is the year of the worker. There have been some minimum wage laws enacted in certain states. New York is one of them that just came out with higher minimum wage, and it's a graduated process, but this is going to impact restaurants and people that serve food, and it's going to put pressure on food costs, because as your cost of labor goes up, the cost of goods to make whatever product is going to be under pressure. So that ties into what Mark just said regarding, at what price point are people willing to pay for the product, and if their labor costs go up significantly, it can really impact that. And then finally, the delivery revolution. Uber is now delivering food. You guys are familiar with Uber. Amazon is taking over in a lot of ways where people can get same-day service. If they want product, they can have it delivered right to their door in certain major markets. And so the traditional supply chain and distribution channels are being disrupted with technology, and that's something that everybody has to consider as they look forward. So where is the market in the U.S. headed? The population of the United States is growing less than 1%. And that's obviously a concern. But at the same time, restaurants represent 51% of the food dollar in the United States for the first time in history. So in the past, it's always been grocery store has outpaced food service. And in 2015, it actually switched over to the restaurant side. I do think that's good news for everybody in this room, especially as price points and higher quality cuts are generally reserved for the food service market, and the lower end cuts are generally sold in retail. So in addition to that, billions of dollars are headed to the e-commerce, and again, how the cold chain can be managed. I don't think it's going to happen as quickly in products like meat that have to be refrigerated and frozen, but they'll eventually get there. So when you look at the U.S. food service market, it's a $650 billion market, and that's really serviced by broadline distributors. These are people like Cisco, who's pictured here. They carry a wide variety of items, and they cover a wide variety of different types of customers. They'll cover restaurants, sporting facilities, schools, prisons, things like that. We get into the niche category, and in a lot of cases, these are meat or dairy produce type distributors that carry products that are harder to manage, and that's really where their business is differentiated from a broadliner. And then, there's about 10,000 different food service distributors that service the U.S. market. So some of them are large. Our largest distributor is Cisco. And there's regional and local distributors as well. So not only can they have different types of products that they sell, but they have different types of geographies that they cover. This is a slide that we like at Dot Foods. the current demand in food service is the highest it's been since 2004. So we look at that as a bullish sign. All indicators that we are looking at would indicate that it's not going down anytime soon. So as long as there's no major crisis in the world, we would expect that that trend would continue to go higher, which partly explains the spread between the food service and the retail and where we're headed there. So grocery is relatively flat, but in food service it's growing. When we look at the metrics of growth, when you look at 2009 and 2010, those were the recession years. The industry really took a major hit at that point, and gradually over the years we really climbed back. And in 2015 we're at 4.5%. The lower price of gas has helped discretionary income, and about 80 cents of every dollar saved at the fuel pump has been determined that people use that money to eat out. So it's a major factor in our business. If you look at the overall business, the restaurant industry is a part of the food service, which is why there's a difference between the 466 billion versus the number I previously put up. There's about 529,000 restaurants. The average restaurant does about $881,000 a year in gross sales, and the top 500 restaurants make up about 60% of the market. When we look at it by segment, the fastest growing, the 5-year is the lighter, the brown shade on this graph. The red is the 1 year for 2015. And you can see that fast casual as well as fine dining are both leading the trend by a wide margin. So these are both 5-year and 1-year trends. And so for middle meats, high-end protein cuts, this is all good news, and we expect the good news to continue. Looking a little bit at the grocery market, there are 37,000 grocery stores in the United States. They all do it a little bit differently. Some grocery stores have their own distribution, meaning that they have their own warehouses that service their own stores. Publix, Safeway, and Kroger are 3 of the big names that do that. There's also independent grocery wholesalers that service stores that don't own their own distribution centers. And in addition to that, there are some specialty and natural distributors that will also sell into both grocery stores and to wholesalers on niche products. So the grocery trends, conventional brands are growing 1% to 2% a year. In fact, in some reports, it's almost zero. But the natural and organic trend is very, very popular in America right now. Those products are growing as a category by 11%. So they represent almost all of the growth as well as all of the incremental profit. And so anything tied to natural and organic is red hot right now, and it's really red hot in food service and it's red hot in grocery. So where are the opportunities? We think that food service share will continue to outpace retail. We think that millennials will be driving this trend. We've discovered that most millennials either don't know how to cook or don't want to, or both. Haven't quite figured out which one that is, but they're not big on cooking their own meals, which is good news for the food service industry. Natural and organic products are growing at a 10-fold rate faster than conventional items in retail. So this is a huge number. And in addition to that, people are willing to pay more for these products. So not only are they the only things growing in a grocery store, but they're only things growing that you can charge more for at the same time, which is why a lot of the different food outlets are really featuring these items. Whole Foods is a big player in the U.S. market, but recently Walmart and Kroger took over buying and selling more organic products than any other companies in America. So most people don't think of Walmart when they think of organic, but just their sheer size and scale and the fact that they're now playing in this space is a big deal. And then protein categories are very hot right now in both food service and retail. Protein is considered a healthy option. Lean meats is considered a healthy option. And I think you guys have a few of those. Last time I checked. So the U.S. supply chain is critical. So distributors play a key role in getting product to our end customer, whether it's a restaurant or a grocery store. But the U.S. supply chain is a complicated structure. It's channel specific, And what it is really, in food service, it's much more product focused. And so if you think about it, a chef in the back of a restaurant really cares how that product performs. And if you think about a meat manager in a retail grocery store, they're really not as concerned about how well the product performs as long as people are willing to buy it. And so it's a different type of sale, but food service is definitely more tied into the culinary benefits versus retail, which is more promotion and price driven. The wholesale distributor concerns, a lot of the customers that our customer buys from, there are pressures. So as you can imagine, the Walmarts of the world, the Safeways, the Krogers of the world, they demand very deep discounts for products to enter into their supply chain. The customer buying habits, customer loyalty can be challenging. And so if, as an example, if a distributor carries an item and they're selling it to a restaurant every week, and all of a sudden some other distributor goes into that restaurant and offers them the product at a nickel a pound cheaper, will they stay with who they have or will they leave? Well, if they leave, now the distributor that had that product stocked for them may be stuck with product. And so loyalty is a big issue, especially on an item that has limited shelf life. Driver shortages we talked about. Getting enough drivers to haul the products that they've sold is critical. Category management, there's a lot of companies that will identify what type of product that they want, and they'll manage to one brand, and they'll have the different brands that are interested in their business negotiate against each other to see who's going to be the preferred vendor. New channel competition, some of this has to do with distributors playing outside of their lane, if you will. Maybe it's a food service distributor that's now going to sell convenience stores, or they're going to go sell grocery. So there's all kinds of companies out there that are trying to play in other people's backyards. And then obsolete risk and price risk. Mark mentioned it earlier. In a volatile category like meat or seafood, if an item is subject to market fluctuation and you're holding inventory, that can be really good news or really bad news or a combination of both. So a little bit about Dot Foods quickly. We're a company that started in 1960. We're family owned. We are the largest redistribution company in the United States. Our sales in 2015 were $6.2 billion US, and we have about 5,000 employees. We have distribution centers nationwide that allow us to ship a product anywhere in the country with a 3-day lead time and a 1-case minimum. So how this works with Mark is that we would pick up product from Mark in LA, we would put that product into our system, and a customer in New York City could order the item from us and buy 1 case of the product and have it arrive to them 3 days later. So we have our own trucks, our own fleet, our own employees, and we're really the only company in the US that can do this. So what do we do? We're a link really between manufacturer and distributor. So we're selling to the distributor who then sells to the restaurant or to the grocery store. We add service because it's a 3-day lead time, and for our customers that can't meet direct minimums, it allows them to buy literally 1 case of a certain product. And it really makes the supply chain a lot more efficient than what it would be otherwise. So if you look at this is a graphic that shows what a supply chain would look like without DOT. You have suppliers selling to distributors. Like I mentioned, there's 10,000 in food service alone. So they're all trying to get to every one of these. And with DOT, the product comes into DOT and it goes out in consolidated shipments. And so because of that, it allows us to do this a lot more economically than it may be otherwise. And I've got a price example here for you in a minute to illustrate that. So if you look at redistribution or without redistribution, what you have on the top graphic is you have a manufacturer. In this case, we would call Mark and Broadleaf a manufacturer. They have to send out LTL trucks, pool distribution or full truckloads to the distributor, who then takes the product to an operator. And with DOT, it streamlines the process. In this case, just as this example, there'd be 7 different payments from distributors back to Mark, whereas if we bought the product from Mark, we'd make 1 payment And I think it's on time. I think the last time we paid it was on time. So that's good. I might be a long ride home if it wasn't. So our system really streamlines the whole process and takes cost out of the system. So let me give you a quick example here on a retail item. So we've got a product that's produced here in New Zealand. Broadleaf arranges the ocean freight. We're going to call this a boneless leg item that costs $6 US. And after the product arrives to Broadleaf, Mark puts his outrageous markup on it, which does include all those things that he talked about earlier. And so his published pickup price is $7 at the LA dock. So we would pick up in LA at $7, and then we add 35 cents a pound to the freight to get that anywhere in the U.S. So I think it's actually about the same price to ship it anywhere in the U.S. through this system as what Glenn was describing to me, what it takes to ship product between the North and South Island here in New Zealand. So we can ship across a 2,500 mile landmass and make it happen in 3 days for that 35 cents. So that's one of the reasons that Broadleaf wanted to partner with us, was that we can get the product to where it needs to be at a more price competitive position, which hopefully allows for more demand and more volume. So in this case, a grocery wholesaler will put a 20% markup on that $7.35 price, and it will be sold to the grocery store for $8.82. The grocery store brings the product in. Their standard margin is 50%, so they add $8.82 in addition to the $8.82 that it costs to bring in. And so now it's $17.64 plus an additional 6% sales tax. So the final tab would be $18.70, which sounds like a lot, but how many people eat a full pound of a boneless leg at one sitting? There's probably a few out there, but mostly it's going to be divided into 3 or 4 portions. So if you divide that into 3 or 4 portions, now you're talking about a $6 portion, not an $18 portion. So you really have to think of it in terms of the portion. The other thing is that, you know, it might seem outrageous to put a 50% margin. That's the standard that the grocery store has. In a lot of cases, they'll do less than that if it's on deal. But at the same time, they've got all the risk if the product goes bad and no one buys it. What do they do with the product if they have to unload it quickly? And so they do carry a fair amount of risk, plus the fact that about 25% of that gross margin is typically needed just to turn the lights on in the store. So they have a lot of overhead, a lot of cost. So it certainly isn't profit. It's to cover the cost so they can provide that type of an item to a grocery store shopper. If you look at the math on food service, it's similar. So again, we sell to the distributor. We bought it at $7 from Mark, $7.35 to the Cisco or whoever it might be. They're going to put a 20% delivery charge on the product and take it to a steakhouse or another fine restaurant. That price, again, comes in at $8.82. The restaurant's going to divide that pound into 3 equal portions. So when you look at that, it's going to be a $2.94 cost per portion. They're going to then multiply that back by 3 because food cost is generally about 1/3 of the cost of a menu item in a restaurant. So it goes back to $8.82 plus tax. So for under $10 US, you can have a fine meal with a high quality protein. So again, what seems like it might be outrageous on the surface, when you really look at the math on it, to be able to get the product all the way around the country is it's a challenge. And so the supply chain in America is efficient. So where do we go from here? I would tell you that protein demand is growing in the U.S. We have a strong desire for authentic, unique food experiences. There's a large, affluent U.S. market that's willing to pay the price for these types of products. The supply chain is built, and it's efficient, and it works. And imported products have a unique story. So if there's one thing I could leave you with, it's that how you tell the story will dictate the success of the products that ultimately end up in the U.S. market. Because our consumers are clamoring for the story. And if you've got a story that's interesting and unique, which you do, it's going to create opportunities to get new customers. and to get new markets. So with that, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Mark, Rod and Glenn, for your presentation. That was a fascinating insight into the inner workings of the US value chain, and I certainly learned a lot. So we'll move on to our next keynote speaker now, and then we'll have some time at the end of the session to have questions with all the speakers that you've heard here this morning. Thanks, guys. So on now to our next keynote speaker. So we're moving on to the European market. And I'm really pleased to be able to introduce to you Ben Veldkamp from the Dutch wholesaler Hanos. So Ben's been working with the industry over the past few years on introducing Savannah to summer menus in the Netherlands. He's been a big part of the project. His role at Hanos, he's the lead game buyer at the Dutch wholesaler, and he's actually one of the first people I met when I joined the industry, and his passion and a commitment to Savannah is pretty infectious. So Ben, lovely to have you here, and I'll hand over to you now.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Oh yeah. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be here. Last year I was here on a video wall, but now I give you the bonus, and I am here in live person. But I again give you our story. We are 1 year further than we were last year, so I want to share my experiences with you. So first I have this video which gives you an impression what Hanos is all about. I am working for Hanos now for more than 25 years. I've almost never done other than work at Hanos, but I was told that Hanos is quite special and that companies like Hanos are not known in New Zealand, so I thought we'd give you a couple of minutes of video about what Hanos is all about.
Don't stop. Hanos, it will open a whole new world for you.
Hanos, il y a le monde qui s'ouvre pour vous.
Hanos, voor kwaliteit en service.
Hanos für Qualität und Service.
Hanos, plus que 100 000 articles.
Hanos, uw horecapartner.
Hanos, over 100,000 articles. Don't stop. Hanos, für Ihre Einrichtung.
Hanos, voor uw totale inrichting.
Hanos, pour votre paquet horeca complet.
Hanos, your catering partner.
Hanos, gaat een wereld voor u open.
So that could give you a small idea about what Hanos is. Then back to the project Servina. In 2014 we started to launch Servina or farm deer into our outlets. So far Our customers were used to eat venison and other game during game season, a very short period of time, of course. And in 2014 we start to promote the venison during spring and summer. In 2015, last year, we entered the Savina project, and this year we are in the second year of our project. I just wanted to share with you our last year promotions and how we enter with Savina into our market. The mission of Hanos first is we have service to provide on a high level, serving customers a total range of products for the out-of-home market, and that's the only customer we have, the out-of-home market, restaurants, hotels, etc. Consumers cannot buy at Hanos. We only deal with professionals. We offer a high level of knowledge in all disciplines. Hanos is a one-stop shopping experience, both cash and carry and also delivery service. We want to be competitive in the Dutch market, and the concept is, as I said, one-stop shopping. Hanos covers the total of Holland and the northeast of Belgium. In Belgium we have 2 outlets. In the Netherlands we have 14 cash and carries. We have 4 warehouses and 6 distribution centers. So we are absolutely able to cover the total of Holland. Hanos works with partners, and these partners are actually owned by Hanos. We have kitchen equipment technology, people who can really help you create the kitchen you want into your hotel or your restaurant. We have a company which is able to build the total of your interior, from the chairs, the tables, the curtains, whatever. We also have a company that does imports of wine. We have our own meat company. We have a fish company. And we also deliver to prisons, hospitals, etc., etc. As I said, our promotion campaign started in 2014. As a spring and summer product, we tried to put Savina in spring and summer. And we started to position the meat as farm deer, not farmed deer, farm deer. There is a typical Dutch word for that, which says that the deer comes from the farm. And with that word, we immediately say to our customers, look, this has nothing to do with game. This is an animal which lives on the farm. In 2015, we were asked to add Savina, to enter the project of Savina. And Savina we brought as a premium quality. The Savina products were presented as being healthy, socially responsible, trendy, and of course very tasty. In 2015 we had a pilot. 7 of the northern outlets went on to focus on lean and healthy, and the 7 southern outlets went with a focus on soft and tender, just to see how the public was responding to it. For 2016, we let this go. We just want to bring the product as with all the benefits it has. So we let go of these focuses. Our target groups from the beginning were steakhouses, barbecue restaurants, grill restaurants, and we absolutely did not want to enter the product, bring the product into the high-level restaurants. 1, 2, 3 Michelin star restaurants want to stick to the season. And it was not to expect that they would take Savina on the menu. So we focused on the middle class restaurants. In 2015 we started with 28 ambassadors. We made all the 14 outlets pick 2 customers as being an ambassador. And during the project some high classified restaurants joined the group. We gave the ambassadors 10% discount on the Savina cuts. We gave them exposure in Passion High, that's a high quality culinary magazine. We gave them free POS materials, and we organized a cooking contest with Savina meat amongst them. We also provided them a workshop with Graham Brown just to show what the possibilities are with Cervina. Hanos has its own newspaper. We send it to 150,000 professionals in the Netherlands and Belgium. It has a rich content with information, inspiration, and price promotions. In 2015, at the beginning of the Cervina project, we had a special of 7 pages with the team Cervina. POS materials, think of flyers, roll-up banners for use in our own cash and carry outlets and during fairs. For our ambassadors, we made flyers, roll-up banners, recipe flyers, table cards, thank you cards for the guests. The ambassadors, as soon as we got all the 28 ambassadors, we gave them a workshop together with Graham Brown, and just to show the possibilities with the meat. We had some outdoor events at Hanos, with Hanos, in Hanos, but also with the WQA, the World Barbecue Association, just to also not only spread the Cervina news to our customers, the chefs, but also to a little bit try to reach the restaurant visitor. In the end, we had a competition called Best Cervina Dish. It was hard to find competitors for it. We, in the end, found 10 chefs competing with each other, and the finals were in February 2016. And, well, some really amazing dishes came along, so the chefs really did pick it up and started to cook real nice dishes with Cervina. We get help a little bit. We have a good relationship with Passion High magazine, and the guy who owns this magazine is also very fond of Cervina, and he really does a fantastic job putting a lot of effort into the stories written in this magazine. Magazine has 8,000 editions, so we also reach a lot of chefs with that magazine. We do in-store promotions. We have week deals, of course. We have to just find a way to make the chefs choose for venison, and in Holland, well, nothing helps better than a special offer. After all, we're Dutch. Then for 2016, we kind of like to learn the lessons from 2015. We chose to go for a lot less ambassadors as we did last year. We only have 6 now. We use them, as a matter of fact, for the first 2 editions of the Passion High magazine, and later on we catch up with the competitors in the competition to do editions of Passion High magazine. This is how we like to use for example, the pull-up banners and the table skirts with the nosings and tastings in shop. We made for 2016 a mini magazine. In 2015 we created this special, 7 pages of special into the Hanos newspaper. But when the Hanos newspaper reached the restaurant and the chef has read it, and maybe some people in the front office, they most of the times turn the oven on with it, and then all the information is gone. So now we created a mini magazine, and the mini magazine goes additional to the Hanos newspaper, but we are able to reprint them, reproduce them, so we can use them during the workshops, nosings and tastings, and also during the outdoor events. Well, I think by the time that I'm standing here, the flyer for the Cervina competition is ready, so we are able to send all our customers who are in the delivery service. We can send together with their order, we can send an apply form for entering the competition. And in our shops, our 14 outlets, we also hand over the leaflets to the chefs so that they enter the competition. So I'm quite confident that we will have a beautiful competition in bringing the best Cervina dish in 2016 as well. I think that's it. So, saying something about our challenges.
Why don't you grab that mic, and I'll stand here and
you chase me away.
We can do a dual act at this stage. So, obviously, Ben's taking you through the background of Hanos and how the operation works, and just the substance of it all. A €1 billion turnover is the Hanos business. And what we're asked to do was to provide you some background, some feedback on the lessons learnt, and perhaps some of the ways forward. So we'll do this as a dual act, if you like, and we are keen to take any questions along the way if we're allowed to as we go. I'd just like to acknowledge, though, in the room today, obviously Ben, who's got a similar haircut to myself. Not all our customers look like that, but well done for being here, Ben. But also we've got our processors here. We've got our farmer shareholders and suppliers, so we're great that we're all here together today with Hanos and First Light. So just a little bit about the history. I'll have a go, you jump in where you need to. So as Ben went through there, before this, when the Savannah was actually just being discussed as a concept, Ben, being the leader and the innovator he is, said, I think it's now time that we launched a dare from the farm aspect into the Dutch market. Ben showed us briefly there this big green egg in Holland. I think Holland is quite unique in Europe in the barbecue culture that they do have. That's obviously where we got ours from. So it is unique compared to perhaps some of their neighbours. So at that stage in April 2014 we started the trial. We actually started it in 2006 before that, and we launched and it failed. So it was too early, but Ben told us in April 2014 it was time to go. We came and sorted into that point in time, and that's really what launched into April 2015, being the Savannah promotion, which Ben's taken us through, and of course we're underway again for this year. Very much a spring and summer focus, but one of the things that Ben would talk to you about is he's keen to extend that. So the challenges that Ben referred to is that if we go in with the traditional cuts, then we'll be a traditional product. And so the whole aspect was to try and come up with unique or different style barbecue cuts. And I'll just jump forward to this next slide here. You can see the range of products. There's 11 cuts in there. You can see you've got US beef style cuts there. You've got the tri-tips, you've got the rumps on their own, you've got the top sides, you've got the ribs, and on the other side you've got a neck fillets and bowlers and blades. So we want to have a whole carcass aspect, so you've got a whole mixture of price points, but B, so that we are seen to be different to the traditional game that's sold in the season. So this is not, Savannah is not the same as what you can buy in the game season. So that was a key challenge, was to come up with a product range. From our point of view too, we could perhaps see that we didn't just want a middles-based business. We already had a middles-based business in the Benelux, and so it's important again, so the leg and shoulder cuts and the trim cuts are part of this. The next one was we were mad keen to move from air freight volumes to sea freight volumes as soon as we possibly could, from a cost point of view, but you'd be aware that from a planning and logistics point of view that changes an awful lot. It places a lot more risk with this gentleman because of the essentially the 6-week lead time that we've got to work to, and the fact that when it arrives, it arrives. Yep. Do you want to talk to the next one there, Ben?
The chef's perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, of course it was a great challenge to how to persuade chefs to try in Savannah to put it on the menu. In the heads of both chefs and also the consumers in the restaurants, you eat Savannah only in autumn and in winter. Thinking of venison, thoughts pop up of cold weather, winter, fireplace, heavy meals. And now we have to change that into using venison in spring and summer with thoughts like barbecue, nice hot weather, fun, trendy, healthy. You can imagine that absolutely takes time.
And you as a carry on, you're doing a good job there. What about the other couple of challenges?
Other challenges, okay. Well, the second challenge is that chefs are offered a wide range of premiums in beef, veal, fish, lamb. So we are not the only one with a premium. So we just have to persuade them to choose for Savina by giving them knowledge about the whole chain, and also tell the story about the farmers, create a bit more of an atmosphere, just so that they can put it on the menu, want to try it, and after we are only able to reach the chef, but the chef is in the kitchen, and the kitchen door most of the times is closed. The visitors of a restaurant deal with the waiter, so we have to find a way to approach the waiter as well. But in the end, it's the consumer in the restaurant who decides what dish he take. So for us, it's quite difficult to approach the restaurant visitor. So we just deal with the chef and also the waiter.
And the last point there I think is quite unique about Ben is that because we were first into the market, a market that hadn't seen Savina before, Ben's been insistent right from the start that Hanos couldn't do this alone, that it needed critical mass from his friendly competitors to come into the market, helped by other New Zealand exporters, because only through critical mass could we actually build enough impetus in the market to actually make this sustainable.
Yep. Another last challenge we faced was competitors. Holland is not that big. We absolutely have some competitors, and normally when companies like Hanos offer something new, we absolutely demand exclusivity. But in this case, from the start, we informed our competitors, and we inspired them to join us, to join this project. Because what we need is when Hanos is the only one in Holland supplying this Savina, the customer might think, okay, this is Hanos being silly again, and look at them. But we need other people to join us. And so it is more commonly accepted that Savina is there to stay, that Savina is a very nice and proper and healthy meal to have in a restaurant. So this year, colleagues in Holland and Belgium joined the project. But we need absolutely more companies that start offering a Savina.
Thanks, Ben. So those are the challenges. In terms of the opportunities, Ben, you might as well keep going there. So, the healthy food segment.
Yeah, the demand for healthy food is growing rapidly in Holland. Consumers are more and more aware of the essence to eat healthy. The former speakers also already told it. In Holland, it's no different from America. We have the same trend going on. A growing group of consumers starts caring about animal welfare and investigate the food they consume and are willing to pay for it. We bring Savina as free-range, healthy, lean, tender, nutritional, tasty, and of course, a trendy meal. Yep.
And this next point was a key one, wasn't it, in terms of the timing of 2014, is that the ostrich and the antelope in South Africa had been stopped because of food safety. And you thought that's when you approached us and said, hey, there's actually an opportunity now in terms of creating this new type of product.
Yeah, that's correct. In 2006, we tried to put farm deer on the menu, and that kind of, well, the first year was pretty good, but the second year was a complete disaster. 2014, we missed 8 species of antelope and we missed ostrich, and that gave us the perfect opportunity to launch the farm deer and later on Savina. So, well, we have a good replacement now for all these products. Ostrich comes back in, starts to come back in now, but ostrich still is not that popular as we have the Savina in popularity now. So, yeah, the chefs that like to work with these products, ostrich, antelopes, those are the first ones to choose for Savina. So we do have an audience. Yeah.
And the third point there, Savina's character, the integrated supply chain. We bought Ben over last year, we being Dins and ourselves. And at that point in time, Ben was using European venison alongside New Zealand venison. And after the end of that short, sharp week, Ben said, declared at the airport, I'm going to move New Zealand venison in and take European out. So, and it was, I think, Ben, the integrated supply chain, that the people in the room and the plants, just what you saw was obviously pretty impressive.
Yeah, of course it was impressive. There is a big difference when you have a very professional slaughterhouse, very professional farmers who do their job, so the industry is absolutely perfect. compare that with a guy with a gun on his back walking into the forest, shoot a deer, take the guts out in the field, take it on horseback, take it on the back of his car, and well, you can imagine that there's a big difference. So, but we have to treat Cervena as meat. It has nothing to do with wild. So I want to respect the game season, let the customers go for the game season, because you choose game for reasons. The animal has lived his life in complete freedom, so that's why people like to have venison. We have lots. We have wild boar in Holland, we have red deer, we have roe deer, so people in Holland are familiar with game, so we want to respect the game season and also the season that you eat it. But we also are not promoting Cervena in winter time. We just do the promotion in spring and summer. But the one point I disagree with, for example, the Dins, is that we have now this premium in 2014 and 15, and they like us to sell it only in spring and summertime, but the premium Cervena is there whole year. So I cannot say to my customers, well, you have had the chance of the premium until September. It is still there, but I'm not buying it anymore. You just have to deal with regular now. So we completely stopped with selling regular at the moment. We just chose to sell Cervena premium 12 months a year. And well, I think 2017, maybe 2018, we are that far that we can have both regular fresh and Cervena fresh into the product range 12 months a year. So I think that's quite a progress we make.
It'd be fair to say we haven't resolved this one yet, but it's certainly it's a suggestion that Ben has put forward, and it's hard to argue against someone saying you've got the shelf space, why are you going to take it off? But we're still working our way through that. I just see the last point there, the ongoing promotion. One thing we didn't mention before is that Ben's brought a whole wealth of material from his marketing department with the newspapers, with the Passion High magazines. I think there's 10 copies of each there, so he's keen to take you through those, and we'll find a desk downstairs to have those on during the rest of today, so he can take you through those. Yep. So those are opportunities in terms of the future. Some of these come from me, some of these come from Ben. The first one probably came from me, I think, Ben, which was to expand the sales volumes. So we're obviously very keen to do that. The second point is to review the sales period. That's what Ben just referred to as certainly it's a spring-summer campaign at the moment, as should we look to extend that. And Ben's, again, very insistent that the market collaboration needs to happen to make this work. He can't do it on his own. It needs to be all in, and that's why it's good to see Silverfern and Alliance also involved. These 3 C's, Ben, you're pretty keen to talk about those?
Well, we can talk about it, no problem. I'm here, so why not? The 3 C's, yeah, communication, cooperation and coordination, those are very important tools. Putting and creating this new market for Cervena is absolutely not easy. Don't think that is easy. We were alone, now we are with a couple of more parties, and I noticed that in New Zealand there is communication between the producers. There is good communication between the farmers. However, there is no communication on our point between the wholesalers, and that's, well, it kind of is a missed chance for me. So communication is very important. The same for cooperation. We order game, we might make a forecast in February for 10 shipments to come in, and you just decide based on some experience for 12 cuts to come in. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what the sales are going to be. I can steer a little bit with my promotions, but in the end the customer decides what he buys. When we have a cooperation going on and I have a shortage of a certain product, and we would have cooperation, I could call up my opponent and ask him, do you have leftovers? Can I take something from you? Why is that important? When the chef has something on the menu and I run out of product, it's absolutely not done to say, well, sorry, sir, you have to rechange your menu. I'm out of stock. So it would be perfect for me to cooperate with my colleagues and to try to give each other product when it is necessary. And well, that's a good form of cooperation. We now are for the third year in the project. We have a lot of experience now. We did very good things. We also experienced some minor points, but we learned, and we are still learning. But why invent the wheel all over again? So you would expect that the newcomers in this project would want some communication and some cooperation and at least talk to each other. That doesn't happen now, but I have hopes for the future that will come.
You're in the right place to have those conversations, so maybe today.
Yep.
Midnight, probably.
Yep.
And the coordination, again, is just someone in the market to pull it all together. So I think what Ben's saying is, hey, he's seeing what DINS is doing, he's seeing what the exporters are doing, working together, and he's saying, could we try and mirror that in marketplace and make this thing work better for common good? So the financial benefits, something that's near and dear to all of our hearts, is, why are we doing this? So we're obviously doing it to increase chilled sales, specifically April to September sales, which, just a reminder, is February to July production. That's the production period we're talking about. Across a whole range of 12 cuts, approximately $4 a kilo premium over frozen today, and we've got the view that as frozen rises that we can stay in that ballpark. So we'd say that today the business is delivering about 100 grand a year per annum. Obviously a lot of investment taking place towards that. And we still do see, with the 3 Cs that Ben's referring to, that the market in Holland alone can get up towards the $1 million mark in terms of annual premium. We do see, and we do hope, that the Dutch market can be a bit of a pioneer for other EU markets, and so therefore their premium could be extended beyond that. And again, just that point that the more product we pull out of frozen into chilled, we actually potentially lift the frozen market, so there's a double win there that comes out of that as well. So that's one of the reasons why we're doing it. So the last slide here to summarise what we've talked about and what we've learned. So again, we started 2006. 2007 we stopped. Ben said to me, he said to Dan and to Dins, he said, look, this needs to be a 3-year commitment. Otherwise, we're not going to start. So it is a multi-year commitment to get it established. It absolutely needs perseverance to create change. And we found someone in Ben here who has that perseverance, but also has an empathy for the New Zealand dairy industry, which I'm sure we just saw in our US speakers as well, where that is a unique trait we're looking for in our customers. They want to persevere, and they're willing to dig in and do it for the industry back here. Ben's commented they'd like to see the expansion across the other food service companies in Holland, so that Savannah becomes a mainstay product in the sphere during that, specifically the spring-summer period. And we'll leave it there with Ben's suggestion, request that perhaps we can do a better job communicating, cooperating and coordinating. I think that's us. Have we got time for questions? We'll get told we've got time for questions. 2. So any questions for Ben? Andy's got one here for you, Ben.
Ben, our larger processors in New Zealand penalise us for growing our carcasses too big, our young prime deer too big. Is there any resistance to the larger cuts amongst your Dutch restaurant customers?
I don't know what you mean with large.
Well, the prime for the German market is around a 50 to 60 kilo carcass. We get penalised if we grow our carcasses over 80 kilos, 85 kilos.
Yeah.
So they're what I call the larger cuts. If we're going to carry our young stock through to summer, then we can easily reach those weights. But is there any resistance from your customers for those larger cuts?
Well, there is a bit, because the premium is obviously a better quality product than the regular, and that is caused by the size of all the cuts. The size of all the cuts in the premium need to be the same. The same weight of a cut will mean the same structure of the meat is equality in tenderness. So when you go to bigger cuts, bigger haunches, saddles, or the parts, then you are conflicting with that. So there is, and I'm sure Jared can tell more about it, but there is an absolute maximum of prime cuts.
I think size is one thing, but I know you commented because we currently work on it under 2 years of age, but even under 3 years of age, you've commented about the colour, the lighter colour in the shelf, but certainly the piece size, and we do believe that follows through to eating quality as well. But it's quite apparent that if you look at a range of suspended product on the shelf, it is a lot paler colour, and we would say that's down to its younger age. Thanks for the question, Andy.
Janet Gregory, Land Care Trust. I'm working with farmers across the industry around environmental issues, and I noticed that you'd used Tim and Lucy leading environmental good practice in some of your promotion. How important to you is that story, and how can we work better to tell that farmer's story about what they're doing on farm and environmental sustainability?
That's a good question, thank you. We wrote a story about Tim and Lucy, just to create empathy among the chefs. I'm here now for the second time, and I've been on farms, and I was impressed by the professionality of it all. But my customers, our chefs, they don't know the story. So we have to tell them, try to give them a feeling how professional you all are, and that they are dealing with real professionals and not with a couple of small farmers just being busy with their hobby. You're professionals, and that's the story I want to tell, and that helps us selling the product, absolutely.
We'll need to stop there. Thank you so much, Jared and Ben, for your talk. A warm round of applause for our two speakers, please. We'll now take a break for morning tea, and if you could please be back here by 11:35. Thanks.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
There are a number of attributes that we have behind the product, taste, tenderness, succulence. What the consumer does demand is integrity of the promise. The promise must match the story. It also demonstrates our seriousness in regards to the word quality. You can say it, but we actually do it. And the consumer, you can't fool the consumer. What you say is what you do, and the consumers of the world need facts, and they need the story and the promise to match.
We're always looking at ways to improve our systems that we have on plant for selecting meat quality attributes and improving them. So we're always looking at things like raw material quality, what's happening behind the farm gate, what's happening in our production processes. Process hygiene is critical for us, and we really get involved quite heavily in the packaging side, working with various packaging companies, looking at ways that we can improve that chilled shelf life. We carry out a wide range of meat quality testing at our development centre in order to support the various research projects we've got operating across the supply chain. We do a lot of taste panel testing, looking at different meat quality attributes, primarily tenderness, succulence, aroma and flavour of our various meat product lines, and always looking at ways to improve those so the consumer gets a better eating experience. We're measuring shear force, or the amount of force that's required to push a tooth through a metal tooth through a meat sample. We carry out a lot of colour stability testing and meat colour testing with the aim of improving retail presentation in the marketplace, extending retail display life. So we'll age products as if they were on a boat heading to the marketplace, and then retail display them in the conditions that we'd expect our product to be displayed in. We produce a lot of chilled products for a wide range of markets, distant markets, and we need to produce product that has a good, robust shelf life. We're working with AgResearch and Beef and Lamb Genetics at the moment on a big project where we're looking at using hyperspectral imaging to predict traits such as colour, tenderness, eating quality, meat pH, and also nutritional type information, marbling intramuscular fat, and some of the healthfulness traits like fatty acid profiles, omega-3. Important work that we need to do. It supports our existing predictive meat quality systems that are more in the areas of meat productivity or yield. What we're looking to do is also be able to go beyond yield and improve meat eating quality and meat healthfulness for the consumer, produce a premium product.
Where the Development Service Centre comes into play regards taste testing, it's based on scientific measurements, it's objective, it is robust, and it proves the promise to improve the quality from the farm gate to the plate.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added a perfect balance to our Venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there is we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really, really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Wilkins Farming Company is a family-owned business located in northern Southland, New Zealand. The farming company supply a broad product range of top-quality agricultural produce, including venison, velvet, milk, lamb, wool, livestock genetics, cereal grains, grass seeds, and forage crops. The livestock aspect of the business has always included sheep, beef and deer, for which the family is now internationally recognised as world leaders. The family pride themselves on long-term commitment to invest in top-performing genetics across all species. However, deer remains their trademark. Deer farming commenced in 1980 and in the 1990s saw the formation of a fully recorded herd originally sourced from Eastern European, German and English red deer genetics. The aim has always been to develop a composite herd from the various breeds that demonstrated the best of the combined attributes for venison, velvet and trophy antlers. The farming company has always believed that modern technology can be applied to improve results and has invested heavily in research and development, which includes ultrasound and CT scanning, as well as numerous other field and animal trials. All animals are DNA parent and progeny tested to ensure they have an accurate record of their sire's performance. Electronic identification is also used to track growth rates. This is not only to identify the top meat producers, but also to identify the sires that are producing high-value primal cuts, good muscle conformation, and other desirable genetic attributes. 2 of the deer herds run on easy rolling country, while a third runs on steep tussock blocks in northern Southland. The deer unit at Athol has a modern selling complex which hosts the annual sale attended by farmers, industry professionals and international chefs. After 30 plus years of careful management, the results are there for all to see. They have a herd of 14 to 1500 fully genetically recorded breeding hinds
renowned for the production of both high-quality venison and velvet. Wilkins Farming Company provide on-farm field days for their commercial clients to continue to improve the industry with the latest research and trends. As the operation moves into its 5th decade, the Wilkins Farming Company continues to produce some of New Zealand's best quality agricultural products whilst fostering strong relationships with local, national and international partners to support potential future opportunities.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really, really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
Would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
Poison, to stop the rats from taking over. They breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Yeah, our hay barn cops the brunt of a lot of the weather up here. One year we lost
all the freshly picked cherries that we had sitting in storage that were
perfectly ready for shearing. If it hadn't been for the header tank up in the ceiling, borecock broke, high pressure, 10 minutes later.
The loud bang and the flagon pourer hit me in the nuts and I nearly doubled over with pain.
Hurts for about 5 minutes and then, over the next few weeks it'll drop off.
For advice on protecting yourself, as well as everything else on your farm or business, talk to FMG.
Naturally, they looked at our claim and, yeah, it was all legit, so they paid up.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Next time, eh?
When you love food, you make it well. And when it's this well made by nature, you take care of it and where it comes from. Sharing only the best with the ones that matter the most. This is what we're made of.
We're a bank founded by farmers.
Yeah, hey barn.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
There are a number of attributes that we have behind the product, taste, tenderness, succulence, but what the consumer does demand is integrity of the promise. The promise must match the story. It also demonstrates our seriousness in regards to the word quality. You can say it, but we actually do it. And the consumer, you can't fool the consumer. What you say is what you do, and the consumers of the world need facts, and they need the story and the promise to match.
We're always looking at ways to improve our systems that we have on plant for selecting meat quality attributes and improving them. So we're always looking at things like raw material quality, what's happening behind the farm gate, what's happening in our production processes. Process hygiene is critical for us, and we really get involved quite heavily in the packaging side, working with various packaging companies, looking at ways that we can improve that chilled shelf life. We carry out a wide range of meat quality testing at our development centre in order to support the various research projects we've got operating across the supply chain. We do a lot of taste panel testing, looking at different meat quality attributes, primarily tenderness, succulence, aroma and flavour of our various meat product lines, and always looking at ways to improve those so the consumer gets a better eating experience. We're measuring shear force, or the amount of force that's required to push a tooth through a metal tooth through a meat sample. We carry out a lot of colour stability testing and meat colour testing with the aim of improving retail presentation in the marketplace, extending retail display life. So we'll age products as if they were on a boat heading to the marketplace, and then retail display them in the conditions that we'd expect our product to be displayed in. We produce a lot of chilled products for a wide range of markets, distant markets, and we need to produce product that has a good robust shelf life. We're working with AgriSearch and Beef and Lamb Genetics at the moment on a big project where we're looking at using hyperspectral imaging to predict traits such as colour, tenderness, eating quality, meat pH, and also nutritional type information, marbling intramuscular fat, and some of the healthfulness traits like fatty acid profiles, omega-3. Important work that we need to do. It supports our existing predictive meat quality systems that are more in the areas of meat productivity or yield. What we're looking to do is also be able to go beyond yield and improve meat eating quality and meat healthfulness for the consumer, produce a premium product.
Where the Development Service Centre comes into play in regards to taste testing, it's based on scientific measurements, it's objective, it is robust, and it proves the promise to improve the quality from the farm gate to the plate.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or ServIQ. Back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. We're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. The other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just
Q&A session and half. So in 10 minutes we're going to have the company presentations and then a Q&A session, and to do justice to that, what we're going to do is have a short Q&A with our in-market partners now for 10 minutes, and that will give you a chance to ask questions specifically that relate to the in-market partnerships, and then I'll hand back to Marianne, and she'll take us. She'll host the the company presentations from the people you deal with from an export focus. So I know there were a number of questions being channelled around down there at morning tea. So now's your opportunity with Ben and Mark and Rod here to ask them the sort of questions that you think are valid. The things that really come to mind for me from this morning are the words professionalism, execution, good stories, the sheer degree of investment that's required in market that backs up what we have to do on farm, and the margins. I think Mark had a thing up there about 1%, pretty skinny margins. We're all in the same boat here. Farming margins are skinny and processing margins are skinny. So I'm happy to open up. Right, questions? Yep, Graham.
Yeah, I'd like to put this to Ben and Gerald. Just enjoyed the presentation just before tea. It's pretty exciting what you're doing, and I realise it's an embryonic stage at the present moment. But just like to know if you can give us any facts or figures as to just how you're going with it. Are you making progress? Are you getting people actually onto the concept? Are you increasing sales? What's your gut feeling about, you've got a 3-year basically timeline to get this thing off the ground. You're going to stick with it after 3 years? Is it going to really get traction? And I must say I congratulate you on not taking the exclusive approach and actually incorporating, working with other competitors. We New Zealanders are not very good at that sort of thing. But I think that's great, and that's bloody good thinking.
Thank you for the question. Well, to give a quick number of figures, we started in 2014 with 8,000 kilos. 2015 we ordered 15, managed to sell 12,000 kilos. 2016 we have a forecast for 20,000 kilos, and obviously I don't know what we are going to sell, but we do our best. So yeah, those are the figures I can tell you so far, but project is still going on. We do not have the intention to stop after 3 years. After 3 years it's really getting interesting, so we are not stepping out while the most enjoyable part starts. About the exclusivity, well, normally we're very keen to have exclusivity, but not on this. We need partners, we need more companies joining us in the project. We really love that. My expectations were at the beginning of the project in 2014, have all these marketing tools used on the Savina project, but there are not many parties in Holland, wholesalers, who can give a forecast in February for the rest of the spring and summer season. So I kind of expected, at least by now, that some other importers would provide regular, that our competitors got the chance to step in with regular. And in the end, after a couple of years, even frozen would be an idea for selling in spring and summer. Funny thing what happened is that there are no importers bringing the regular now, but my customers start ordering frozen. So at the moment we are facing a Savina project with a premium, and customers who like to offer a low budget main course, they just choose for frozen regular. At the moment my stocks are completely empty, so I told Jared to send some quick because we have the demand for frozen. So we are getting onto it, and I really enjoy the way how things are going at the moment. So I'm absolutely satisfied. Yeah.
Thank you, Andy. Rod mentioned natural and organic, and Ben referred to free range. What do our customers believe the difference is? And
well, it's interesting that you asked that. It really depends on who is interested, on how well educated that they actually are. And so in some cases, buzzwords at the point of sale are really what drive the purchase. So they may see the word free range and not even know what that means, but think that it's better than other alternatives. And so, you know, I would tell you that the average consumer in America is really looking more for the buzzwords on the product that they buy than really truly understanding what they are. And the other thing that's happening is that a lot of the larger food manufacturers are buying smaller companies and keeping their brands in place. And so the consumer that goes and thinks he's buying something from one of these smaller organic brands is really actually buying from a very large corporate entity. And if that corporate entity had branded their product with their logo on it instead of the small family logo, the product wouldn't be sold. And so there's a little bit of I don't know if I'd call it a bait and switch going on, but there's a high premium and a high motivation to brand things with attributes that people will pay more money for, versus making a value judgment on which of those attributes is better or not. I hope that answers your question.
Yep, up the back.
Yeah, probably a question for Mark or any of the guys in the US. We've had Savannah appellation in there for seems like forever. How important is it now, and how important is it going forward with the assurances and the quality specifications that it entails, or we think it entails?
Well, I think it's super important that Savannah has been, I think it's set the bar, it's set the standard. Chefs demand it, they don't want anything else. I think now is our prime time to grow this market, and I think we're very confident with the product, the way it's packed and way all the packers, again, this is a mutual thing where all the processors are packing to the same standard, and I think what it's done is lifted the bar across of chance of any other competition coming through, and I think we've set the stage where we can really grow this market, especially in the Savannah and across all cuts out of the animal. So I think it's super important, and we were in the program when it wasn't Savannah, and we've been in the program with Savannah, and if we put in anything else, we'd get crucified. I mean, it's set the bar very high. So I think something that has a real future.
Okay, quick question from Bill. I'm going to cut it off one more after Bill, and that's it. Quick questions.
I'll be quick. This is probably for our American friends. You will have picked up, we are concerned that we're going to, if not short the market, but we're not going to be providing as much product into our potential markets as we have in the past. I wonder if you'd like to expand on what your plans are for dealing with it. We have had mentioned a couple of years ago the idea, now it's a different term in the States because we talk about an entree as probably the starter, focusing more on smaller pieces. And the second part of the question would be for the dot man. Would you like a secondary job taking over the transport management in New Zealand? Because 3 days all over the States is twice as quick as I can get something from one end of the country to the other.
Yeah,
thank you.
Well, let me first just say my wife left the building, so I think she's looking at housing in the local area already. So, but anyway, to answer your first question, I would tell you that from a supply standpoint, there's with the chart I had put up regarding the 2009-2010 crash, at that point in time, a lot of the restaurants went to smaller portion sizes. They went to specials, they went to promotions to try to keep people going into the restaurants. And that strategy really worked. And I think that as you look at supply, it's really going to come down to, where do you want your highest value cuts to end up? Do you want them to end up in Europe, or do you want them to end up in North America? And the market will probably ultimately tell you where that product should go. And there is an appetite in America for a lot of these chefs that are getting really creative and using venison on the menu. We're seeing a lot more of it. And so I think that, the cuts being what they are and the type of product that's being sold and the type of clientele that they're serving, you're talking about people that go into a restaurant looking for a unique experience. And if they're wanting something that they've always gotten, they're going to order a steak. But if they want something different, they're going to order the venison. So I think that there is a robust market there for innovation and for high-end cuts and products. So the better the industry can do in merchandising those types of cuts to chefs in America, I think the more, the higher price point that we can get, and the higher price point I think would then lead to having more of the supply come to the U.S.
Excellent. One quick one there in the front. Oh, sorry. Oh, Tim. Oh, that's a drink bottle. Sorry. It's hard on the light. Yep, Graham. Yep, just.
While we're just getting that next question, I'd just like to answer a question that I've been asked quite a bit about the strength of the US economy. just last week, Warren Buffett, the chairman of Berkshire Hathaway, stood up at the annual general meeting, and the question was, what's going to happen in November with the presidential election? And the reality is his answer was quite stable. He said the US economy is in good footing. He said that things are tracking well as far as they're concerned, and he said he's really not concerned who wins in November. He said the economy is growing, unemployment is at its lowest it's been, that there's some good dynamics going on there. So from where we're sitting in marketing, pushing high-end quality protein, it looks like the future's looking pretty positive. And that was, what Warren Buffett has to say pretty much has a lot of feel for where things are in the US. So I just want to throw that comment in for the next question.
Good, thanks, Mark. Yep, quickly, Graham.
Yeah, my question is, we've talked a little bit about this morning about telling the story, and Glenn showed us, one of you showed us about the importance of, closing the box and what the presentation is. Are we actually putting the stories inside the box? I mean, we could tell a story. We've got a story to tell. Are we actually doing it so that when they open the box, the story is there? That can be then passed on to their customers around the restaurants?
Well, you're actually, the story's there. The story is on the box. I mean, all the boxes on the box have been ticked, antibiotic, all natural, free range, no hormones, it's all there. The story really has to go right back to the table. The salesperson is at the table. The wait staff is what's selling, it's really selling the item and how the menu reads. That's the key, and that's where a lot of work's being put at the moment. It's called front of the house training, and that's part of the goal, part of the challenge that we have.
I think it would be highly variable depending on which restaurant and how invested that chef is in the story. One of the things that we're seeing right now in the organic space is that some manufacturers are putting a QR code on the box itself, and in some cases on the packaging, and someone with a smartphone can hit that QR code and it will tell the story on their phone and play a video and those types of things. So some of the more innovative companies out there are correlating the story with the premium that their product commands, and have it in a way that technology will enable. And again, that may or may not make sense for this industry, but we've seen it already, and people like Whole Foods and some of these other big retailers are eating it up. So I think there could be some opportunities to get creative in how the story is told on the packaging.
I'll just add to that. Perhaps just specifically to your question too, we are actually putting information sheets inside cartons for chefs. We're putting them in English and in French for a French client. And we worked with Mark on putting, in addition to that, small cheat cards. So the cheat cards aim specifically at the wait staff. So that's got the 4 key points, 4 key attributes of our product and our story that they can tell to people in the restaurant if they're trying to help them in a decision on which product they should order.
Mm. Yeah, and I think we'll hear more about, no, sorry Graham, I'm going to have to cut you off this. We're going to hear more about this in the marketing session now, but I'd just like to draw this to a close and thank you very much, Ben and Mark and Rod, for making it a big trip to New Zealand. We appreciate you seeing in person. There's nothing like being able to shake hands and have a yarn and have a beer, and we'll see you tonight. But thanks for your time and your very professional presentations this morning.
Hi, so we'll continue now with the remainder of the venison marketing session. So what we'll do for the next hour or so is that I'll take you through an overview of DIN's activity, what we've been up to. You'll then hear from the remaining exporters, Katrina Allen from Alliance, Sharon Angus from Silver Fern Farms, and then concluding with John Sadler from Mountain River Venison. We'll then do what we've done similarly just now and have some time for some questions. So first, giving you an update on what we've been doing at DIN's, and we can really divide our work program into 2 key groups. And the one I'll talk to first is about what we're doing in the Passion to Profit program. So there are 2 key work streams that we're concentrating on. And you've heard a little bit about the first one, which is about trialling Savannah into summer menus into the Benelux, which Ben and Jared have touched on already. And I'll pick up on this in a little bit as well. The second is about understanding where our next market might be And we've kicked off some research in the last 6 months, understanding a little bit more about perceptions of venison in China. So firstly, thinking about the first project, trialling Savannah in the summer. We're now in year 2 of this pilot. Our objective here is to, this year in 2016, we're wanting to hit a target of 80 metric tonnes with this trial. We'll need to look at this with the supply situation and see if we're still in a good place to hit that. Overall, with the program, we're wanting to see a lift of 5% in chilled venison sales under the Savannah appellation into the Benelux. So the trial in 2016 is quite different to where we were last year. So you've heard from Ben this morning about First Light partnering with their importer Kiplama and then with Hanos to introduce this concept of eating Savannah as a summer item. And also, I should add, Silverfern Farms and Luyten Food were also involved in this trial last year too. So now in 2016, we're really pleased with being able to expand and take on the many learnings that we gained in 2015. So this year, we've got 3 exporters working together, First Light, Silverfern Farms and Alliance Group. And I'll refer to a little bit in this presentation about the marketing working group. And when I'm talking about the marketing working group, I'm talking about all of our exporters. So Duncan New Zealand and Mountain River are also involved in this trial. So each of the exporters work with their particular importer, Kiplama, Luyten Food and Bimpex Meat. And in turn, they then work with their wholesaler. So great to have Alliance on board. They're working predominantly in the Belgian market with their importer, Bimpex Meat, and then with the Belgian wholesaler, Metro. So the way DINS is working on this trial is in many ways. And one that I'll talk to you about is about getting some commonality in how we communicate the Savannah appellation story out to the market, and also anchoring Savannah to the summer season. And we've got 2 key jobs here. We want to create some commonality of messages that all our participating companies can use that really do communicate the story of the Savannah appellation in a consistent way. So we've produced a small amount of baseline material which talks about anchoring Savannah into summer, and also about explaining the appellation's attributes. So really giving those credentials about the product, that it's free range, grass-fed, that the animal welfare practices set it apart, that the processing standards set it apart. And what that means for the chef is that they have guaranteed tenderness every time. So with that baseline of communication materials, our exporters and partners in their market then use them and adapt them for their particular promotional campaign. So we don't direct what those individual promotional campaigns are. That is done with the exporter and the wholesaler in question. And they adapt our materials and also bring in some of their own communication messages. So what you've got up here are some examples. On the right, you've got an example of what Alliance and Metro are doing together. In the middle are some examples from First Light and Hanos, and then to the last one is Silverfern Farms and Luyten and their wholesaling partners. So you'll see there is some commonality of messaging. There's some commonality around look and feel, so that there is consistent message delivered to our target market of chefs about what Savannah stands for, and that Savannah is suitable for summer. So I'm going to leave P2P there for now, and Sharon and Katrina will also pick this up in their talks as well, talking more about the Savannah trial. So I'll move on to the next part of the P2P program, which is about the research that we're doing looking into the China market. So what we're doing there is really understanding what a feasible market entry strategy might look like if we were to enter China with Savannah or with New Zealand venison. And we're really in the early days of exploring and understanding more of the market so we can really fine-tune our target. We've had 6 months of research underway now, and what we've done is that we've talked to Chinese consumers in 3 cities. We've also talked to Chinese chefs, and we've also talked to Western chefs working in 5-star hotels. And we've found some really challenging insights that have come back from that research. I'll touch on a few of them. The first one is that there is experience and there is knowledge of eating venison in China, but it's not particularly rosy. The Chinese consumers that we've spoken to have had experience of eating venison, but it's usually been the byproduct, I should say always been the byproduct, of the velvet trade out of North China. And look, it's quite a gamey, tough, chewy meat and cooked in quite long casserole-style applications. So their impressions of venison does not match how we're wanting to position it as a premium meat. There's work to be done there. The second is around the reluctance to trial and taste meat which is cooked medium rare. And you all know that Savannah is at its best when it's cooked medium rare. That's when you really get that tenderness coming through. So we need to re-look now and understand how we can overcome some of these issues that have come up and come up with creative solutions and workarounds that give us an entry into still working with this market. So the marketing working group are keen to keep exploring this opportunity and to start learning more about what are the potential applications that we could use which might get around some of these issues that we've heard about. Are there more bone-in cuts that we could look at, or applications like hamburgers that might help us get that initial starting point? The other is about attitudes will change when it comes to red meat. That will come in time, but we may need to look at serving Savannah or New Zealand venison in a different way. So we need to look beyond those kind of steak cuts that we might have thought initially and think about cuts which are suitable for sharing and suitable for eating with chopsticks, and kind of really relook at things on how we might go and take on this market in a collaborative manner. So still more work to be done here is my kind of key message on this one. Very much a work in progress, it's early days. So I'll leave P2P now and talk about, when we're not working on P2P at DINS, the other areas of work that we concentrate on. So there's 4 pillars of work that we look to achieve. Supporting account development in Europe, supporting account development in North America, joint promotion with our exporters, and then a small amount of funds is directed to promotional support in New Zealand. All of these pillars of work are supported by DINS services, and the best way to describe that is that we concentrate a lot here on chef resources, so really getting Graham Brown out in the market to our customers, and also working more and more now with Chef Shannon Campbell, who's a Kiwi chef based up in Berlin, who we're able to call upon now and use as a backup for Graham when Graham's not available to be in market. In terms of European key account development, what we're doing there, and our focus has shifted slightly this year. We're looking to focus on maintaining and growing our key accounts in Germany, but also supporting market diversification outside of Germany. We're not so much concentrating on the PR strategy that we have done more so in the last few years, for a number of reasons. But for this year, we're looking to support these 2 aims by really bumping up our chef support. So having Graham go up into market twice a year, and also having Shannon Campbell available to work with our existing customers with a lot more flexibility and availability. The chefs help with menu development, looking at how we can use neglected cuts to get more buy-in. So looking at the shoulder cuts, looking at lead cuts, and coming up with innovative ways on how they could be used. We're also supporting through introducing the concept of New Zealand venison to the next generation of chefs that are coming through in culinary schools. And then there's the more day-to-day things, the promotional material support, keeping up to date on brochures, websites, banners, that type of thing. And a smaller percentage of our time now is dedicated to PR, so working with the press to make sure good things are said about New Zealand venison in the media. New Zealand promotional activity is our smallest area of focus, but we do focus on communicating 3 key messages to the New Zealand public: that venison's easy to cook, widely available, and it's suitable for everyday meals. And how we go about that is that we partner with a small amount of chefs each year to develop recipes that we can then get out into the media, get out into magazines, newspapers, on TV and on radio to help get awareness up. So this year we've been working with a chef called Tom Hishin, who has a restaurant called Orphan's Kitchen in Auckland, and Tom was recently named Chef of the Year in the Metro magazine. He's the grandson of a deer farmer, and he's created us a great bunch of recipes that we're getting really good traction with in the media. Towards the end of the year, we'll start working with a second group of chefs to, similar to Tom, come up with some new recipes to get out into the media, and then also we're going to do a few consumer events too. So something like Auckland Restaurant Month to allow an opportunity to showcase venison, partnering with a chef and with a restaurant. I'll spend a little bit more time talking about the US activity, and you would have heard, from Rod and from Mark about the good work that's going on there, and I'll just give the perspective of how DINS is assisting with that happening. So some of you may know that we now have Nigel Morris, based full-time working for Dairy Industry New Zealand up in Los Angeles. So Nigel had worked with the industry in a part-time capacity for a number of years, and we're now able to have him working full-time. And I'm going to talk a bit about how Nigel supports the market, but look, first of all, let's just look how we are tracking with exports. In 2012, we sold 1,400 tonnes of total venison into the US. Now in 2015, year ending September 2015, we've seen a real growth phase there with a 70% increase to 2,410. Looking at chilled venison exports, we also see some really great progress there. 2012, USA was in third place, year ending September 2015. They're now in that leading position. Some great progress there, and the growth has been at a really good sustainable pace. If we think of Nigel Morris being that pink arrow up the top, I'll just describe a little bit how he works with our partners in market. So Nigel is our man on the ground who really helps with business development, and his real role is to make, for these partners in market, broadly, who you heard from earlier with Mark Mitchell, the Lamb Cooperative, Mark's Foods, Sierra and Terra Pacific Marketing, who are some examples. It's to make the job of selling venison as easy as possible, and he will do that in many ways. He'll sometimes work directly with distributors or redistributors, similar to Dot Foods and Rob, and also he'll work directly with end users too, so with chefs. The way in which Nigel and also Graham will go about doing this is many. So first is about promoting products, understanding how we can add more value to a menu, and often Nigel will have requests with his partners about what cuts can you give me and what applications can you give me that hit a certain price point. And Graham and Nigel will look at some cuts with the partner and come up with some recipe ideas, and then go and do a customer presentation and track that through and refine that concept for the customer. He'll also work on the more traditional point of sale material to get the message out there, recipe cards, brochures, websites, that type of thing. Again, our main focus is on really giving great chef resources, and Graham Brown is in the US right now with a full program for the next couple of weeks. So having the chefs available is fantastic, and we get really good traction when Graham gets in front of our customers. When Graham's not available, we have a small pool of backup chefs that we can call upon as well. Graham and Nigel do a lot of education type classes as well when they can. So getting in front of that next generation of chefs, carrying out customer training, so improving the product knowledge of Savannah and New Zealand venison to sales reps, and then lastly events. So this week Nigel will be manning a stand at the National Restaurant Association trade show in Chicago. It's a Savannah venison stand, and he'll have a day with each of the key partners in that stand. So I've talked about how Nigel and Dins and Graham support our partners in really maintaining our current customers and helping them grow. Another part of the role is about how we go about acquiring new customers with our partners, and Nigel will help assist in identifying channels where he sees there could be a good opportunity for Savannah venison, New Zealand venison. So fine dining is really that cornerstone for Savannah. It's really where we want to have it positioned. We get that premium cachet there, working with those types of Michelin star restaurants. But there are other sub-channels too where we can grow Savannah venison or New Zealand venison with more volume. So casual dining. So for example, getting into those burger chains, into those barbecue restaurants. So a cut like trim can sell for more in the US market than it can in some of the European markets. So there's still good premium to be taken from that type of channel. And then also another channel we're looking into with a little bit more detail now is the opportunities that exist in premium catering. And that picture I've got up there is of the lunchroom at Google. And these types of customers are where we're seeing really good potential for volume growth. So I've put up a couple of names there that you may be familiar with. And the thing I found really interesting is that there are loads of these types of companies in the US where there's thousands of people on site, professionals who are working crazy hours and trying to come up with the next big thing. And the employers really want to give them great restaurant-style menus. There's the story of Savannah works really well in these channels. And today, Graham is actually with a distributor doing a demonstration which will have customer representatives in the crowd from Facebook and from Google. So it's a really good channel for us, and we're seeing really good traction here, and it's in good sustainable growth. So to finish, just a couple of key messages to leave you with. The P2P program is really exciting, and it's great to be able to trial these new initiatives, but it's not without its challenges. And I'd really like to thank our exporting partners for the patience and support that they're giving us as we work through these trials. We don't always have the answers, and we have to work out a lot of how we will deal with obstacles as we come. So I really do appreciate it. The second are the challenges we're facing next in the continuity of supply. We have a challenging situation ahead of us, and our exporters are faced with really tough decisions on servicing our new markets and also keeping up supply to their existing markets. The P2P program has set modest goals in terms of volumes. We want to open up these markets and understand the opportunity and build them and have them ready for when the supply situation does turn the corner. And lastly, the focus on the US market is going well. There's strong growth potential, there's good sustainable growth, and the industry should feel very pleased that we have a sustainable number 2 market up our sleeve now. So thank you, I'll finish there, and I'll now hand over to Katrina Allen.
Good morning. Today I'd like to give you a progress report on Alliance's involvement in the Savannah to Europe campaign, part of the P2P strategy to increase the premium chilled return beyond the traditional game season. So this is the first year that Alliance has been involved in directly involved with the introduction of Savannah into Europe. But we believe in the objectives of the program, and we were really keen to get involved. So we're really familiar with the graph on the right there. Does that pointer work? Or is it this other one? Flash one. We all know this graph here. The red line there, that's our farm gate venison pricing. You see when it peaks here, it's actually coinciding with when our production dips. So we've got so many farmers here missing out on this premium pricing. We want to expand that pricing model out here so we can get more farmers involved where the price is high. So our in-market challenges, we do have those. Savannah needs to be clearly positioned away from New Zealand venison, which is performing exceptionally well in the game season. Savannah should not have any connection with venison, Hertvinlees, Viansurf. These are traditional translations, French and Flemish, for game season venison. So DINS undertook independent market research late last year, and our marketing efforts have been built around what we've learnt from this. Our positioning territory is let the product speak for itself. Simple, modern cuisine, perfect for authentic summer dining. And what did we find out from the diners? It's interesting, the note first there, it is more important how the animals are raised rather than where they are from. So New Zealand no longer has the same pulling power. We can no longer just put product of New Zealand on our packaging and sit back and wait for sales to happen. To connect with customers, we need to tell the story of how the animals were raised in stressless, free-range, pasture-fed environments. Savannah tastes great and it is good for me. The Savannah guidelines for the summer campaign determine the style of photography and the colour palette to be used. So even though we are undertaking different campaigns from Silver Fir and First Light, the underlying concepts are the same. By maintaining the compulsory elements of the summer promotion, we can therefore get more impact as a group, more bang for your buck. And these concepts are not to be replicated outside of the summer campaign, which this further helps differentiate Savannah from game season venison. So from our market research, we've got our core summer message here, the taste of summer. With a delicate texture and taste, Savannah lends itself to a lighter, contemporary cuisine that will surprise and delight your diners. Savina gives you the scope to create anything from the gloriously complex to the stunningly simple. The season will run from March to August. 4 Seasons will be our brand we're using in Europe. This is currently the same brand we use for Savina in the USA. It's positioned away from Pure South, our existing brand in Europe. And that gives us a clear distinction, again, between Savina and game season. So the message is, enjoy Savina whites in season and its very best, and then it's gone, similar to oysters and other seasonal produce. The selection of our in-market partners was an important one, and there we are. And we're extremely fortunate to get the support of Metro Belgium. Now, Metro are one of the top 10 retailers in the world, specialising in supplying top quality product to professionals in the food service industry. First step, get everyone on board. So in February, we invited Pascal Gillison, who is the head of meat purchasing for Metro Belgium, to visit New Zealand. It is so very important we get the complete buy-in from the decision makers, as you cannot underestimate the extra lengths these people are going to in the market to give our campaign the best chance of success. We visited Minaret Station near Wanaka, a simply stunning background to showcase the natural environment of 4 Seasons Savina. Here Graham Brown joined us at Minaret Lodge, and he prepared 5 exquisite summer dishes, each one perfectly presenting the lighter, fresher cuisine of summer. You can see a couple of examples there. So our launch date was planned to begin with a presentation and tasting event in Brussels. Graham Brown and Shannon Campbell, our 2 chefs, arrived 2 days prior to begin the preparation. The New Zealand ambassador had agreed to attend and speak at the event. It was great to have him there. He's New Zealand ambassador for the EU, and it really gave some gravitas to our presentation. Invitations were sent, and we had an excellent response to see the variety of people we had coming. Everything was ready to go. But then, the morning of the 22nd of March, these 3 men walked into Brussels airport, creating what would be the deadliest act of terrorism in Belgium's history. After the third explosion, Metro banned all non-essential travel for their staff in Brussels. Brussels was in lockdown and our launch event was abandoned. Could we have picked a worse day? Yeah, maybe the day before, because the next day, that day, we would have been at the airport then, and who knows what would have happened. But it was hugely disappointing for all of us there, but it really paled in significance to the tragedy of that day for the Belgian people. Onwards and upwards for us, though. The next day, the boys were back. We went to a Kirschlager. They had a tasting for the Kirschlagers group just outside of Brussels this time. Now, the Kirschlagers are an exclusive group of independent butchers who are well known for being the barbecue specialists. Not just anyone can become a Kirschlager. They are subject to unannounced audits 2 to 3 times a year, and where they are graded to a very high criteria. If they fail, they lose their membership without the chance of ever getting it back. So they really are the elite butchers of Belgium, and they take their meat very seriously. We received some really positive feedback from this event, and since then they've published a full-page report on the event in their monthly magazine. A great photo there on the right with their 2 chefs and one of the main Kirschlagers in the middle, just looking really happy and enthusiastic to be there on that day. Metro will continue to follow through with them with targeted offers. Now here's a selection of the dishes that were prepared for the launch. Now, But don't underestimate just how different these recipes are to the usual preparation of venison in Europe. We've got some European sausages on the right there that Graham did, and the rack on the left. It's completely different cuisine to the traditional game season cuisine, which tends to be heavier and heartier, more suited to the cold European, northern European winters. On the right there, you can see venison tartare. It's a very European dish, traditionally prepared with raw minced beef with a raw egg blended through. New Zealand venison lends itself very nicely to this dish. Something you can't knock until you try it. It really is, with venison, it is superb. And Graham did a great job replicating that dish. So for 2 weeks, we had in-store testing at every Metro store in Belgium. On the right, you can see Jeroen de Moly. He works for our importer, Bimpex Meats, and he's explaining the attributes of Savina. It's really important we have butchers talking to butchers, chefs talking to chefs, to get the level of buy-in required to change the preconceived ideas surrounding Savina. So we'll continue with the communications program, all part of the ongoing campaign to keep Savina in the minds of the consumer right throughout the Savina season. There's a wide variety of communications events to happen here, right from the promo folders, emailing, and of course social media, which is always important. So the activation of the Jeunes Restaurateurs is the next step. The Jeunes Restaurateurs is an association of young, talented restaurateurs aged between 23 and 42. They're selected for their talent and passion for their profession. Most importantly, they're open to new ideas and products and are therefore the perfect match to bring on board at this stage. Here's some examples of the promotional material that has already been put together by Metro with the help of the P2P promotional collateral supplied by DINS, which Marianne touched on earlier. None of this would be possible without the support from DINS. I know our in-market partners have truly appreciated the level of support they have received and the quality of the collateral material provided to them. The Savina.be website is now launched. It's in 2 languages, Flemish and French. Here the customer can find out summer recipes, the latest events surrounding Savina, and where they can buy it from, most importantly. So far so good with our Savina in Europe campaign. It is an uphill ride and we're really pushing against tradition. But it's still early days. I don't have any sales figures yet for you. We've only really been going a month. But we're going to really build on the momentum gained and to try and take it forward into next year's Savina season. So we're really on board with it now. We just see what goes on. So thank you for your time.
Hi everybody, I'm Sharon Angus from Silver Fern Farms, and we haven't been able to have our customers here today, but the next best thing is we've got videos of them talking to you because we think it's really important that you hear from our partners. 2 things that I sort of learnt this morning from the 2 first presentations, and something that really resonated with me is you've got to have a shared vision. And I thought even if you're talking about in farming, we found that very much in our business 5 years ago, we had to have a vision that was a motive. And that was about having inspirational food created by passionate people. And very proud to hear someone that's on the line last night talk with passion about food. Not meat, not slaughterhouses, not processors. It's all about food. So that's been really important in our cultural change for the company. The other thing that I really resonated with me this morning is the fact that you actually have to influence. You have to influence your customers and you have to influence your consumers. You can't just, like the gentleman this morning from Robobank said, point at them and say, this is grass-fed, this is pasture-raised, this is New Zealand, this is fantastic. You really have to work out how you connect with them. So about 18 months ago, we looked at how we could position pasture-raised venison from New Zealand far better. And that means that we actually did the research on what it meant for the consumer and the key customer, our chef, what their needs were. And we've come up with an idea and had worked on for the last year of sort of a film, because a picture tells 100 words or 100 stories. And we've found with our consumer over there that we actually have to resonate with what they're seeing. So it was about showing how the animal lives to differentiate it from game, showing what sort of feed they actually get so that they consistently have great feed. So what was important in the farming stories and how we connect and tell that farming story, which I've heard a lot of you say this morning, it was the fact that it was fresh, that it was pasture-raised, that it was this elegant, agile animal that was farmed free. And that was the difference. And we need that story of those farmers, of yourselves. What is important for what I liked hearing from the Americans today was a polished chef. A polished that you're not high premium anymore. Lifestyles have changed. And we can't just be thinking of targeting that 5-star restaurant. We've got to change with the lifestyles of our consumers. And the chefs that we're targeting, and it is a chef that wants a fresh edge for their menu. I heard them sort of say they're looking for something different with venison, that it creates fresh opportunities and possibilities away from just the traditional beef and lamb. And that you need it to show that it's versatile and lean, that it's got a beautiful, delicate flavour, and that actually gives them, our chef, targeted chef, freedom to create. So that's how we're going to be telling our story to the world about venison. And I suppose what's really important here is to look at what actually is going to make the money for us, because there is lots of opportunities and we've got to focus, and there is a shortage of supply. The bottom line is what we get for a frozen leg. The next line is what we get for a chilled leg. Somewhere in between is what we get for total chilled for Harika. We've just launched in Germany with retail. The dot is what we will get for frozen, not chilled, portion packs in retail. And the top line, which we already sell 90 tonne in after 5 years hard work, is what we get for chilled leg products in New Zealand. So we've got to focus on what is the right cuts, how we get more value, and where we can sell them for the most price. Germany, this is our big opportunity, just launched. We've launched, and the thing that we've found is you've got to have an evoked set. You've got to have beef, lamb and venison, and that's in food service and that's in retail. New Zealand is tiny, as we heard this morning, and we've got to be able to have enough facings to make a difference and be seen. We've launched lamb and venison, and beef gets launched in June. So for us, and it was working out what was the messages that we're going to say to the Germans, how do we talk to Germans, because you can't assume that they just think like New Zealanders, and who are we segmenting? So what it says there is promising a special taste experience from pasture-raised New Zealand venison. We did a lot of detailed research about 3 or 4 years ago when we decided this was one of our key markets. We could get the right consumer with the right price per kilo, with a higher socioeconomic, and people that were wanting this sort of product. What was interesting when we did the research is we identified that strongly they associate with an environmental, but this was not translating into animal welfare. Now we know with our millenniums, and just even at Anuga last year, very, very important to them how the animal's raised. You have to tell that story. And also it wasn't actually transferring into sustainability, food safety, quality or innovation. So you can see there that the actual Germany, which is always the local product, was far stronger on those attributes than what was the New Zealand, but it was seeing that New Zealand had a good environment, and this is quantitative research. So then we looked at how can we find the right consumers, because it's not about just talking to them. You've got to get into the needs of that consumer and find out what their lifestyle is so you can connect. This is pretty detailed research, but it's what I've done a lot of over the last 20 years, and actually looking at need scope research, finding the segments that are going to be willing to pay for your product. And we're finding a lot that these types of consumers want to associate with the values of the brand. So their values must be connected to the values of the brand. And this is like a food model. And when you're targeting down in this quadrant of the model, you're targeting to authenticity, to appreciation for people that understand backstories and understand about how the animal's raised in farming. So what we decided to target is that we were going to target adventurers and impressioners, and we'd capture the foodies. We're not going for people that are showy, we're going for people that really want to know the story. So how do you do that? It's not easy, it's very hard, it's why it hasn't been done into any degree in retail. I mean, as far as retail brands in Edeka that we're in, there's a couple of other international ones, and then it's just local that we're up against. So, just to give you a feel, you actually profile the people that you're targeting, and someone that's typical of an impressioner is what we would call Carlina, and she's looking for good quality ingredients, but she wants to actually talk about food. She actually sees New Zealand as a little bit wild and a bit different, so she will consider it outside of her normal buying local. Dieter over there is an adventurer, and he's one of those people that you call an early adopter. And he will look for, if he's doing a pie that would traditionally be a very high-class beef pie, he will substitute something that's a new protein into his meal. And he likes to have dinner parties. So then you actually work out where are they communicating, and it's not reading or books anymore. If you're not in social media and you haven't thought about it and you're not communicating to the people you're targeting, then you're talking to no one. So Germans have a very strong issue on how do we get across. Edeka came to us, and there is 8,000 stores, so you can imagine the size of the opportunity. We're likely to be in 1,500 to 2,000 stores by the end of the year. But what's really important to how we actually put this frozen product forward is that they understand that it's frozen at the right period of time and that it's been aged. And the type of cuts that we're putting in those products will be as good as a chilled product. So we've actually communicated in German, launched a German website that talks specifically to Carlina or to Dieter. So that's one of the key things we need to talk about. The other thing is animal welfare. And it's not just about saying we're good in New Zealand. We do stories every month with Mind Food. We're on the web connecting those stories. We have QR codes on all our retail product that you'll go straight through and hear the story of what is happening to the animals, and hence why we've done that video. The other key thing, and someone brought it up this morning, is sort of, carbon footprint. Germans, especially our target market, want to know. And there's studies that say even though we're on the other side of the world, our carbon footprint would be less than a UK product. It's because we're not intensive farmers. So we need to get that story across, and we need to explain it in detail because they want the detail. So where are we now? We're in substantial stores. As I said, the aim is to be in 2,000 by the end of the year. This is the type of facings we're getting when we just had venison and lamb. Hence the need to have as many as possible in the categories. We've got a lot of point of sale. It's telling the stories of the farmers, telling them how to cook. And we've bought our own fridges for the key great big stores so that we're totally branded in German. We've put people on the ground, 6 salespeople, a regional manager. We know to actually have success in such an intense marketing campaign that we need to do it differently. That shows you some of the communication that we're doing, which is talking about the differences in the product. And with that very fresh that was being talked about this morning, it's about fresh ingredients, and that the hero of the product is the venison or the lamb. We're also buying billboards. I mean, you have to do this properly if you're going to try and do it. We've been working for sort of 3 years of how we do it. And that's out at the big stores. It was a lovely story of a lady that had been an au pair for a farmer here. And she went back and was so excited to see our products in her own local store that the farmer that had it sent straight into us, look, they were able to buy our product over there. So that's Germany. The other key one that is the highest return for us is New Zealand chilled. And as I said, we do 100 tonne of this. It's grown 3 times over since we launched. And it is the highest margin. Now, it is leg products. We know we can get a very high price for food service and middles. But we've identified key cuts that we can actually have in leg products for this venison. We do, one of our highest sellers, though, is mince. And, and venison mince is such a great product for people with innovative types of ways of cooking it. When we first launched, we used to get a lot of what we're talking about this morning in 2011, that it was very gamey, didn't expect it. We put an intensive tasting campaign, which we continue to do. It's delicious. I thought it would be really tough. That's what you're up against if you're actually comparing to a game product. Now what they say, and this is from the last campaign that we've just done in March, is, we have 18 SKUs with lamb, venison and beef on the market in New Zealand. And our highest selling SKU is venison medallions. And I was sort of saying about the fact that it's so easy to look like you're a hero if you cook venison medallions. And that's one of the key needs of that consumer. They want to be able to cook for different people and show off. So that's how easy it is to do it. And that, out of all of the beef and lamb, it's the highest selling SKU. And it says, venison is my favourite from your range. And, venison medallions is my go-to product if I'm going to have friends over. So it's changed. They're not talking about game anymore when they're talking about the product. And, to connect with a brand, you have to do a lot more than just have it on your packaging and everything else. You need to be very high in how you're communicating and connecting with that consumer. We're going to be part of Dick Frizzell's Cooking for Change. And there's 102 celebrities that are cooking beef, lamb and venison. And they're doing their favourite recipes. Now, you might notice Hilary Barry, who's getting a lot of media attention at the moment, she's done our venison product and she used the venison mince. So she hasn't used one of the top cuts, but we're getting great value for that product. One of our big things that we do is Premier Selection Awards. You might have seen in that video that it was Stuart, who's from Botswana Butchery in Auckland. He won the Premier Selection Awards this year. And we're using him now as a key ambassador in a lot of things that we do. You know, since we've done the Premier Selection, one huge Auckland restaurant, he won it with reserve, but he's now going to put venison on the menu too. We've doubled the seatings by him winning that award in off days. So they've gone to 50 to 100 seatings by winning that award in one of the biggest restaurants in New Zealand. And this year, you know, we used to get something like 5 or 10% that were venison dishes in the awards. We actually had 5 this year. And the best venison dish is actually in Wellington. I hope you DINS people have actually been and tasted it. Good to hear. So America, key thing for us, we know we've got a lot of growth there. We'd like to actually grow it substantially from where we are. The same thing again, and Mark's is just going to say a few words to you, but what we're doing with a restaurant is that you actually have to have options. The fact that we've had incredible penetration with Angus grass-fed beef, and they love it. I mean, we're now doing something like 26 million of that product just to Mark's, and that started 5 years ago. It's given us the opportunity to launch reserve, and this year they're going strong and launching venison.
Hey everybody, it's Justin Marks from Marks Companies in the States. We're a family business and we import Silver Fern Farms premium meat. I wanted to tell you a little bit about what's going on with venison in the US. So there are 2 types of venison eaters generally in the US. The first group is rural folk who hunt their own venison and eat what they hunt. The second group, which is the one that we're focusing on, is middle to upper income urban foodies that eat it in restaurants. The main opportunity is in restaurants. There's not that much activity in retail. A little bit is sold, but for the most part, people eat venison in restaurants, so that's where we're focusing our energy. When the venison price went through the roof, a lot of restaurants just took venison off the menu. And I know that it seemed like a good thing at the time, but I think it was long-term very bad, because it's a lot easier to keep something on the menu than to get it back on the menu. So we are rolling out a very aggressive campaign now that the price has come down to a more sustainable level throughout the United States to try to build the market for Silver Fern Farms venison products. And in particular, one of our focuses is on creating year-round demand. As you know, venison typically is eaten in the wintertime, in some places just in December, and we think that venison has great potential for a year-round dish. It's a delicious spring and summer meat, and we think that there's a lot of potential to smooth out the fluctuations in venison demand. So Silver Fern Farms has been a very supportive vendor for us. They've put together a solid collection of marketing and brand materials, and they've also provided us with a budget in order to go build the market in the US. The main points that we're focusing on for venison are food safety, pasture raised, free of hormones, antibiotics, lean and healthy, sustainable, humane, finest quality, and subtle, not gamey. These are all points that Americans care about, and there's quite a bit of points, maybe 10, but this is where we're doing all of our messaging and our brand positioning. Those are the things that we think are going to win. So just want to thank you for your good work. Please keep producing quality, pure product, and we'll put in the hard work over here to build the market.
And that's the type of marketing that they're doing. They do most of their marketing on social media, so we provide. They've done a venison competition, they've targeted the foodie websites, and we advertise through them. So that's how we're growing our business over there. Lastly, this is Fresh Direct in America as well. I think I said last year that we were launching portion sizes. Pretty cool to see your product up on a billboard like that, which Fresh Direct did for us. We certainly didn't pay for it. But they're one of those companies that are putting venison up against really fine dining meats like ostrich. So, summer promotion in Europe. Certainly we would see as it being successful as doing what it can to change consumers to eating it and showing them how they eat it. It's a long, slow burn. And, you know, we sold 20 tonne last year, so we did do it in 2014 and 15, and probably similar this year. So it's one of the things that we're concentrating on. It will take a while and a long-term investment, and we've got to look at how we get the return faster. So we did all the materials for the chef, and also books and stories on the farmer.
I think to convince butchers to use venison outside of season, you have to get them first to try it, so they understand they're essentially working with a totally different kind of meat. They're not working with traditional game meat. That's very important, and maybe also to calm their nerves a wee bit about the impact of importing a meat from so far away. Maybe explain to them that actually in terms of that kind of environmental concern, that it's often better than importing meat from inside of Europe for whatever reason. And also just reassuring them that you have a consistency of supply and they can always get what they're looking for when they want it. My experience in Germany, or in Europe in general, is the point of difference would be that they've got a consistency of quality. They've got, in terms of flavour, something that's completely different to regular game meat. So you don't have this sort of gamey flavour that you normally would associate with venison. I think what we're seeing now is a lot of more exposure upon industrial farming and sort of the normal industrial farming practices here in Europe. And now we can come along with a essentially organic, farm-raised, grass-fed product which is very clean, has excellent quality and doesn't have any of those issues. So we're already coming up from a very good starting point. If we can achieve that tipping point where people have tried the meat and they've had a go and they know what it tastes like, I think essentially that's our main battle and that's where it will take off.
And thanks very much to Leuten, who has put a huge amount of effort into our program over there. We also prepared a lot of materials that we worked with Leuten and chefs in market for Holland of how they would like to see it on the menus, and gave them recipes and tips and used a website for that. So lastly, I'd like to thank our farmers that helped us with making the movie. It is really important, and we just got a last week clip of a farmer who has shown what it means to be a really caring, great, intelligent New Zealand farmer of venison. And you know, this is important because we need to tell that story. I'd like to thank Mount Pill Station, Pill Forest Estate, Johnny Eckland, and Graham Carr, and of course all your hands that were on there. And I'd especially like to thank Mark Tipley. He hasn't seen this, and I did warn him yesterday, but it's a perfect farmer telling our story.
We're a large deer farm, and very proud deer farmer at that. I grew up here as a little boy. It is just an amazing lifestyle. I could never live in a city ever again. Just the big open spaces and just the peacefulness of it all. I think deer are very majestic, very intelligent animal. Having deer that are under pressure or anything like that, or overstocked, you know, they really don't perform as well. You should really be spreading them out on beautiful pastures, keeping them happy. A happy deer is a good deer. And good feed, you know, good grass. We renew our pastures all the time in the paddocks, so we're always getting the best quality grass. Well, I guess in the wild, they don't have the luxury of the grass that we put in front of them here as a farmed animal. I believe we've got some of the best English type deer in the country, if not the world. And to associate our brand with Silver Fern Farms brand works for us. Without the likes of Silver Fern Farms, then there's no point doing this. So they're very, very important for us. Mark Tapley, very proud suppliers venison to Silver Fern Farms.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I think we've spoken enough about Europe, USA. There's obviously a lot happening out there. At Mountain River, we've been thinking about China for about 12 years. They say in China that things happen slowly, or say that things take a long time to happen, but they happen quickly. This is the Bund, along the Bund in Shanghai, and in the Shanghai market in the last 6 months, we've got about 30 customers who are putting venison on the menu, and the good news is that they're getting resale. So it's not just being delivered and a one-off sale, it's ongoing. We started exporting to China about 5 years ago. We had some sporadic demand, but as you all know, access to China is pretty tricky. Getting product in there was quite difficult. On one occasion, we produced product in May for an air freight shipment, and it finally got into the market in January the following year. The problem with that is it's pretty tricky to offer the chef continuity of supply. So where we got the product on the menu, suddenly it was back off. Other problems with that, how do I control the machine? Here we go. Is that the price structure can be quite expensive if we're air freighting product and then there's long lead times to get the products cleared. So we found that the price on the menu, or the price to the chef, was too high to work, and then it didn't sell on the menu. We've had some results of the research come in, which was discussed earlier on. Marianne presented that. I was going to talk a bit about it, but pretty much Chinese don't like venison, which actually, for us, it's actually the opportunity, because we have a different product, and we can therefore start to look at what's the niche for venison in China. This is the view along the Bund. On the opposite side, this is the view. In 1990, that was a field. Takes a long time, but it happens quick. The Park Hyatt there is one of our customers. They're serving a venison loin on their menu. They're also looking at dishes for their buffet menu. That restaurant the hotel, the Park Hyatt Hotel, starts at floor 87. In that area, you can imagine it's 5-star hotels and lots of business offices. The Pudong Shangri-La, another one of our clients, recently hosted a lunch for the Prime Minister, and venison was on the menu for that. It was the main item. Distribution's a challenge in China. The old cold chain's not too secure. It's quite hard to get the products into China, but we've got to get the product. A chef that I met recently, he said, if the product's not minus 15, because it's all frozen for China, of course, if it's not minus 15, it's rejected. And I thought, how the hell do we do that? So we came up with a new distribution structure. The old chili bin on a trolley. The chap there, his name's Hunter McGregor. He's a good Kiwi, born in Roxburgh, married to a Chinese lady, and he's been working with us for about 4 years. Initially he was our eyes in the market, so the business that we were developing, he was helping us to develop to the next stage. But we struggled at every turn, and especially with these problems with importing the products, having them in the market, we couldn't guarantee the customers any continuity. So we committed to putting stock in the market. We send up container loads and put it in a cool store in Shanghai, and there we can say, we've got 10 tonne of product. We only need 30 customers. Let's see how it goes and see what works on the menus. If you think back to the Bund photo, this is the restaurant that the arrow was pointing to. Hunter, he's a bit of a one-man band. It's a shoe leather operation. But the key for us in terms of doing this test marketing is that he's talking to the chefs. So he's our distribution, he's our sales, and he's our research. So he's doing all of those activities, which is pretty important. And also there's this challenge in China of making sure that you don't have extra costs on the way to getting products into restaurants and some of these hotels, 5-star hotels, or any business in China. In fact, it's a constant fight to avoid, the extra cost. Marianne mentioned that Chinese don't like so much eating red meat or eating rare meat. They don't like blood. They're not familiar with that. Pork's the big item in China. It's about 40 kilos per person. The market's about 50 billion tonnes. We're only looking for a tiny, 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 tiny market. One of the solutions to the problem of how Chinese might eat venison, there's two things about this. One is it's a braised item, slow cooked, so it's fine to have it well done, of course, and Chinese like bone. So any dishes with bone, it's an immediate attraction. So this is a product that works on buffet menus, lunch buffet menus. This is the menu from the restaurant on the Bund. To top, it's quite a prestigious Western restaurant, and along that area there are quite a few of them. So we've picked off 2 already, and Hunter's job is to continue picking them off. This one, what have we got? This is a starter this is a main course where they're using a rump to do a smoked New Zealand venison, and it's 258 RMB or renminbi, which is 57 New Zealand dollars for the dish. One thing about China and Shanghai, there's quite a few Ferraris there. At this end of the market, they don't mind. They want good quality products. And of course, I suppose one of the advantages or one of the opportunities for us is because it is so hard to get products into the market, if you can solve the problem, you've got something pretty good for the chef. So the chefs of these restaurants, they struggle to get good products. They need authorised products now. They have to be certified as from New Zealand. When Hunter's delivering products to a 5-star hotel, one of them, in fact, the Shangri-La, he walks along the street with his trolley. When he gets to the basement of the hotel, he pulls out of his backpack a white coat and a white hat, puts them on, and then he walks around to the delivery dock. And he presents them with a copy of the health certificate coming out of New Zealand, the stamped certificate coming into China, a copy of the order, and probably some other documents. And there's 2 or 3 Chinese staff there having a good old investigation, earning their keep to make sure everything's right. And if it's not, it's go home Hunter. This is another customer of ours in China. This is a German, this is a German restaurant chain. It's owned by Chinese. So it's got a bit of a Chinese flavour to it. It's not strictly German cuisine. They can come up with the venison season being spring. The dishes they're serving there on the bottom left, we've got ribs, venison ribs, and in the skillet at the top middle, that's a goulash, a venison goulash. The pricing on that one is 158 renminbi, which is 35 New Zealand dollars. This is from 1515 West, which is reputedly the top steakhouse in China. I've asked a few times how they know that. Nobody can tell me, but they claim it. And I think their top dish on this steakhouse is Australian beef. you can spend $800 to have a nice Australian beef cooked for, I think it's for 3 people. 5-star hotel again. We did a promotion with Graham Brown at this particular establishment, and old Brownie came over to me. He was all excited because the guy who designed the iPhone was in the restaurant and he wanted the venison special. This menu is the lunch menu, where we have venison short rib. There's 3 options on the fixed lunch menu: the salmon, the steak, and the venison. We don't outsell the steak, but we do outsell the salmon. This is the dish. It's a venison rib with a caramelised carrot and a puree, potato puree. This little function at the Pudong Shangri-La, we had a venison tenderloin, and I understand it went pretty well. They cooked it rare, which is a bit interesting. The chefs I've met in China, they say, yeah, Chinese don't like their meat cooked rare, but tastes are changing. Same thing, things happen quickly, but they take a long time. I spoke to a food writer when I was in China and asked what the major food trends were or are at the time. Their main issues, especially for the market we're targeting, the top-end food service, is around the environmental impact of the food that they're eating, the production of the food. And they're specifically thinking there about pork and the episode of the pigs floating in the river. Pork production is huge in China, but it has huge environmental impact. Each pig apparently produces 5 kilos of poo a day, and I think that's part of the reason why they had the crackdown, because all these small farmers around the metropolitan areas, it was a major issue for the cities. So people are thinking really hard about environmental issues. And this is something that's a consistent theme across all the presentations today, that the environmental credentials of our product have to be unchallengeable. And we have to think pretty hard about the types of feed that we're giving our animals and how they're looked after. It's absolutely critical if we're going to get the value. I would say we're not looking for a mass market in China. 1.4 or just under 1.4 billion people. If they ate 3 grams of venison a day, they'd take a third of our production. That's the whole industry's production. So we're looking for a niche market, and to get the value out of that market, we have to have a top product. So that's all I'm going to talk about today, and hand it back to Madam Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much to our speakers, Katrina, Sharon and John. We've got time now just for 2 questions. I'm afraid we're running a little bit behind time and the vets are waiting downstairs patiently for their lunch. So any burning questions that we can take now? There's one up there, Kenwin, to your right.
Are any of the marketing people noticing that the portion allocation is changing? Like in the US, they seem enormous compared to what's offered in Europe, and it'd be just interesting to see what the marketing people are seeing on what the restaurants are wanting on portion sizes.
Okay. Sharon, would you like to answer that? Thanks.
Pass it on to Grant.
Thanks. Yeah, most of them are after smaller portions. General trend is smaller portions, so that again gives us, as a grass-fed supplier, a bit of an advantage, particularly in something like beef, where the big grain-fed feedlots, they're actually growing their animals too big. So our small portions, our convenient cuts of venison, definitely that's another attribute that we're now selling into. So it's a good trend.
Thanks very Great.
Marianne.
Oh, yep.
Well, I thought those 4 productions was brilliant. I've been a farmer for a long time, as well as being on the Deer Farmers Council when it started, and I just thought, seeing the development now, as well as it is presented by those 4 speakers, gives us all a lot of confidence. Thank you.
Thanks for that. So I'll let you now go off to lunch and we'll be back at the same time. Cheers.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the All-in-One account. The unique structure and features of the All-in-One account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the All-in-One combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The All-in-One allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the All-in-One is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the All-in-One account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
There are a number of attributes that we have behind the product, taste, tenderness, succulence, but what the consumer does demand is integrity of the promise. The promise must match the story. It also demonstrates our seriousness in regards to the word quality. You can say it, but we actually do it. And the consumer, you can't fool the consumer. What you say is what you do, and the consumers of the world need facts, and they need the story and the promise to match.
We're always looking at ways to improve our systems that we have on plant for selecting meat quality attributes and improving them. So we're always looking at things like raw material quality, what's happening behind the farm gate, what's happening in our production processes. Process hygiene is critical for us, and we really get involved quite heavily in the packaging side, working with various packaging companies, looking at ways that we can improve that chilled shelf life. We carry out a wide range of meat quality testing at our development centre in order to support the various research projects we've got operating across the supply chain. We do a lot of taste panel testing, looking at different meat quality attributes, primarily tenderness, succulence, aroma and flavour of our various meat product lines, and always looking at ways to improve those so the consumer gets a better eating experience. We're measuring shear force, or the amount of force that's required to push a tooth through a metal tooth through a meat sample. We carry out a lot of colour stability testing and meat colour testing with the aim of improving retail presentation in the marketplace, extending retail display life. So we'll age products as if they were on a boat heading to the marketplace, and then retail display them in the conditions that we'd expect our product to be displayed in. We produce a lot of chilled products for a wide range of markets, distant markets, and we need to produce product that has a good, robust shelf life. We're working with AgResearch and beef and lamb genetics at the moment on a big project where we're looking at using hyperspectral imaging to predict traits such as colour, tenderness, eating quality, meat pH, and also nutritional type information, marbling intramuscular fat, and some of the healthfulness traits like fatty acid profiles, omega-3. Important work that we need to do. It supports our existing predictive meat quality systems that are more in the areas of meat productivity or yield. What we're looking to do is also be able to go beyond yield and improve meat eating quality and meat healthfulness for the consumer, produce a premium product.
Where the Development Service Centre comes into play in regards to taste testing, it's based on scientific measurements, it's objective, it is robust, and it proves the promise to improve the quality from the farm gate to the plate.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. Back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. We're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. The other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there, we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really, really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Wilkins Farming Company is a family-owned business located in northern Southland, New Zealand. The farming company supply a broad product range of top-quality agricultural produce, including venison, velvet, milk, lamb, wool, livestock genetics, cereal grains, grass seeds, and forage crops. The livestock aspect of the business has always included sheep, beef and deer, for which the family is now internationally recognised as world leaders. The family pride themselves on long-term commitment to invest in top-performing genetics across all species. However, deer remains their trademark. Deer farming commenced in 1980 and in the 1990s saw the formation of a fully recorded herd originally sourced from Eastern European, German and English red deer genetics. The aim has always been to develop a composite herd from the various breeds that demonstrated the best of the combined attributes for venison, velvet and trophy antlers. The farming company has always believed that modern technology can be applied to improve results and has invested heavily in research and development, which includes ultrasound and CT scanning, as well as numerous other field and animal trials. All animals are DNA parent and progeny tested to ensure they have an accurate record of their sire's performance. Electronic identification is also used to track growth rates. This is not only to identify the top meat producers, but also to identify the sires that are producing high-value primal cuts, good muscle conformation, and other desirable genetic attributes. 2 of the deer herds run on easy rolling country, while a third runs on steep tussock blocks in northern Southland. The deer unit at Athol has a modern selling complex which hosts the annual sale attended by farmers, industry professionals and international chefs. After 30 plus years of careful management, the results are there for all to see. They have a herd of 14 to 1500 fully genetically recorded breeding hinds, renowned for the production of both high-quality venison and velvet. Wilkins Farming Company provide on-farm field days for their commercial clients to continue to improve the industry with the latest research and trends. As the operation moves into its 5th decade, the Wilkins Farming Company continues to produce some of New Zealand's best quality agricultural products, whilst fostering strong relationships with local, national and international partners to support potential future opportunities.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really, really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison, stop the rats from taking over. They're breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
There are a number of attributes that we have behind the product, taste, tenderness, succulence, but what the consumer does demand is integrity of the promise. The promise must match the story. It also demonstrates our seriousness in regards to the word quality. You can say it, but we actually do it. And the consumer, you can't fool the consumer. What you say is what you do, and the consumers of the world need facts, and they need the story and the promise to match.
We're always looking at ways to improve our systems that we have on plant for selecting meat quality attributes and improving them. So we're always looking at things like raw material quality, what's happening behind the farm gate, what's happening in our production processes. Process hygiene is critical for us, and we really get involved quite heavily in the packaging side, working with various packaging companies, looking at ways that we can improve that chilled shelf life. We carry out a wide range of meat quality testing at our development centre in order to support the various research projects we've got operating across the supply chain. We do a lot of taste panel testing, looking at different meat quality attributes, primarily tenderness, succulence, aroma and flavour of our various meat product lines, and always looking at ways to improve those so the consumer gets a better eating experience. We're measuring shear force, or the amount of force that's required to push a tooth through a metal tooth through a meat sample. We carry out a lot of colour stability testing and meat colour testing with the aim of improving retail presentation in the marketplace, extending retail display life. So we'll age products as if they were on a boat heading to the marketplace, and then retail display them in the conditions that we'd expect our product to be displayed in. We produce a lot of chilled products for a wide range of markets, distant markets, and we need to produce product that has a good, robust shelf life. We're working with AgResearch and Beef and Lamb Genetics at the moment on a big project where we're looking at using hyperspectral imaging to predict traits such as colour, tenderness, eating quality, meat pH, and also nutritional type information, marbling intramuscular fat, and some of the healthfulness traits like fatty acid profiles, omega-3. Important work that we need to do. It supports our existing predictive meat quality systems that are more in the areas of meat productivity or yield. What we're looking to do is also be able to go beyond yield and improve meat eating quality and meat healthfulness for the consumer, produce a premium product.
Where the Development Service Centre comes into play, in regards taste testing, it's based on scientific measurements, it's objective, it is robust, and it proves the promise to improve the quality from the farm gate to the plate.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or ServIQ. Back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just, it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. I make draft lists on the HR5 and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there, we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really, really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannyburg. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day.
And then on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Wilkins Farming Company is a family-owned business located in northern Southland, New Zealand. The farming company supply a broad product range of top-quality agricultural produce, including venison, velvet, milk, lamb, wool, livestock genetics, cereal grains, grass seeds, and forage crops. The livestock aspect of the business has always included sheep, beef and deer, for which the family is now internationally recognised as world leaders. The family pride themselves on long-term commitment to invest in top-performing genetics across all species. However, deer remains their trademark. Deer farming commenced in 1980 and in the 1990s saw the formation of a fully recorded herd originally sourced from Eastern European, German and English red deer genetics. The aim has always been to develop a composite herd from the various breeds that demonstrated the best of the combined attributes for venison, velvet and trophy antlers. The farming company has always believed that modern technology can be applied to improve results and has invested heavily in research and development, which includes ultrasound and CT scanning, as well as numerous other field and animal trials. All animals are DNA parent and progeny tested to ensure they have an accurate record of their sire's performance. Electronic identification is also used to track growth rates. This is not only to identify the top meat producers, but also to identify the sires that are producing high-value primal cuts, good muscle conformation, and other desirable genetic attributes. 2 of the deer herds run on easy rolling country, while a third runs on steep tussock blocks in northern Southland. The deer unit at Athol has a modern selling complex which hosts the annual sale attended by farmers, industry professionals and international chefs. After 30 plus years of careful management, the results are there for all to see. They have a herd of 14 to 1500 fully genetically recorded breeding hinds renowned for the production of both high-quality venison and velvet. Wilkins Farming Company provide on-farm field days for their commercial clients to continue to improve the industry with the latest research and trends. As the operation moves into its 5th decade, the Wilkins Farming Company continues to produce some of New Zealand's best quality agricultural products whilst fostering strong relationships with local, national and international partners to support potential future opportunities.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really, really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
There are a number of attributes that we have behind the product, taste, tenderness, succulence, but what the consumer does demand is integrity of the promise. The promise must match the story. It also demonstrates our seriousness in regards to the word quality. You can say it, but we actually do it. And the consumer, you can't fool the consumer. What you say is what you do, and the consumers of the world need facts, and they need the story and the promise to match.
We're always looking at ways to improve our systems that we have on plant for selecting meat quality attributes and improving them. So we're always looking at things like raw material quality, what's happening behind the farm gate, what's happening in our production processes. Process hygiene is critical for us, and we really get involved quite heavily in the packaging side, working with various packaging companies, looking at ways that we can improve that chilled shelf life. We carry out a wide range of meat quality testing at our development centre in order to support the various research projects we've got operating across the supply chain. We do a lot of taste panel testing, looking at different meat quality attributes, primarily tenderness, succulence, aroma and flavour of our various meat product lines, and always looking at ways to improve those so the consumer gets a better eating experience. We were measuring shear force, or the amount of force that's required to push a tooth through a metal tooth through a meat sample. We carried a lot of colour stability testing and meat colour testing with the aim of improving retail presentation in the marketplace, extending retail display life. So we'll age products as if they were on a boat heading to the marketplace, and then retail display them in the conditions that we'd expect our product to be displayed in. We produce a lot of chilled products for a wide range of markets, distant markets, and we need to produce product that has a good, robust shelf life. We're working with AgResearch and beef and lamb genetics at the moment on a big project where we're looking at using hyperspectral imaging to predict traits such as colour, tenderness, eating quality, meat pH, and also nutritional type information, marbling intramuscular fat, and some of the healthfulness traits like fatty acid profiles, omega-3. Important work that we need to do. It supports our existing predictive meat quality systems that are more in the areas of meat productivity or yield. What we're looking to do is also be able to go beyond yield and improve meat eating quality and meat healthfulness for the consumer, produce a premium product.
Where the development service centre comes into play, in regards to taste testing, it's based on scientific measurements, it's objective, it is robust, and It proves the promise to improve the quality from the farm gate to the plate.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or ServIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple.
Crusaders supporter. I'll certainly be backing these Deep South guys on Friday night. And it is great to see all the familiar faces in the audience. But for those who I haven't had the privilege to meet, my name is Rhys Griffiths, and I am Deer Industry New Zealand's Market Manager for Asia, with the primary responsibility of the velvet markets. For today, I've been asked to give a presentation or update. So this is the velvet session. It's about 45 minutes long, or 40 minutes long. And I'm going to split that into 2. So I'm going to give a wee update on the velvet markets, of where we're at and how things are going. And then I'm going to ask for the sort of 3 key exporters. You'll know most of them, all of them. Colin Stevenson from CK, Ross Chambers from Provalco, and Tony Cochran from PGG Wrightson to come up on stage and provide a bit of an interactive panel. I find those guys are able to give some better answers than I may be able to, given that they're that close to the market. So I'll just spend a little bit of time just going through the outline of my presentation. So I'm going to be going through a bit of it's broken into 3 key sections: a review of the season, how do we go and what were the key factors that impacted the season that we've just had, the current risks, and these are incredibly important to be quite mindful of, and then on to the opportunities, which is a larger part of my discussion today. So for our review section, it's pretty simple really. We end up having another really good year. It was the 7th year of good returns. Prices have held on the significant rises that had achieved in the previous year, giving us a 7th year of stability. Over the last year, we've seen the biggest improvements to market access, certainly in my time since I've been at Deer Industry New Zealand. We've made significant strides in market positioning, and our focus in the healthy food sector, which many of you guys would have heard me talking about over recent years, is really gaining momentum. But I put this slide here because this is what really mattered a lot, and why prices were so, why prices remain so stable again, is that we had a little bit of luck coming into the season. And as most of you will note, there's good old Kiwi dollars and US dollars, of which a lot of New Zealand velvet is traded in. So where things left off the previous season and where we started off last season, we had at least a 15, around about maybe even a 17% decline in the New Zealand dollar. And in part, this really helped to offset the downward pressure felt in China. And it's important to know where that downward pressure was coming from. The pressure to reduce prices in China was coming from the crackdown on corruption, from the crackdown on excessive gift giving, which did have an impact on some high-value health items. And these high-value health items included the highly valued velvet and gift boxes, which a lot of product, from regrowth or spiker velvet particularly end up. And while we're talking about China, and it was really interesting to hear Mike Peterson talking this morning about it, there was a lot of negative comments that were coming through lately last year on its economy, and I was getting rung by farmers and by exporters saying, gee, things don't look too good. Well, that economy, it may not be growing at 9 or 10 or 11% as it has done, but as Mike said this morning, it's still forecasted to grow at 6.7%. That's an incredibly enviable position that I think most Western markets would be really happy to grow at. Further to that, the well-respected global analyst company McKinsey Group said in a report that they released just last month that the number of Chinese households earning over $25,000 per year will grow from 4% only a couple of years ago to over half the households by 2030. This is a market worth backing. And on to our other big velvet market, South Korea. I was absolutely rapt to see the New Zealand-Korean Free Trade Agreement implemented in December, which then celebrated its first anniversary just 1 month later on the 1st of January. This gave us 2 bites at the cherry during that season. These negotiators were incredibly clever at what they did, and we were running a real risk of not meeting that 1st of December deadline. So we had to meet that 1st of December deadline so we could get that other cut on the 1st of January. For New Zealand velvet, the Free Trade Agreement is really meaningful as it provides a competitive advantage that other countries who have negotiated free trade agreements with South Korea have completely missed out on. China, Australia, Canada, they didn't get any velvet across the line. So it gives us that competitive advantage. Over the next 15 years or 14 years from now, the 20% tariff will be completely reduced down to zero. We're now at 17.3%. In a couple more years, we should see more processed velvet being exported directly from New Zealand to its current main market of South Korea. The other achievement that occurred over the season was that the Korean government abolished the excise tax on velvet, formerly known as special excise tax or SET. This came off in 2 tranches, so the first lot, about a third of it, came off on the 27th of August, and the rest of it came off on the 1st of July. Again, this was an awesome thing to happen going through our season. And I should note that this occurred for all imported velvet. It wasn't just New Zealand, and it was probably a little bit more meaningful today than what the FTA had in terms of the season that we've just seen, by removing a total cost of about 10.1% of getting velvet into the markets. So that's the season we've just had. And it was pretty good, but if you'd ask most of the exporters in the room, they'd be pretty happy to see the back of it. Despite the positive prices that we received, and again, positive prices for 7 years running, it was bloody hard work. So on to my next section, which is risks. Although we are experiencing a really good period, 7 years in the velvet industry, we have a few key risks that we need to be very mindful of. And in my opinion, these risks appear to be only intensifying. The 3 key risks I want to discuss today are supply side risks, so overproduction. Secondly, market concentration, and that's being overly reliant on one core sector of the market. And thirdly, increasing regulatory hurdles, which could be the non-tariff type trade barriers. So for supply side risks, and this shouldn't come as a surprise to any velvet producer in this room, because it's probably been one of the most talked about topics in my discussions with producers over the last few years. This will come, This is an issue that's really started raising since the velvet industry started to rebuild around about 4 or 5 years ago. And concern will only increase when you look at this graph here, showing velvet production came in at the end of last year at about 572 tonnes, up from 485 the previous year. But we need to be mindful of global supply and demand, and that picture has also been changing. By our estimation, as of today, the global supply and demand is in relative balance. But this could change, and is something that we need to be very mindful of. As I said last year, we know that demand is growing, but so is supply. And if supply growth grows faster than demand growth, we could become a little bit unstuck. It's important to keep in mind our competitive cost advantage. So my key message, if there's nothing else you can take home from my presentation today, is just please don't overcapitalise. The second risk are commodity traders. Now, one of the reasons for the volatility that was experienced some 8 to 10 plus years ago was an over-reliance or market concentration on a few buyers within one market. In those days, it was over 85%, and while that dependence has largely reduced, we're still far too exposed, with over 50% of New Zealand's velvet traded in such a way. By the nature of commodity traders' business models, some traders profit from volatility, and this volatility is in direct conflict with our industry goals. Last year, while the market indicators were pointing towards continued stability that we eventually achieved, there was a significant downward price pressure from an important customer group of our market. As I've mentioned, New Zealand exporters had to work incredibly hard to combat this and to achieve the prices that they got. There are some traders or some importers that focus on long-term value, and we need to make sure we partner with those that add value to New Zealand velvet and share in our common direction. Common direction seems to be another theme that seems to be coming out of this conference as well. The third key risks are regulatory hurdles. These are non-tariff type barriers, and these trade barriers can cut through existing agreements such as free trade agreements and what have you, and they're really put into place to protect a country's sanitary and phytosanitary, protect a country's food safety, protect a country's cultural aspects as well. So Mike Peterson, he touched on these types of barriers this morning, and I see them only potentially increasing. Now, some of you might be interested to know that New Zealand, that we have a number of these types of regulatory hurdles for countries trying to export to us. And they're in place because of our biosecurity, our Treaty of Waitangi, and other places, other mechanisms in place. So it's not just a one-way thing, but we need to be quite mindful that it does really impact the markets that we're trying to export New Zealand velvet to. Sometimes non-tariff barriers can be interpreted as unfair, and all of you guys will remember one example of exporting New Zealand apples to Australia. Non-tariff barriers are raised on a regular occurrence, and I expect this to only really increase, particularly in Asia, as they increase their focus on improving food safety, both domestically and from imported foods. Fortunately, New Zealand's high health status in our farming environment, our strict regulatory compliance, which is favoured by overseas regulators, However, that doesn't mean we aren't immune to the impacts of potential regulatory barriers. In fact, sweeping changes with swift implementation can catch many New Zealand products out without intending to. So we at Dairy Industry New Zealand must maintain a close relationship with our regulators and be prepared to accept there could be some requirements that could change the way that we take our products to market. So to summarise the three key risks, firstly, is global consumption outpacing global supply, or around the other way. Secondly, we need to ensure that we are working with people in the market that can add value to our velvet. And thirdly, we need to closely monitor and address regulatory hurdles that may impact the New Zealand velvet industry. So that's the end of my risk section, and on to the final but certainly the largest part of my presentation, opportunities, looking forward. And this section is about creating and maximising opportunities. So firstly, to create opportunities, we need clear market access. Without good market access and a clear regulatory pathway, it significantly reduces our ability to proudly sell and promote New Zealand velvet's key benefits. And for velvet, as with most primary products produced in New Zealand, the New Zealand provenance is a key benefit. I talked earlier about the improved market access in Korea with the free trade agreement and the abolishment of special excise tax on velvet. And the second really important market that we're achieving exciting market access improvements to is China. By using the experience we've learnt in South Korea and the healthy food channel, it gives us a clear focus that this is the channel we should target in China. However, there were hurdles with how velvet was being imported to China and its possible use as a health food ingredient. It meant it was difficult to celebrate its provenance and the benefits that were associated with that. So we've been working hard to unravel and better understand the regulatory pathways that would better enable us to position New Zealand's velvet in a category that gives us or maximises our long-term value. Last year, there was a slight change in the regulation that enabled velvet that is recognised under the Chinese pharmacopoeia to be imported as a food instead of as an agricultural byproduct. Species interpretation has been a significant stumbling block for years, and Dairy Industry New Zealand, we've put forward many arguments to be considered, or for New Zealand velvet and Chinese velvet to be considered under the Chinese pharmacopoeia. Well, last year we identified the government agency that is responsible for classifications around the importation of traditional Chinese medicine ingredients, and we managed to get a meeting with them late last year, and we certainly followed their very helpful advice. So Dairy Industry New Zealand, along with a key exporter, got a couple of sticks of velvet exported over to an approved government lab, which tested as 100% Malu velvet, which is the velvet recognised under the Chinese pharmacopoeia. This was significant. It provides us the confidence. It provided the confidence that we needed to promote to health food companies to investigate New Zealand velvet and its ingredients. There is a long way to go from a commercial standpoint, but we have cracked a significant regulatory hurdle. Once we've created opportunities, we need to maximise them, and that sits with market development and premium positioning, which you'll remember from Dan's presentation yesterday as one of the key themes of the new Dairy Industry New Zealand strategy. Market development and premium positioning for international markets is best done through key relationships up into the market, and that ties us really nicely into this year's conference theme, Proud Partnerships. For the velvet industry, or for the velvet market, our industry's proud partnerships are obviously focused on the traditional, the Oriental medicine doctor sector, and increasingly so in the healthy food sector. For the Oriental medicine doctor sector, there has been a real emergence of the next generation, of the newer generation of OMD suppliers. These suppliers are keen to, or marketers are keen to promote New Zealand velvet. And I'm going to go through and talk about very quickly cover three examples of new young generation marketers that are coming through the system and that traditional supply side. Each of these companies import in the tens of tonnes, so they're not small and they can be quite meaningful to our business. These marketers have a value-added focus and are often really innovative. So the example I've got here, we've got this new guy, this guy's taken over from his father that was one of the traders in the old Jagidong market. He's built brand new factories. He's got a really nice proactive sales force. But from an innovative point of view, he set up his own online marketing platform that Oriental medicine doctors can go online. They can identify the velvet that they're keen on purchasing and place the order. Once they press click, there's a photograph of that velvet. The weight is taken, and then it's sliced in a really innovative way. So it's sliced in a long way and can be almost reconstituted back into that stick, and you can have a look at the jelly tip all the way through. So it is really innovative. These new generation marketers are quality driven, with new factories built to GMP standard and impressive showrooms with proactive marketing teams, vastly different from the medicine markets of only just a few years ago. And this is a picture of the entry towards Jekidong market, our biggest market for Oriental medicine. So they've changed considerably. And these next generation love to promote the New Zealandness of their velvet. This is probably our most closest partner in the OMD sector, a company called OmniHerb, which you've probably heard me speak about many times. They have for a long time sold the most expensive velvet to Oriental medicine doctors, and they only sell New Zealand velvet. They are effective at promoting their point of difference and are able to talk about the New Zealand story with pride. I walked into a meeting room expecting to meet with the bear, or Nam Ho Kim, only a few weeks ago, and he opened up the boardroom and there were 20 of his sales force all sitting around a table going through this promotion. It could have been staged. And the bear, as he's affectionately known as, said, "Come on, Reece, stand up and sell us New Zealand velvet." They were eager and attentive and wanted to get out there and grow their business for the coming season. I'm now going to play you a quick clip from another marketer's upcoming campaign, and this is very much a draft, but you'll get the general picture, as this is a small, so there's still changes to be made to this, and thanks to David Morgan and Tony. So this is a very small taste of their story to promote New Zealand velvet.
아오테아로아, 마오리족의 언어로 희고 긴 구름의 땅이란 뜻이다. 그 희고 긴 구름의 땅을 우린 뉴질랜드라 부른다. 청정 뉴질랜드, 우리에겐 너무나 익숙한 이미지이다. 이 다큐멘터리는 동물성 생약 전문기업인 한동어부의 녹용 부분에 있어 양질의 녹용을 공급하기 위해 산지를 직접 방문하고 있고, 또한 생생한 정보를 고객에게 전달하기 위해 제작되었으며, 이 프로젝트를 위해 뉴질랜드 녹용 사업을 주도적으로 이끌어가고 있는 기관, 회사와 전문가들에게 인터뷰를 요청했었으며, 그들은 흔쾌히
I think there'd been a bit of rain at Raincliffe, so there's still a bit of editing to be done, but you can just get the general picture. Selling New Zealand in Asia is becoming absolutely or positively infectious. The final segment in market development is focused on the healthy food channel, and the few companies that we're working closely with are increasing their sales of New Zealand velvet. And we're starting to work with companies with really attractive brand names as well. So you'll remember, or for those people that were at last year's conference, you'll remember our invited guest, Dr. Chung from KGC. He talked about the 19th product that they just launched that contained New Zealand velvet, and that was a product called Chong Nok Sam. Chong Nok Sam went on to become one of their most successful launches. Already by conference last year, it had reached their first initial full-year target, the full-year target being a calendar year. By year end, it had more than doubled their budget, and it's a product that retails for around about New Zealand, around about $500 a month. And it's on track for another really successful season, reaching 42% of its full year budget this year by the end of Lunar New Year, which is at the end of February. So it's looking pretty good. So this is the integrated campaign that they ran, or just parts of it that they ran last year during its launch. They ran a whole lot of social media clips. They sponsored a women's netball team, or volleyball team, in Korea. They won a prestigious packaging award, global packaging award in Hamburg in December of last year, and also they had quite a bit of product placement in a famous Korean drama. As I said, this was their 19th product, and here is an earlier one launched only a few years ago, which contains New Zealand velvet and reached $50 million worth of sales last year. Now, as I said, I'm going to break my session up into two, and I thought, as a bit of fun and to try and encourage a bit of interaction with everyone, that I bought a couple of boxes of these along today. Each one of these, they're a little ginseng ball that contains velvet. Each one of these retails for about $50 US. So they gave them to us as an example of what they sell, and I'm going to give one of these out to each person as they ask a question to see what their response is when they try it. If they're difficult questions, you might just want to check the expiry date on them. But we do have another food company that we've also got a close relationship with, and it has also achieved significant success over the past year. It's following a similar path to KGC, and over the last year, its velvet requirements went from 8 tonnes to 27 tonnes following a joint promotional campaign that Dairy Industry New Zealand ran with them. Again, you can see the New Zealand provenance featuring heavily in their promotional campaign. So you've got these types of companies, they're growing very fast, and they love selling New Zealand velvet. So this brings me to the final point in my presentation, product integrity. There is little doubt that the New Zealand Velvet brand has strengthened in the minds of our customers, and as the brand strengthens, so does the incentive to copy or misrepresent it. For a few years now, we've had requests from companies or associations like the Association of Korea and Orange Medicine to better put mechanisms in place to safeguard our product integrity and better assure the New Zealandness, I guess, of our velvet. And the recent connection that we've had with the Healthy Food Company and sophisticated modern corporates has also given us, or they've also requested more rigour around the product authenticity of New Zealand velvet. Country of origin programs in general are becoming more and more popular in the Asia region. So the season before last, we conducted a proof of concept on a country of origin system with one OMD company. The feedback from the company, its customers and indeed its competitors was so positive that we've actually just rolled it out to 1 or 2 other food companies and OMD companies. It's a pretty rudimentary system, to be fair. There's a mark that we supply these companies with individual unique numbers, but it gives us the ability to work really closely with these partners, with these in-market partners, and make sure that we feel confident that we can match up their supply and what they're bringing in and what they're selling. And so the Dairy Industry New Zealand website or our office based up there will release a whole lot of numbers that the customer can go in, enter these numbers into the DIN's website, and it will come up saying that the product contained within this has met the process that has been approved by Dairy Industry New Zealand to better assure product quality. As I've said, the Country of Origin program has a huge amount of benefits as it creates more direct and transparent connection between the New Zealand supplier and its market intended for consumption. It creates a real pride in selling New Zealand velvet, and actually by its own existence implies value. As I said, the promotional trial continues in Korea, and we've signed up a couple of more marketers in both the OMD and the healthy food channels. Now, some of you may recognise this brand and can therefore share in the excitement of where we're going in this important healthy food sector. The Country of Origin promotion is a very low-level promotion, but our intention is to perfect it and then look to roll it out into China, as for the first time now we're starting to get marketers and companies keen to promote New Zealand velvet in China. All in all, I've talked about a fantastic opportunity in front of us, but please don't forget about the risks, particularly the finely balanced supply and demand situation. The New Zealand velvet industry is really dynamic. It's full of awesome people, and I do truly think that it's a bright industry to be a part of. Thanks very much. Well, we can either answer some questions now. I'll save it for the panel if you like, Grant, or. Yeah, you might stay sitting down and go up to the next leg. I'm not too sure, but okay. Can I please ask Tony Cochran, Colin Stevenson, Ross Chambers to come up here, and then I'll be happy to take some questions. As I say, there's a wee little incentive. I'd love to get your feedback on this. It's heavily ginseng, but also with some premium New Zealand velvet in it. So if I could just ask, Rob and Kenwyn to take a couple of those, and they can fire them out to people as they ask questions. Can also ask Dan to come up. Dan will moderate the panel because I'll sit down and take questions, obviously.
Who wants the first ball? Janet. You've got to eat it first.
I've got manners, I don't talk with my mouth full. Just a question for some of the practitioners here this afternoon. 3/4 of our family actually use velvet in one tablet or form or another. Any ideas on the growing use of it in New Zealand?
So where's that question coming from? Oh, Janet. Yeah. Great question, and we don't have those figures. I'm sorry. We monitor export stats. And but we don't know how much it's growing. We do know that velvet in New Zealand is consumed at a really low level comparing with Korea and China, but we don't know how quickly it's growing.
We all know that the supply of New Zealand velvet is increasing, and we have the figures for what that is in the last year, and probably can't put you could probably have a guess at what it is for this season that's wound up. But my question to all of you is on the panel is what sort of level of percentage do we need going into the healthy functional food market to align? Because I mean we can obviously grow as an industry as long as we get the balance right going into the healthy functional food market from what we're hearing. So as a percentage basis, what are those sort of numbers of how much we need to grow with that, if that makes sense?
Yeah, good question, Grant. So obviously 25%, or I don't know if I mentioned that before, but we would estimate about 25% now goes into the healthy food or value-added type market. And that's really awesome compared with a few years ago when it was less than 1%. So it's growing fast. Does it need to be at 50%? Possibly. We don't know what that magic points, where that magic percentage point is. We do know that we need to lessen the reliance on commodity traders that are currently over 50%. So one of the things I'd also like to get across is not just about the food guys, but the key message I was trying to get across with those 3 examples I used in the Orange Medicine doctors. They're so different than their fathers of old that just sat down there smoking, drinking and traded in velvet. These guys, they're university educated, they're branding themselves, they're tying themselves in with both the country of origin program and other things for New Zealand velvet. And so it's not just the healthy food, but it's also these programs that we're working with some of the new generation OMD marketers as well. That's going to lessen that reliance, because if they market as New Zealand velvet, they've got to buy it from New Zealand.
You've answered it all. No, I'd like to say probably 50% or north of there for the functional food market. As Reece said, there is also a traditional sector that is starting to do new innovative things. We've got competitive tension within companies in Korea and also China, so that's something to remember too, that we can't be singled out to one market or one particular sector. We've got to have that tension or that competition there to keep each other honest. That's the key to, I suppose, driving price forward as well.
Just another point to add. We always think hard about how big the pie is and whether it's growing. And I think there could be some sort of transference in terms of the consumer from older consumers who are taking it in the traditional fashion to younger consumers who are taking it in this very exciting and developing modern sector. Does that mean that the consumption is growing? No, arguably it probably doesn't, but I think New Zealand is so well placed to develop this sort of new type of business. That's why it's really exciting for us, but it's contestable whether the pie itself is actually getting bigger.
Another one up the back. Reece or the panel. During the venison section, there was a lot said about environmental and the issue that played. And from the velvet point of view, from your new OMDs, where does the importance placed on animal welfare and environmental issues? Is that quite high on there?
So animal welfare, I think, is increasing, particularly in more sophisticated markets like Korea. Probably, as of today, it's not such an important factor in China, but it will do so. So I think animal welfare is becoming more understood. From an environmental point of view, that's a key part of what we sell. One of the big companies that one of these guys deal with, one of the big food companies, they use a slogan, "Healthy deer, happy deer," and therefore they have great products. So that's what they really see of New Zealand, the environment side of things. So animal welfare increasing in its importance, and certainly in the sophisticated markets, and we'll do so in our emerging market. And from an environmental standpoint, it's something that we absolutely sell, that Clean Green New Zealand.
I've got one over there, and then Graham. Rob, if you...
Just going back to your slide there earlier, you had consumption in China at about 575, and yet Korea was 600. Given what you said about the growth in that middle class going from up to 25,000, what sort of budget are you looking for the China consumption to grow at?
I'll just repeat that question if that's okay. So what type of budget are we doing for the China market? Where's our sort of forecast? Where's our thoughts? So China at the moment, we're estimating, and these are estimations, we're estimating to be about 575, and Korea's about 600 tonnes. Most of the Korean guys actually know that China's going to overtake them very rapidly if they haven't already in terms of velvet consumption. Where's the growth? Do you want to answer that, Colin? China? Yeah, in China.
If we are lucky enough to actually crack, as Reece said earlier on, the regulatory hurdles that we've got there, the growth in China must come from the health food sector. If you have a look on Google, it shows you the huge increase in demand for vitamin supplements, all kinds of supplements actually in China, and the acceptance, or really growing acceptance in the younger generation and middle class people in using it. There's one company that Reece and I have been studying that's selling around $17 billion worth of health food products in China. If you get your head around that, $17 billion is massive. We're not dealing with industries in Korea or China that talk about those levels. That company's got 20,000 retail outlets. So if you can get product positioned in those kind of markets, then that's where your future growth, I think, comes from, and your stabilities.
Graham?
You showed us the guy trying to push a rock up a hill, and you told us that it was a very hard season last year, and obviously you did a good job holding the line and selling well. Obviously a bit concerning, we've got more product. Why was it such a hard season last year? Why were these guys playing hardball? And how do we, what's the forecast for the coming season in view of their position they're taking?
Well, Graham, I guess you've answered half your own questions. How many extra tonnes of velvet did you produce last year? 3 or 4?
One.
Okay, so that's what, 10% of your herd went up in production? If we put that right across the whole industry, that's another 50 or 60 or 70 tonnes of product that everybody's expecting us guys to try and sell for you and maintain value. It's not an easy task. Reece actually had it quite right when he said that rock's been really hard to push up the hill. If we go back 3 years ago when we had 450 tonnes of product that we were dealing with, it actually wasn't that big a challenge. But we approached 600 tonnes 12 months ago. We don't actually know what the final figure was for the season that's completed now, or nearly completed now. But my guess is that it's higher than the previous year. If you look at the growth in the health food sector, which is the one thing we've been hanging our hats on, if we're honest about it in the industry, it almost doubled in a year. So from 50 tonne to 100 tonne means you've had a 50 tonne increase in sale in that sector. We heard Ross just say before that a lot of that extra consumption in that sector has probably been taken up by people that have gone to a ready to consume product to the traditional stuff that could take you 5 or 6 hours to boil up in your home. So we've probably moved the people from traditional to modern. What we haven't seen is the growth that we need to keep consuming this extra production that we're bringing on.
Tony or Ross want to add to that answer at all? Or?
Thank you. Another point that's worth everyone considering is that the buying style of your traditional velvet, I won't call it a trader, but importer, has been recently, over the last 5 or 6 years, send out money in an aggressive fashion to source product. Now, if we're shifting, as we are, to these health food companies, modern style of buying, it isn't like that. They want to pay for it when they get it. So if we're looking to have stable prices at something akin to the levels we've enjoyed for the last 4 or 5 years, there may need to be a greater level of patience about when product is moved so that prices can be maintained. That's, I think, something that's important to consider.
All right. Next one, Rob, you got Bill down the end.
Right, well, I was formulating this question and had my hand up when Colin hadn't said anything, and I thought it'd be good to hear from him, but unfortunately he's been hit a bit. But you yesterday expressed some concerns, and I wondered whether you'd like to expand on the ones around palm kernel. Now, when I asked the second part of this question, you can decide whether you just want to give that a very short answer. But my limited understanding is I thought we'd developed some sort of a DNA type test that could prove the authenticity of New Zealand velvet. And probably the question comes a wee bit that if we've got large lots of overseas food being used in the velvet production, would that affect that DNA testing? And also we hear about healthy foods, and I may have a few misguided reservations about palm kernel, but I don't see them fitting quite together. But I appreciate if you're not happy with the question, there's a pretty simple answer, because I did say, would you like to expand on the comments you made yesterday?
So Rhys, would you maybe just expand on the verification plans we have in place for the country of origin program?
Two ways. I'm happy to talk a bit about that, but then come back to you, Colin, to expand the question.
Testing will cover that.
Yeah. So I talked about this country of origin system that we're excited about rolling out, and it adds value to the New Zealand Velvet brand and everything like that. Actually, one of the audit tools that we're looking to implement with that is this isotopic signature verifying technology that, as you'd remember, Dairy Industry New Zealand invested in this technology quite a few years ago, and during our sort of proof of concept we found quite discriminating factors between carbon and sulphur, and I think probably a lot of New Zealand's profile and primary products would show that, just with our unique landscape. In terms of what type of impact that feeding them overseas foods, yes, it probably will have some type of impact. We need to perfect this tool for auditing, and it's going to take us quite a few months to have a look at that, and maybe we should factor in some palm kernel, but there are other aspects around the environmental aspects that can help with the profile of the isotopes that we're looking for. I don't expect it to change a lot, but it's something we should be quite mindful of. So I think that's a good question, but I might now just pass it back to Colin to finish the answer.
You happy, Colin?
Bill, I'm not sure whether or not I should answer the question. But if you think it through, the three of us guys sitting up here, generally we're clean green New Zealand. We're a pasture-fed, sometimes grain supplements and seasonal needs industry. What we've got to be careful of is that something else doesn't come along and shoot us in the backside. In particular because we're going down this path of health food supplementary sales. We have to be careful that if people start testing our products before they buy it from us, that we can actually meet the requirements of what they want. So that's why I'm cautioning people about the use of other additives in their feeds. Because I know in some sectors that there are some additives that are used in the pork industry in China, as an example, that would really horrify you if you actually saw it. So that's just why I'm cautioning people. Be careful of it. Don't overdo it.
Cool. Done. John? Oh, not John. Sorry.
My question is, with a huge number of Chinese tourists now coming into New Zealand, Do you see, or any of you see, opportunities to market and grow that velvet tourism in New Zealand?
I think that's a no.
Yeah, there are actually companies in New Zealand that have been specialising in it for many years. If you go to Rotorua, there's Supreme Natural Products. Hopo Kin, Dr. Hopo Kin, he's been really active in trying to promote New Zealand deer products, promote New Zealand tourism. He hosted with the Chinese Premier when he came out to New Zealand the last time. So it's actually occurring, and probably people don't realise it.
Yeah, I think my answer was a bit glib, but these guys are exporters, and there is, a smaller cottage industry in New Zealand.
You go to the airport these days, and every Chinaman's lining up to buy honey, and I see a huge opportunity in that within New Zealand.
Yep, I guess no argument, but as per venison and a whole lot of other primary products, that just the size of the market means that we are always going to be heavily reliant on exports, and whether we can turn that, what's a cottage industry, into something more significant, quite possibly. We heard Silver Fern talk about 90 tonne of venison sold in New Zealand, which is a good little market, but it's always going to be at best a good little market.
Certainly, Richard, the feedback I'm getting from the guys that operate in that area is that it's growing, and that's brilliant. When you're reading about the increasing number, but it's not going to change our industry. But it is great for those guys that are selling more velvet to overseas Chinese tourists, particularly.
We're running out of time again, but we've got John who's been waiting patiently.
Thanks. My question's to yourself, Don, or Reece there. Just in terms of the investment that we as levy payers have made over many years into research of velvet and understanding the virtues of what velvet can do us, a health product, I'm just interested to know just where we're at with that research and how confidently myself or anyone else in this room can talk about velvet, say, as a wound healing product, as we've learned a lot of it, Repair X as an example. Similar, because I'm listening to the stories that you're hearing from the Manuka honey people, and they're really driving it and doing very well, talking about and expounding exactly the same virtues that I've been accustomed to talking about velvet. How confidently can we be in the future?
Yeah, thanks very much, John. We're just about out of time. I mean, it's an absolutely fair question, and as I said too briefly yesterday, I'm pretty embarrassed about the answer. So I mean, the deer industry, as I see it, saw the Manuka honey, and particularly the company Comvita, as a real model to follow in terms of how we could get velvet into the mainstream Western, medicine system. The industry has been going down that track. In the meantime, to be fair, our strategy has moved back to traditional markets where there is huge demand and consumption, and it doesn't need to be proven in a pharmaceutical setting. But nonetheless, the Repair X project continues to be on the books. I stood up in front of a conference last year and said, I think that trial is about to start. So, the next step on that process is a first-in-humans trial at Middlemore Hospital. So, actually, the trial did start very shortly after I told you that. So the trial's been open for about 10 months and waiting for the patients to come through who have the right size of donor site of skin graft to be, given, a control substance on half and the Repair X on the other half, but they haven't come. So if anyone feels like applying any hot water to themselves, I'd be very grateful. But I'm incredibly frustrated and embarrassed by that lack of process, and we're at the stage, the board's pretty hot on this too, and they're asking me for some answers. So why has this not happened, and what's plan B? So what do we do next? So I'm really pretty frustrated, and I don't have a good answer for you, John. But we will, at the moment, we're pretty determined to see it through.
So moving on from Repair X, so we are still spending money in research, and one of the probably bigger projects that we can be quite excited and happy about is so the nature of the research has changed a little bit. We're working with people in the market a little bit more. So So there's one company that we're looking to try and help their product get registered in China, which will provide a bit of a beachhead around the types of things that we've just talked about in the regulatory space. But also, I talked about the success of a couple of those big products that happened with KGC, and Stephen's been over and had meetings with their researchers, and there's been sort of lots of activities that have been happening with some of the people that can better commercialise or better you uptake some of the research. So there is some research that's happening in that area that's being more immediately commercialised. Also, Clive.
Going to have to kill it off, guys, as we're out of time again. But a bit of a round of applause for the panel, please. And I'll hand over to Mr. Chris Orange to look after the next session.
There's a few more samples if anyone wants to give one of these velvet balls a go. Okay, what I'll do first is just ask the sponsor for this event, FMG, who've been a great sponsor of the Next Generation program for the last few years. I'll just ask Guy Taylor to come forward and just give us a brief on FMG and their sponsorship.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and it will be very brief. Listen, thank you very much for the opportunity to sponsor this session. We're very, very proud of our association with this event, and it gives firstly an opportunity for me on behalf of FMG to thank all existing mutual members that are coming onto the conference for your ongoing support. It's without that we can't do much. And the second opportunity I guess it gives me is to welcome anyone that's interested in a professional second opinion on their insurance requirements. We're on a pretty aggressive market share growth phase at the moment, and we just if you think that there's room for someone to have a look at it, if you could look at your insurance firm, we'd certainly appreciate the opportunity. But we are proud to have supported this event for many years, and it gives me great pleasure to open this session today as we look at our next generation. This particular session is a great session for FMG to sponsor, I think, because as New Zealand's leading rural insurer, our business is all about keeping farmers farming in uncertain times. And what better way to do this than by providing support for our young farmers as they embark on their farming journey. So look, it's great to be here. It's great to have the chance to sponsor a session. We certainly appreciate the opportunity, and we hope you enjoy the session with the upcoming next generation of farmers. Thank you very much.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we've got Nigel Bamford here, so I'll introduce him and then I'll introduce the Next Generation panel, and then Nigel can kick off with a bit about himself, and then the panel can ask if got some questions that are formulated. So Nigel Bamford is a Dunedin gas fire manufacturer. His belief is that if you want to grow a decent business in New Zealand, you're pretty well forced to sell offshore because of the small market here. So that means that you need to become a pretty open-minded company and need to understand other markets. The fire company is called Iskia, and it's the top of the line, very smart-looking gas fires that have been put into a lot of new homes. Nigel was about 18 and at high school in his hometown of Balclutha in South Otago when he decided not only to do something in business, but in one that could derive income from several different markets. This turned into a 7-year journey that included 4 years as production designer for a Dunedin manufacturing company, followed by 3 years managing the gas appliance retail store in Nelson. So along the way, Nigel also studied in New Zealand Certificate in Mechanical Engineering at the Otago Polytechnic. So this experience gave Nigel a great insight into the needs and wants and desires of consumers, and an important apprenticeship for what was about to come. Provide them with feedback from these people about the strengths and weaknesses of the other products available on the market. So at night he would go home and write down what people had said
and trying to design a brief on that. He compiled a database of potential suppliers, including vague details of what the product might look like. And having clocked up some life and work experience by this stage, as well as market insights, he chose Dunedin as his launching pad for his own business venture, which began in 2002. So on the panel today, we've got 4 people that have been along to the Next Generation program. We've got Emma Coots from Timaru. Just a little bit about her. She grew up on a finishing farm with parents Murray and Jan Coots running a finishing farm for Rooney Farms in Timaru. So she's always had an interest in deer farming. She says she spent 4 years at Lincoln University gaining a Bachelor of Agricultural Science with first class honours. Currently working with Kelly and Karen Hudson just out of Timaru on their velveting operation with 1,200 stags and 600 breeding hinds. And she has been with Kelly and Karen for about 2 years. We also have Daniel Spears from Takapau. Started out working in life and property management, then moved into the hospitality for around 10 years. Decided to make a change 2.5 years ago and has been trying to learn as much as he can and as fast as he can since then, working back on the family farm with his father on a farm called Maranoa on Takapau at Hawke's Bay. Also we've got Rachel Worth. Rachel grew up in the city of Dunedin as a city girl, but she always had an interest in animals. So she decided after school that she'd head to Australia for some farm experience for about 7 months. After that, came home and did a Bachelor of Science in Zoology. Worked on a sheep and beef farm just up at Lee Stream for a few years before getting a job with Ag Research. At first it was on the sheep farm, but then had the opportunity to look at the deer farm, and now has been looking after that deer farm for 2 years, and she's really enjoying that. Further south, we've got Bruce Patterson. He's a deer farmer of 700 acres, Scott's Gap in Western Southland, which is a mix of venison and velvet. He says that he would have said more, but he's still thinking of the questions to ask Nigel. So good on you, mate. So what we'll do is we'll get Nigel we'll get all the panel up here, but if we get Nigel to come and do your presentation, and then I'll just be a bit of a gamekeeper as to questions that come forward after.
Great. Everyone can hear me all right? Well, it's good to be invited to be part of the Young Industry panel. I'm kind of young. I've been in, used to be young. I've been in business now. We started manufacturing in about 11 years ago. So basically, ASEA is a high growth, high success business story, which is what I was asked to talk about today. So I'm here to talk about business as opposed to, the craft of business as opposed to the craft of farming. I'm sure a lot of the other speakers have talked about the craft of farming, what it takes to be a spectacular farmer. But, we're all also business people. Around this room, hands up if you either own a business, own your farm, or have a senior role in another business. So how many? Right. Cool. So basically, the thing we all share in common is we're all in business. And what I've noticed in life, both running my own business, but also traveling around, seeing what I've seen hundreds of other really good, successful businesses. I've been making a bit of a science of studying, what are the things you see in common across all successful businesses? And I don't class success as still being there next year, making wage roll each week. That's subsistence, that's not success. And so I'm here to talk about that really small percentage of businesses in any industry that's really kick-ass successful. That's the one that stands out from all the rest and completely cleans up. Because industries need those. Your industry needs those. And I think there are some common elements that you see whenever you study really, really highly successful businesses. So the four that I thought I'd talk about a bit today were things like, number one would be companies that really have a fanatical desire to really get to know their customers. And you saw a little bit in some of the slides before where your export people had been travelling to China, and you could tell that they had a really good understanding of their customers. But my point is that all businesses, including you guys in the production side, really you see that across the board. Any highly successful business has an unbelievable desire to deeply understand their customers. So I'll talk a bit about that. The second point I have is around how when you do that, you can use first design and then brand to turn yourself from a price taker to a price maker. And that was sort of touched on in some of the questions and the last speaker. So I want to go even into that because I think it's very relevant to primary industries. My third point, what was my third point? To have a crystal clear company vision. And basically it's all about knowing where the hell you're going. And you see this across the board with highly successful companies. They all know where they're going. And they've got some pretty clever planning methodologies to make sure they actually get there. So I'm going to talk about that. And my fourth point is all about having a deep culture of self-improvement within the business, that nobody gets up each day and says, let's just do what we did yesterday. So starting with that first point, what does it mean to have a fanatical understanding, a fanatical desire to deeply understand your customers? So as the introduction said, I wasn't actually lucky. I moved to Nelson on purpose. I took a job running a gas fireplace retailer on purpose, and I spent 2 years deeply understanding who bought fireplaces. I understood the mom and pa, I understood the builders, I understood the gas fitters, and as it was said, I went home every night and wrote down what they said. I call them golden nuggets, little wee quotation mark things that someone said during the day. You think, geez, that really does personify what actually matters to this customer. And so all in all, I probably spent 1,000 hours writing our first company's product design brief / business plan. Now, I bet you my competitors, when they sat down to design a new fireplace, they probably put, a couple of meetings into the design brief, maybe 10 hours at the most, bit of research. Well, surprise, when we launched our fire in 2005, we weren't just moderately successful. Within a couple of years, it was the #1 selling model in New Zealand, and then a couple of years after, it was the #1 selling model in Australia. That wasn't an accident. It was because I really understood what the customer wanted. And I understood it better than the other guy, than the other brands. And surprise, when you deeply understand your customers and you deliver exactly what they want, and it's not just about the look of the product or the performance, it's about how you price it, it's about how you take it to market, it's about how you communicate. It's the whole offering. Surprise, when you deeply understand your customer, you can throw that dart at the dartboard and hit it smack in the middle. And whenever I look at other companies, I see that time and time again. I see those that really get out and look at their customers, talk to their customers, listen to their customers, are the ones that are really kick-ass successful. But that got us our first product brief written. But our business has been growing significantly every year since there. So of course we started with 3 guys in a shed 12 years ago, and built our first fire. We now have 80 people in our shed in Green Island. We turn over about $2 million a month. And we sell fires all over New Zealand and Australia and a few to England and America. But we're growing at about 20% a year, and we have done for some time. So then it's not good enough just to have deep insights into your customer at the beginning, because that only gets you growth the first couple of years. To get the extra $3 or $4 million of growth that I need every single year, I have to have systems and ways of having continual deep understanding of our customers. And we have lots of ways of doing that. One of our rules is everybody travels. So we have a whiteboard at work that shows all the people that are away. I'm really unhappy if I don't see at least half a dozen names on that board. If we don't have 6 cars at the airport at any one time and people travelling, I'm really unhappy. You know how some companies look at their Air New Zealand bill and they get grumpy when it's too big? I get grumpy when it's too small. And we have other little rules, like everyone that travels writes a travel log, a travel report, which is a really complicated thing called send a couple of photos and a few words of what you saw and learnt that day. And every single night when our guys travel, they get home to the motel or hotel, wherever they're staying, they send an email, and they don't just send it to me, they send it to every single staff member with an email address, which is about 60 people in my company. So everyone in my company opens their inbox every day, and there's 2 or 3 travel reports. There's 2 or 3 photos of real customers having real problems and real things that are happening in the market. And as a result, everyone's informed. Everyone gets it. And when everyone gets it, everyone can spend their day making decisions that better fill those customers' needs, because we know what the customers' needs are. And that didn't happen by accident. That's systems, that's processes, and that's a fanatical desire to deeply understand your customers. So that's my number 1 point. Number 2, which was, mastering how to use design and then brand to become a price maker instead of a price taker. Now, branding's really important, but you can't put a good brand on a rubbish product and everything gets better. That doesn't work, right? A good brand tells the story of a great product. But if you don't have a great product in the beginning, then all the money with marketing agencies in the world is not going to be successful. So we start with design, and the way we design and build a fire. But your industry is the same. The way you design your animal, the way that you use genetics, the way that you design your way you cut the meat, the way you process the meat, the way you package the meat, the way that you present that to a shop, all of that's design. No different than making a fireplace. So you've got to get all that right, and then you've got to get the brand right. And when you do get all this right, and by the way, it's taken me 10 years to work all this stuff out and to get good at it, but we are now powerful enough as a brand that we've flipped on its head the normal supplier-customer relationship which was talked about before. So typical businesses, somebody makes something, grows some velvet, makes some fireplaces, and then they sell them to the importer. And so they sit across the table and they negotiate price. But all the power is generally in the buyer's hands, isn't it? Because they say, well, this is how much I think I can buy of your product, and if you don't sell it to me for this price, I'm going to buy it off this guy because he's got some. And essentially, as the producer, you essentially often have to nod your head to a certain extent, and the price goes up, the price goes down, and you take it. And that's how my business started too. But when you can control brand, and what happens now, take the situation of selling my fires in Australia, because of this wonderful thing called the internet, we can now leapfrog the importer, we can leapfrog the retailer, and we can get straight to the end consumer. And so someone in Australia sitting down to research building a new house and types in fireplace is going to find our website pretty quick. Then hopefully they're going to have an engaging experience in that website and say, Jesus, these are the sort of product I want. Then they walk into the retailer and they ask for an ASEA gas fire. And then the retailer goes, geez, it's amazing, there's 5 people have done that this week. And then they ring up our Australian importer and they say, geez, we need some more of those things. So when I sit down every year and now negotiate price with my Australian importer, I tell them what the price is going to be. Because I deeply understand how much Australians are prepared to pay for a fireplace. I know what appropriate retail margins are. I know what appropriate distributor margins are. And so I say, we're going to launch this new thing, and it's going to retail at $8,000, which means I'm going to sell it to you for, 5.5 or whatever. And he nods his head and says, well, that's been working, and there's quite a lot of demand for these things, and yes, please. And of course, you don't get to double your price. You don't get to sell fires for $20,000, because at the end of the day, a customer will pay what a customer will pay. But my point is, when you get this branding thing really right, you can flip that traditional, sales model on its head, and you can move to being way more of a price maker to a price taker, price maker. And I'm not saying that no one can make money out of commodities. That's not true. There are some wonderful, large, highly successful, massive businesses that make a heap of money in commodity world. But you've kind of got to pick. In any industry you look at, there's 2 groups of people making a heap of cash. It's ones at this left-hand end of the spectrum, who are the lowest cost producer. They do really, really well. Then there's people at the other end of the spectrum who are the best, who are the highest brand, the highest value, the highest niche, the highest bespoke. They also do really, really well. And almost all business sits in the middle there somewhere. Almost every business is somewhere in the middle, 95, 98% of all businesses, and they're doing okay, they're making money, they're paying their wages and things. But you've got to decide which direction you're going, you've got to decide, are you in business to be the lowest cost producer? Because you can make money doing that. You know, in agriculture, that tends to be some massive factory farm in America or something with you know, some massive feedlot thing. Maybe people in China growing pigs not worrying about the environmental concern. You know, that those guys can probably be the lowest cost producer. So you've got to decide, are you heading that way? Or are you heading in the other direction? Are you heading in the absolute niche? But you don't want to just float around in the middle unless you're satisfied with, you know, with just being in business. But if you want to be what I call, you know, a highly successful business, you have to decide. And it's exactly the same in any industry. You know, half the cell phones in the world come out of 2 factories. You know, half the TVs in the world come out of 1 factory. So you know, the people that own those factories do really, really well. But you just really don't want to be in the middle. So that was my second point. And so how do you know where you are? How do you know where you're heading? That's because you have a crystal clear vision. How do you know if a company has a crystal clear vision? Well, the simple test is, if you walk into a business and you ask anybody, you ask the person on the shop floor, you ask the receptionist, you ask anyone you meet, why are you guys here? Why do all these people turn up each day and do their stuff? What are you trying to achieve? Do you get the same answer back? So if you walk into my business, you can ask anybody, guy on the shop floor, guy driving the forklift, you can ask anybody, why are you here, what are you trying to achieve? And they should tell you that we are there to become the #1 fireplace company in Australasia. That's what our goal is. And we want to own some key global niches. You know, they also should know that because I've written that on about some 4-metre high banners that hang from the factory roof, and it's written on the wall of every single room you walk into. So it's not by accident that they know what the vision is. It's somewhat in their face, but and you get tested on it at pay review time. But the point being, everybody knows what the hell we're there for and what we're trying to achieve. And so I challenge you to think about your own business. And if I was to walk and ask some of your staff, what do you guys do? Why are you all turning up at this place every day? What is the goal of this organisation? What's this organisation trying to do? And if they're not all going to give me the same answer, and hopefully the answer you want, then it probably means, A, you don't have a vision, you haven't written down your vision. You probably have one. As a business owner, most of the stuff's in people's heads, isn't it? Most business owners have a vision, they have an idea, they have a goal, but very few bother to put it on 3-metre high banners and actually put it on the wall and actually ensure their staff know what it is. And this really matters when you want to go from being a little company to a big company. Because when you're a little company, it doesn't really matter that only you know the vision, because you can make every decision. If you've only got 4 staff, then every decision that needs to get made, every day they're working out what's important, what's not important, you get to make those decisions. So as long as you know the vision, that sort of works. But that's pretty limiting, isn't it? And so what I've done is tried to make sure that my company grows the way I want it to grow, even when I'm not there. So for a start, that requires everyone to know the plan, the vision. The other thing they have to know is what our values are, because that's how you decide what path, what decision, what direction to take as you face 100 weird decisions every day. So once again, in a small company, the values of the founder or the owners are typically, as in their own personal values, are typically become the values of the organisation. So, in a family-owned farm, the husband and wife that own it will care about the environment. They'll care about family. They'll care about honesty, integrity. The actual values, or some of them will anyway. The values of the founder typically are the values of the organisation. And hence, when you're making every decision, that's fine. But if you get big enough that you want a whole lot of staff making decisions, then they all have to know the values. So a company like mine, we also write those up on the wall and hang them on 3-metre high banners, and so everyone knows the values. So hopefully, they all start acting in a similar way in line with the company values. And every time you look at a highly successful company around the world, I guarantee you'll see really clearly when you look at their website, really clearly when you walk around their business, you'll see a crystal clear vision and you'll be able to see their values. It'll be obvious to you. My last point is around a culture of the never-ending desire for improvement. Basically, it's to say, we ain't happy with status quo. We don't just turn up every day and just say, hey, let's do what we did yesterday. And and of course that leads through the way that we're always hunting new markets, we're always hunting new products, but it also has to lead through our way of trying to keep our continually improve our production process. So, has anyone here heard of lean manufacturing, the principles of lean? 1, 2, 3. Cool. Is that something that gets talked about at an industry level? Is that something that you have speakers on and is looked at in agriculture very much?
Our speakers did yesterday.
Brilliant. I'm pleased about that. It's something that our company's been really into for many years now, and lean's all about getting rid of waste, and that doesn't just mean making stuff cheaper. It means getting rid of waste. So if we waste our marketing money, that's waste. You know, if we waste the time and energy. I mean, we don't even waste time in meetings. The best way I had to doing that is I threw away all the chairs in all the meeting rooms because I worked out that when people sit down in meetings, that takes too long, and that's waste. So when you walk into one of our meeting rooms now, there's a bar lean, a table like this, and there's no chairs. And surprise, surprise, all our meetings have halved in time. And you know, we don't have a minute taker. We just write it up on the whiteboard. Nobody types anything out. If you're going to email the minutes to someone, you just take a photo of the whiteboard and email it, because typing them up is waste. So we apply this principle right across our business. And of course, in doing that, by getting rid of waste, you're helping the bottom line, right? And the maths of this are known to everyone in this room. The maths of, you know, what's an average profit for a New Zealand business? You know, like I'm talking proper net profit after you've paid your owner's salary and you've paid all your costs and you paid the tax man, you paid depreciation. What kind of percentage points do you see around? 3% in agriculture? Yeah, and I was going to say 3 or 4. Sound about right? Well, I obviously the maths, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know here, but if you can take 1 or 2 points off your costs like we do every year and add 1 or 2 points to your sell price, because when I sit down and have that negotiation and set our RRP, when we design products which meet our customers' needs better, they're prepared to pay more money for them. So we typically try and add 1 or 2 points to our sell price every year, and we end up taking 1 or 2 points off our cost of production. So yeah, we used to make 3%, but then the year after that we made 5%, or 4, even 6%. 2 on the top, 2 on the bottom. And then because we have a fanatical desire to improve every year, we do that every year. So then 6% becomes, 10% net profit, and then 10 becomes 14. And it doesn't happen overnight, but you keep doing it. And that's why the truly successful companies, not the mediocre ones, that's why they can make 20% profit. Who read the ODT today about Comvita, which was mentioned in the last talk? Did anyone else read that article this morning? And I'll bring it up because obviously it's typical. It is topical for your industry. So they were reporting. I think their profit, I worked out, had gone to 8.5%. So if you're saying industry agriculture is often 3%, then I would say 8.5% is pretty bloody good. But if they've got that same, if they get all the other stuff I've been talking about right, if they know how to deeply understand their customers, and if they know how to continually improve themselves, then 8.5% will turn to 12% next year. And then you watch, then 3 or 4 years, they'll be up to 16. But more importantly, their revenue grew 30%. And that's what we're doing as well. We're also growing our revenue, not quite 30, we got 20 last year, but that's a great example of a company that's obviously not into mediocrity. And I bet you if you study them, they'll do a lot of the same things I've been talking about this afternoon. So yeah, that was my 4. To deeply understand your customers, to master how to use brand to become a price maker, not a price taker, to have that crystal clear company vision, and then have a whole lot of systems and processes into how you actually plan and deliver on it. I didn't actually mention that, but as the introduction said, I spent 1,000 hours on our first business plan. I now spend 1,000 hours every year on our business plan. So how much, does anyone here write business plans as part of their job or part of their business? And I'm not talking about the one the bank makes you do. I'm actually talking about a proper business plan. Cool. So, spend a couple of days on it, I suppose, is pretty normal maybe. Maybe maybe a week if you can. Well, I've arranged my company now that business planning is now just constant. We do a little bit of every day. Once every 12 months, we publish that in a big 50-page document, which is the annual plan. The moment we publish that, we published our last one a month ago, I stopped worrying about that year. I'm now living in 2017. I'm now working on our plan for next year, and I'll put 1,000 hours into it between now and then. And surprise, surprise, when we hit that, everyone knows what the plan is, everyone knows what we're trying to do, and then that vision and the systems behind planning for it are every year, because otherwise we would just flatline, and that's not the game. So they were my main points. I don't know how I'm doing with time, but I guess we're keen now to maybe throw this into more of an open conversation and see if there's any questions around anything I've said and how that might relate to agriculture.
Thanks, Nigel. I just firstly commend you for your time, but also really relate to the fact that the business plan has not only got to go with the owner or the manager, but with all of the staff to get that buy-in to really drive business forward. But just invite anyone on the team here to ask Nigel some questions.
Get him first. It was good what you said about communication and how you reach out to your final customer and not making the supply chain obsolete, but certainly making it more efficient from your point of view. Seems to be the theme of the conference has been communication and lack of, and not really with our end customer, but with our support partners, our researchers, even our industry representatives. Have you got any sort of magic bullets or tools that you use within your business to improve that?
Yeah, I mean, one thing you'll also see with all highly successful companies is they're incredibly open. So, and getting that information, getting that communication out there is a constant battle, even for our business. We have to work really hard on it. So as an example, we have our once a month management meeting. That's the one meeting you're actually allowed to sit down in, because we do have chairs in that one meeting room. And the moment we finish that meeting, we put all our management papers up on the notice board in the foyer of the business. So basically, we share all of our management reports, all things that are worrying us, all our financials, our profit, our loss. We put all that up on the whiteboard, and we share that with our entire staff. Because why should that be secret? Why should only the bosses know what the financials are? Why should only the bosses know? If I'm worried about something, if there's a competitor activity or something that's really worrying me, then I'd like everyone to know about it, because then they maybe can help me deal with it. So we use that. Obviously, we use various meetings and things. The travelling helps a lot with that communication. I mean, I talked before about how many people travel. They're visiting suppliers, they're visiting the supply chain, they're visiting people we buy things off. And by not only having the boss that travels, that helps enormously. So it is hard in any business, but we work hard to try and break that down.
We were talking before about how you can be the price maker, not the price taker, and I was wondering, for our business, that sounds like it's pretty difficult for us to be the price maker. But, I was wondering if you had any ideas about how we could become the price maker with our product.
Yeah, sure. I mean, in a certain sense, with the cooperative meat processing and marketing of Velvet, you kind of do own the brand. So each farmer owns 1/1000th of the brand, right? So, okay, in my business it's easier because we own the whole brand. But once again, I mean, we were talking before about your new what's the word, the Savannah or the Savannah thing. I mean, that to me that's awesome. That's actually you guys taking control of the brand, and if you can then take some control of promoting that brand rather than always relying on the intermediaries to promote it, then all of a sudden you can start driving demand for it. And part of it is that travel and that knowledge I was talking about, because basically when you sit down to that price negotiation, if you know more about the customer, or at least as much about the customer as the guy you're trying to sell to or girl you're trying to sell to, they find it harder to bullshit you. I mean, they basically, often the thing that, people that have sold to export will know this, that you sit down at that annual price negotiation, they go, oh, it's just tough out there. It's this is happening in the market, and there's not as much money being spent, and we could never retail your product for more than $12 a kilogram or whatever. It just wouldn't happen. But if you could say, well, actually, I was in a supermarket the other day and I saw the competitor's product for $16, and ours is better, and so the more that you can, know your customer, the more that the intermediaries, the retailers and the suppliers and things, can't pull the wool over your eyes, and the more that they're asking for your brand, the more power you have in that negotiation. So I think a lot of the things you're already doing are really strong. But I mean, a classic example is when it was talked about in the last speaker, but when deer velvet gets crushed into dust and put into someone else's ingredient, there is no brand on that. And sure, I think in agriculture you're always going to have a decent chunk of your business which is sold without a brand on it. But even if just some pieces were, I mean, even the question was asked before about selling deer velvet product in New Zealand tourism shops. Even if someone just starts doing that, even if someone just creates a New Zealand brand, and maybe it's just an individual farm that does that and just starts selling those things domestically, and then all of a sudden someone who's over here on holiday loves that, takes it home, becomes your importer. There's definitely ways of doing that. And I'm not saying that every kilogram that leaves your farm has to have a brand on it, but even if just a percentage of it does, then even if you are exposed to the price of the market and the commodity price for a heap of your income, wouldn't it be cool if 10 or 20% of it went out with your brand on it and you controlled that price? I mean, that does limit your risk.
Nigel, before you talked about you've always got people travelling, do you, as an outside perspective, think that we as farmers need to be doing more of that, or do we leave it sort of to people higher up in the industry?
It depends if you believe what they tell you. At the risk of being controversial. I mean, you guys have a conference like this, and your industry representatives appear in front of you, and I'm not saying they don't tell the truth, but you're better informed to ask challenging questions the more you understand. And it really depends how much you have the ability to customise your product and service for the market. So if you had the ability to grow your produce in a way that better met your customers' needs, then you'd have to understand their needs. So if you really do want to customise what you make for the needs of that customer, then you've got two options. You rely on intermediaries to tell you what that need is. But yeah, I would have thought that in your travel calendar, once every couple of years, spending some time in markets, spending some time in foreign supermarkets, visiting some other high-performance properties overseas would be critical just to you being able to make informed decisions in your own business.
Elaborating more on being price makers, not takers, how do you do that when you've got companies like competing against each other? Like you can say my product's the best and you set your price. How do you do it when there's, like say, 4 or 5 different meat companies all going into that same market?
Well, there's competition everywhere. So, I mean, even when I sell a gas fire in a little shop in Dunedin, the 3 or 4 models that a Dunedin customer is looking at are made by some of the best fireplace companies in the world, big American, Canadian people. So I guess that's my whole point about needing to have a global perspective right from the beginning, is that even selling, I mean, if you go into a supermarket in Dunedin, I'm sure that the meat products on the shelf come from all over the world. So whether you want to compete locally or overseas, there's always going to be competition. So I think it's all about if the moment there is a brand involved, then it becomes how much are they going to pay for your product as opposed to how much they're going to pay for a generic product. And if you're objective, and I know in agriculture you've got this problem that you have to kind of sell a season's worth of stuff in, and there's storage of food products, and it's quite complicated. But if you can create demand, then they're not just asking for any venison, they're asking for your venison. So if you're sitting down there and New Zealand venison and your Savannah brand is what's being asked for, then it kind of doesn't matter what the Canadian price is, does it? That's not what we're talking about here. We're just simply saying how much are they going to sell for the Savannah product this year. So if you can produce something that other people can't, produce it better and get a brand on it, then to a certain extent you make the competition a whole lot less relevant. So if New Zealand product was selling in supermarkets for $20 a kilogram and the Canadian stuff was $3, then you might have to have some part of it. But if people are asking for the New Zealand stuff and there's demand for it, then it really doesn't matter what the Canadian price is.
We're not too far away from finishing, so is there any more?
Or any questions from the
questions from above? I just thought I'd make a comment there, like this morning and this afternoon with the velvet. I mean, that's exactly how we are getting those premiums in the market, is by having product integrity over and above our competitors. But we just got to keep striving for more and more.
Yeah, I really get the feeling from the little snippets that I've heard today that a lot of this industry is on the right track. A lot of things you are doing are heading in that direction. And I suppose my challenge to you is just keep doing that. Just keep investing in differentiating by design and keep investing in brand. And basically don't, even though it costs a whole lot of money and it feels quite scary, I guess those are the directions which I think you're on the right track and need to keep going. Did we have a question up here? Yeah, well, that's an interesting thing that's changed in our company. When I started it, probably the only people that travelled were salespeople. But now, in fact, interesting point, we've gone from, 3 staff to 80 staff, and so go back 5 years, and I might have had 40 staff, and I had 3 sales reps. Now I've got 3 sales reps. So basically what we've done is we've realised that sales reps are really important, but I send our designers into market to go and talk to customers. I send our marketing people to go and talk to customers. Our financial controller goes and talks to customers. So what we find is that, and they're not there to sell, they're there to learn, they're there to listen, they're there to deeply understand the customer. So what we find is that, yes, our salespeople travel just like anyone else does, and they're all typically Dunedin based, and they probably take off sort of maybe 50%, 30% of their time there in market. But we don't just rely on the view of what the salespeople see in the market, because then they have to translate it. So if a salesperson goes over to America and says, hey, I've seen this opportunity, this is what the customer wants, we're kind of relying on their interpretation of that. Whereas if you send your designer over, they can hear firsthand. So basically, to answer your question, it's not just the sales guys travelling. Anyone else got a comment or a question?
Yeah, Nigel, you started off with a product that was really focusing on needs that you'd seen over the years prior to starting your business. How have you managed to keep up with those trends? Have you had competitors that have brought in similar products to yours?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, there's a couple of my key competitors that are what I call fast followers. So companies like ours, who put a lot of time into deeply understanding the customer, then these other companies that come along, and when we've launched something, and they wait for about 3 or 4 years till we're really successful in it, and then they go, I see us doing pretty well on that, maybe we should do one of those. And they do a Me Too copy. But then it takes them a couple of years to develop and get that on the market. So by the time they launch it, we're up to about year 6 since we launched it. But we had that market insight 2 years before that. So it's now 8 years since we saw an opportunity. And then they launched theirs. It's typically about the same time we're obsoleting ours. So essentially our competitors they're fast followers as fast as they can be. But basically they're always, by the time they release some copy of ours, we're probably only 1 or 2 years away from turning it off anyway, because we're moving on to something else. But to answer your question, we've had to have all these ways of continually spotting new ones. So, now we import a lot of wood fires as well, and we make some wood fires, and we've just started importing these massive German wood fires that, how the average Kiwi wood fire's got a bit of glass about that big. Well, these German things have got glass about that big. And we did that because we spent so much time with architects. They kept saying, I love your CO gas fires, but can we not have a wood fire that looks like that? So we took that insight, we partnered up with a German company, we designed a solution. So we're always looking and we're always listening, and we're never standing still, to answer your question.
How do you get around copyright, stopping them and not getting yourself in trouble by copying somebody else's?
It's never been a problem. I must admit, I've apart from trademarking our name, our brand, I've never spent $1 on patenting or copyright protection and things. You're right. There is a risk sometimes that you accidentally infringe someone else. But obviously, when we design, we really try not to look at what the competitors are doing. We try and look at what the customer wants. And the real art of design, and this is really tricky stuff, but you have to go and talk to lots of customers, and then you have to work out how to give people what they do not yet know they want. So you can't just have a focus group. I never do focus groups. You have to try and understand what they want and give them what they do not yet know they want, which probably means it's not just some variation of a existing one. So infringing other people's things isn't really that much of a problem for us. And I guess back to the other question, I think if we move fast enough with our innovation, so yes, we get copied a bit, and yes, it kind of bugs me, and I get grumpy for a couple of days, but we're moving on fast enough that it doesn't seem to be the end of the world. And I think that's where the brand comes in, because then when people see a competitor's product with their name on it and our version of, and they look at the story behind ours, it doesn't seem to matter. We can happily sell a product with a copycat in the market for 20-30% less, and ours still sells really well. So it doesn't seem to be the end of the world.
Nigel, globally in big cities, there's a bit, regional councils and various other local bodies are saying, wood fires are bad, smoke's bad. Is that decreasing the size of the potential market? And how have you attacked that sort of underlying issue to create that positive vibe?
Well, I think the point you're making is that markets are this constantly changing thing, right? So there's still the same number, always more consumers out there, but there's the group of consumers and they want to spend money with you. So in your game, they want to spend money in restaurants and supermarkets. In my game, they want to spend money on fireplaces. Now, over time, what kind of fireplaces they need will change, and things like the Culinary Act have an effect in that. So we just make sure, these new wood fires we're bringing from Germany, we've got those through the Culinary Act, so they're compliant for that. So the rules come, the rules go, we evolve with them, customers' needs move, and we evolve with them. The constant is people still want fireplaces. I mean, people still like having a flame in their house. So just like people still like going to restaurants and eating red meat, that doesn't seem to change. We just have to make sure that we're nimble enough. And typically speaking, companies like us can be way more nimble than lawmakers. So yes, those rules change, but Jesus, they change slow, and we don't have any trouble keeping up with them.
We'll just take one more from William, and we might just wrap it up then.
Yeah, sorry, I just had a sneaky look on your website, and you're looking through there, you've got a whole lot of high-tech, equipment in your factory, etc. And obviously, you talk about always innovating your fireplaces. So I guess what percentage of your budget is R&D? And obviously here in New Zealand, we always say we've got to underspend in that area. So what do you plan?
Our percentage is much bigger than the industry average, meaning across all businesses. So we're about 8 to 9% of our turnover. I've got 8 full-time product designers, and we always have 4 interns as well. So out of a staff of 80, that's a fair heap of people working on R&D. So we're big on that, and once again, if you look at any really successful business, you'll quite often see that they spend at greater than the industry average. And the reason I can afford to do that is we manage to make better margins than the industry average, so we can afford to then reinvest that into better design, which is why we get to make those better margins.
Oh, thanks, Nigel. It's a real great story, and I think most people can take home some information there that they can apply their own business. But Eskia is a real true blue Kiwi success story, and as they say, thinking outside the square as to what can be developed and what can be made in a little town of Dunedin. So thanks very much for that, and thanks to Bruce and what's your name? Emma, Dan, sorry, Rach. I'd like to just, if you could just show your appreciation in all manner, thanks.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilize this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
There are a number of attributes that we have behind the product, taste, tenderness, succulence, but what the consumer does demand is integrity of the promise. The promise must match the story. It also demonstrates our seriousness in regards to the word quality. You can say it, but we actually do it. And the consumer, you can't fool the consumer. What you say is what you do, and the consumers of the world need facts, and they need the story and the promise to match.
We're always looking at ways to improve our systems that we have on plant for selecting meat quality attributes and improving them. So we're always looking at things like raw material quality, what's happening behind the farm gate, what's happening in our production processes. Process hygiene is critical for us, and we really get involved quite heavily in the packaging side, working with various packaging companies, looking at ways that we can improve that chilled shelf life. We carry out a wide range of meat quality testing at our development centre in order to support the various research projects we've got operating across the supply chain. We do a lot of taste panel testing, looking at different meat quality attributes, primarily tenderness, succulence, aroma and flavour of our various meat product lines, and always looking at ways to improve those so the consumer gets a better eating experience. We're measuring shear force, or the amount of force that's required to push a tooth through a metal tooth through a meat sample. We carry out a lot of colour stability testing and meat colour testing with the aim of improving retail presentation in the marketplace, extending retail display life. So we'll age products as if they were on a boat heading to the marketplace, and then retail display them in the conditions that we'd expect our product to be displayed in. We produce a lot of chilled products for a wide range of markets, distant markets, and we need to produce product that has a good, robust shelf life. We're working with AgResearch and Beef and Lamb Genetics at the moment on a big project where we're looking at using hyperspectral imaging to predict traits such as colour, tenderness, eating quality, meat pH, and also nutritional type information, marbling intramuscular fat, and some of the healthfulness traits like fatty acid profiles, omega-3. Important work that we need to do that supports our existing predictive meat quality systems that are more in the areas of meat productivity or yield. What we're looking to do is also be able to go beyond yield and improve meat eating quality and meat healthfulness for the consumer, produce a premium product.
Where the Development Service Centre comes into play in regards to taste testing, it's based on scientific measurements, it's objective, it is robust, and it proves the promise to improve the quality from the farm gate to the plate.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. Back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past it was It was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got two TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really, really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannevirke. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Wilkins Farming Company is a family-owned business located in northern Southland, New Zealand. The farming company supply a broad product range of top-quality agricultural produce, including venison, velvet, milk, lamb, wool, livestock genetics, cereal grains, grass seeds, and forage crops. The livestock aspect of the business has always included sheep, beef and deer, for which the family is now internationally recognised as world leaders. The family pride themselves on long-term commitment to invest in top-performing genetics across all species. However, deer remains their trademark. Deer farming commenced in 1980 and in the 1990s saw the formation of a fully recorded herd originally sourced from Eastern European, German and English red deer genetics. The aim has always been to develop a composite herd from the various breeds that demonstrated the best of the combined attributes for venison, velvet and trophy antlers. The farming company has always believed that modern technology can be applied to improve results and has invested heavily in research and development, which includes ultrasound and CT scanning, as well as numerous other field and animal trials. All animals are DNA parent and progeny tested to ensure they have an accurate record of their sire's performance. Electronic identification is also used to track growth rates. This is not only to identify the top meat producers, but also to identify the sires that are producing high-value primal cuts, good muscle conformation, and other desirable genetic attributes.
Two of the deer herds run on easy rolling country, while a third runs on steep tussock blocks in northern Southland. The deer unit at Athol has a modern selling complex which hosts the annual sale attended by farmers, industry professionals and international chefs. After 30 plus years of careful management, the results are there for all to see. They have a herd of 14 to 1500 fully genetically recorded breeding hinds renowned for the production of both high-quality venison and velvet. Wilkins Farming Company provide on-farm field days for their commercial clients to continue to improve the industry with the latest research and trends. As the operation moves into its 5th decade, the Wilkins Farming Company continues to produce some of New Zealand's best quality agricultural products whilst fostering strong relationships with local, national and international partners to support potential future opportunities.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really, really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
Yeah, it's always good to save money on the farm, and one of the best ways
would be the mouse traps, bloody awesome hot mouse traps, and some
poison to stop the rats from taking over. They breed like wildfire, and if you weren't on them, yeah, they'd be 16 feet by Christmas time. And
leaping up the back of the cab about a foot, I suppose.
Because FMG is a mutually owned insurer, profits are reinvested to keep your premiums affordable.
I'm not a mean beggar, but I never spend $1.95 will do.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
We're a bank founded by farmers, so we understand how a few good seasons can be followed by a few tough ones. To help you through the cycles, we've created the all-in-one account. The unique structure and features of the all-in-one account offer a number of advantages over traditional term loan and overdraft facilities, providing a range of benefits to you and your business. Unlike traditional solutions where the term loan is separate from the overdraft facility, the all-in-one combines transaction, working capital and term loan facilities in a single account. This allows you to make the most efficient use of your funds, as any income deposited into your account automatically reduces your variable loan balance and your interest payments. The all-in-one allows for flexible interest and principal repayment, as long as you stay within the limit of your loan, allowing you the freedom to pay down debt in good times or to draw down funds when you need them. Another great feature of the all-in-one is that it allows you to manage your interest rate risk by booking your own fixed rates online when it suits you. For example, you could utilise this feature to lock in a 3-month fixed rate from July to October and a 1-month rate from August to September. Throw in a range of access options including online banking, phone, checkbook and debit MasterCard, and you've got an account that makes it easy to manage your finances and provides the flexibility you need to run your business. Contact your local Rabobank branch to organise a demonstration of how the all-in-one account compares to your existing facilities. Call 0800 722 622 today.
There are a number of attributes that we have behind the product, taste, tenderness, succulence, but what the consumer does demand is integrity of the promise. The promise must match the story. It also demonstrates our seriousness in regards to the word quality. You can say it, but we actually do it. And the consumer, you can't fool the consumer. What you say is what you do, and the consumers of the world need facts, and they need the story and the promise to match.
We're always looking at ways to improve our systems that we have on plant for selecting meat quality attributes and improving them. So we're always looking at things like raw material quality, what's happening behind the farm gate, what's happening in our production processes. Process hygiene is critical for us, and we really get involved quite heavily in the packaging side, working with various packaging companies, looking at ways that we can improve that chilled shelf life. We carry out a wide range of meat quality testing at our development centre in order to support the various research projects we've got operating across the supply chain. We do a lot of taste panel testing, looking at different meat quality attributes, primarily tenderness, succulence, aroma and flavour of our various meat product lines, and always looking at ways to improve those so the consumer gets a better eating experience. We were measuring shear force, or the amount of force that's required to push a tooth through a metal tooth through a meat sample. We carried a lot of colour stability testing and meat colour testing with the aim of improving retail presentation in the marketplace, extending retail display life. So we'll age products as if they were on a boat heading to the marketplace, and then retail display them in the conditions that we'd expect our product to be displayed in. We produce a lot of chilled products for a wide range of markets, distant markets, and we need to produce product that has a good, robust shelf life. We're working with AgResearch and Beef and Lamb Genetics at the moment on a big project where we're looking at using hyperspectral imaging to predict traits such as colour, tenderness, eating quality, meat pH, and also nutritional type information, marbling intramuscular fat, and some of the healthfulness traits like fatty acid profiles, omega-3. Important work that we need to do. It supports our existing predictive meat quality systems that are more in the areas of meat productivity or yield. What we're looking to do is also be able to go beyond yield and improve meat eating quality and meat healthfulness for the consumer, produce a premium product.
Where the Development Service Centre comes into play, in regards to taste testing, it's based on scientific measurements, it's objective, it is robust, and it proves the promise to improve the quality from the farm gate to the plate.
A couple of years ago, we purchased a tough 3,000 acre hill block adjacent to our 4,000 acres of flats. This block has added the perfect balance to our venison program and Peel Forest Estate. At Peel Forest Estate, all our deer have electronic ear tags. We use Gallagher equipment to record every facet of the work that happens here, whether it's animal health, weights, grouping, pedigree analysis, comments and drafting. We have a very accurate data collection system which we then analyse on either the Gallagher APS software or CervidIQ. You know, back in the day when we didn't have the access to Gallagher software and hardware, it was all manual data entry and yelling tag numbers out in the deer shed with dirty ear tags, everything. It was a nightmare and took forever. We've got 8,000 deer here. They're all EID'd now. They're all DNA'd, so we have full pedigrees on every animal here on the farm. And we do a lot of recording of certain traits and weights, and so you know the amount of data that we're gathering here is huge. And without Gallagher, it would just well, it used to be a huge job. Now it's made it very easy. You know, I make draft lists on the HR5, and I can now process 600 hinds an hour through the octagon, drafting 8 different ways, which is invaluable at mating time. I'm sending the hinds out the door as fast as the boys can keep them up to me. In the past, it was a massive job. We continue to grow with the software. We're using it more and more and creating more traits and more life data fields, and just the level of information that we have on our animals now is massive. You know, we're running 4 deer sheds. We've got 2 TSIs, 2 HR5s, so we can be gathering data all over the show here now. You know, the other thing I really like about Gallagher is their backup support. We've always there might be some teething problems, or I don't know how to do something, so they're just a phone call away. They jump on TeamViewer, and so they're on my computer basically, showing me how to do it, and they always have a solution to my problems. It's very simple to load from APS Office. All the analysing we do there we do a lot of analysing within APS, but we also download sessions and analyse further on Excel and our stud program too, and that's all very seamless and easy. So all in all, we couldn't live without it now.
One of the worst things that can happen is having to deal with an outbreak of some disease on the property. So it's a really emotional time.
A TB outbreak has a dramatic impact to a farmer. Their ability to trade their stock outside their region or off their farm is severely diminished.
We have the tools, we have the technology, it's about us using it.
To protect what you're proud of, record all your stock movements with Nate. Click here to learn more.
The family's been with FMG for more than 2 generations, ever since we started dairy farming just outside of Dannyburg. We wouldn't swap
Mum's Araucana chooks for anything. Great table bird.
Capable of poking out around about 17,000 litres a day. And then
on a hot day they can grow up to 6 inches. They are gross feeders, so we need to put plenty of fertiliser on and plenty of water.
For over 100 years, FMG has looked after rural New Zealand with great advice and insurance.
I've been with FMG longer than I've been with my wife.
Ask around about us or call 0800 366 466. FMG, we're here for the good of the country.
Wilkins Farming Company is a family-owned business located in northern Southland, New Zealand. The farming company supply a broad product range of top-quality agriculture.
Depending on how many questions you've got, will be a maximum of half an hour here, because we've got a very good speaker, Steve Green from Carrick Wines, founder and chairman of Carrick Wines, who's going to speak to us after this to close down the formal part of the day. Just to make a couple of comments, because I'd like to think you would share my optimism for the industry after hearing the presentations today, because we've had some really good sound presentations over the course of the day right throughout the value chain. But the interesting thing about it is that how can you have a differentiation strategy, how do we make ourselves different, at the same time as we've got a collaboration strategy, at the same time as we've got competition. So we saw all of those things this morning. We saw people in hard-out competition actually working together in what we call a common space, and also differentiating themselves, and this applies to both venison and velvet. So you may want to just think about that a little bit, but really the take-home message, the two key things that Nigel mentioned in the last session were about fanatical discipline and controlled momentum. And controlling the momentum and being disciplined about how we do that are really the keys to success in the next 3 years. We all know we've turned it from a negative momentum. The industry now has positive momentum, but it's a matter of how we control it and how disciplined we are about it, and that's really a challenge. So that's just what I'd throw out there, and I'll feed the questions to the board as you see fit. Yep, Tim, you're first up. So Tim Kenwin up the back right.
Andy, sorry, I am going to be slightly negative, but in the possible best way. We have heard today, and Colin mentioned yesterday, about velvet and a couple of concerns he's got around that. If we do oversupply the velvet market and the price drops, what is the strategy the board has in place to counteract that?
Okay. So Colin's just asking a question, a clarification around.
So if we suddenly get all these stags coming in.
Yep. In terms of increasing the supply of venison, versus decreasing the supply of velvet. So perhaps what I'll do is let Colin go first, and then one of the venison producers, perhaps Glenn, can go second.
Well, yesterday Clive mentioned that there was approximately 125,000 stags in the velvet herd. And if you looked at it, there's probably 2,000 of those stags get shot on an annual basis in the trophy industry. That won't change much, I wouldn't think. Maybe a few more would try to go that way. And you probably have a 10% cull, maybe higher, on an annual basis of stags anyway. So if you think about it, how many stags are we actually talking about? Are we going to have another 10% of the animals that would go into a culling situation? I very much doubt it unless we were well below $100 a kilogram. I'd be more inclined to think that if there was an extra 8,000 or 10,000 deer went through, they'd be absorbed and nobody would even notice it.
Glenn or Danny?
Yeah, I totally agree. Look, and if you had a worst case scenario and you had a larger number of stags coming in, I think, again, the level of collaboration is that the companies may even get together and say, well, do we have a strategy on how to manage this? how to ensure that that product isn't upsetting the high quality product, and you know, there's certainly channels where the meat from the older stags can be placed in areas where it's currently not going. You can go back into some of the institutions, some of the big catering organisations that deal with that in a totally different way without upsetting any of our high quality, high value programs. So you know, it's a bit of a what if scenario, but there's certainly the opportunity to collaborate as well and ensure that it doesn't create any take away any of the value that we're establishing for the quality animals.
I've got one answer just to add to that first, Tim, and there's a really obvious opportunity for people that can individually that could contribute to a collective result that would help both venison and velvet, and that is that if everybody culled their rising two stags at a slightly higher level, not only would they increase the average velvet weight of the animal going into the herd, they would increase the amount of venison that's available early, and we would get results at both ends. Now the big question there, and having spoken to a couple of the venison producers this morning, and perhaps Danny might like to comment on this, is have that discussion now. If you have that discussion in November, it's too late from a planning perspective of having an intelligent conversation about whether you cull your stags early, cull your stags late, what's the pricing scenario for culling in October or November or December or February. But it's a commercial conversation, but early communication is the key. Danny?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Andy. Yeah, so you want to be talking to your livestock rep and just planning in a timely way, so the sooner you do that, the better. And just to add, go back to your question, Tim, I don't think that the industry, the processors, will have any problem absorbing the numbers that we're talking about. If you bear in mind just how far we've dropped, and the likely numbers that might come on in terms of increased stag numbers.
Wayne?
Andy, we've been going through a period where our herd's been dropping in numbers. We've had some pretty positive messages today with a wee bit of caution around the velvet. My question, I might have three of them actually, is around where do we want our industry in 10 years for hind numbers going forward, given that we're in a rebuilding phase? Where does the board see that the strategy might sit there? Where do we see our stag numbers in that same period? And if we do see a reasonably significant increase in hind numbers, what's our strategy for actually encouraging that at the moment?
I'm going to chuck that to William. There's three questions there, but this is just something you can give us an opinion on.
Again, I'd go back to every farmer has to make their own decision in terms of organising a strategy for their own business, you know, and I suggest you look through it for 5 years. In terms of the regrowth, where do we see it being? I guess we're at 1.8 million deer now. If we get back up to that 2 million deer, yeah, that was 10 years ago. Yeah, so we're at 800,000 now. If we start to pick over that million, and over the next 3 or 4 years, you know, I guess, you know, we're starting to track in a good position. So, sorry, it was a whole million out there, but I was thinking about it. Yeah, that's where we've got the crap 10 years ago. But yeah, I mean, in 3 or 4 years' time, let's just, you know, just build slowly. So, you know, if that's 3 or 4% growth a year, that'd be good. But every farmer's got to make their own decision on their own business, and we're just here to tell you what the risks are and what the potential is.
Clive, you've seen several cycles. You got a view there?
More than one. The board's model at the moment goes out in 5-year tranches, so we have a plan for 5 years, and it's 2020 before we stabilise from the downturn in numbers that we have now and get back to where we are and start to show some positive growth. I think the answer really at the end of the day is that if the growth is managed and the markets are keeping up and it's not affecting, our returns, then it's all about strategic managed growth, isn't it? And we should be able to handle it. And if it's too much, well, then we'll be saying so. And that'll be reflected in your returns for sure. But we've got a long way to go yet before we get to that.
Look, the expense has been bloody boring. What I was saying yesterday in terms of 5% growth, that's what it comes down to. It's having a consistent sort of trend. I mean, we've killed 600,000 deer before, and that caused a fairly major problem, but it was the volatility that caused the problem, not the absolute. And so if we can manage to keep things on a reasonably even keel going forward, then there isn't really a major problem in the venison side of things, and probably in all fairness there isn't in the velvet either. But it's how do you keep people going on an even keel and cut out the leaps and bounds. That is the tricky bit, because the agriculture sector does have a bad habit of sort of acting like lemmings. When everybody takes fright, they all bail out, and that suddenly puts big peaks into it. I know, as you're saying, that's quite often driven by the economics on the day, and you've got to make a call and you've got to get on with it. But if you sort of take a step back, try and take a step back and think what effect is actually going to have on the industry as I go forward, then we might manage to flatten some of those humps and hollows out, which would actually give you a very stable industry and a very profitable one.
Wayne, just before we go to Andy, I've always thought that the New Zealand deer industry it was the same to venison as the US beef market is to the global beef market. Our cycle is actually quite important because the sell off or retention of capital stock is actually significant in the global supply. And so, reinforcing Collier's point about plus or minus 5%, and my first point about disciplined and controlled momentum, we just don't want to fluctuate wildly, but we could handle double the numbers that we've got now. What we don't want to do is double the numbers in 3 years.
So my final question was, if we need to build the herd, does that happen on existing deer farms, or what's the board's strategy for encouraging new deer farmers?
Well, we've got, I think if you look at the JML stats, what it shows is that we've had a number of people leaving the industry, but we've had a significant number entering the industry. And some of those are different entities with similar people involved. Steve, for example, would be a good case of that. New farm, same old face.
Yeah, but I haven't left.
No, but it's a new entity, it's a new entrant. And if you come to the young generation, I mean, one of the key things, we've got a strategy, for example, to engage heavier with the banks. We had Rabobank here this morning. If you went 2 years ago to a bank and said, can I have $5 million to convert my farm to dairy, they'd say, have 6. If you went to the bank to say, can I have $500,000 to deer fence the farm, they'd say, what? And you'd have to justify the business case. One of the things we need to do if we want to encourage young people in the bottom is make sure that it's bankable. So if we get people that are enthusiastic enough to have a crack, then we've got to make sure that the people are going to either put equity in or put the debt in have equal confidence in the industry. And part of that is the industry story. All the stuff we've heard today, I would have thought would make people say, just like Steve will talk to us about the wine industry in a minute, would give people the confidence to invest. And if people have got the confidence to invest, that's the key part of our strategy. Confidence to invest means they'll put money in and it will follow. And that means investment in new processing capability. It means investment in the market. I mean, you look at what Mark and Annie Mitchell had up there this morning. 28 years ago, they went to the US with nothing. In fact, they were virtually broke after 3 years. And when the pictures of Hunter McGregor up there this morning walking down the street of Shanghai with his chili bin reminded me a little bit about what Mark Mitchell was doing 25 years ago in LA. So those sort of stories should give us confidence to have a crack. And that's our first priority as a board, is confidence to have a crack. Right, Andy?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we're all supporters of PDP, and growing our weaners faster and bigger has got to be an aim for everybody. But it's still a bit of a paradox that the meat companies penalise us for growing them faster and bigger by putting a penalty on anything over 85 kilos. Now, I was encouraged to hear Mark Mitchell today and the huge gains they've made in the US, and that we all know that they encompass or are happy to have the bigger cuts in the States as opposed to Europe, who don't want them. So, I mean, I've refused to sign a backbone contract with Silver Fern Farms the last 2 years in a row because I want to kill my stags in February once I've taken the spiker velvet off. But hybrid stags often go over up to 80, 85 kilos at 16 months of age. And we get penalised for growing them faster and bigger, which is exactly the opposite to what PDP is trying to achieve. My question is when the meat exporter is going to give us a contract price for a summer kill for stags as they do in the spring.
I'm wondering whether you've been listening well enough, Andy, but I'll let Glenn tackle this one.
A little bit different to the answer I gave you yesterday, but you've got 5 different independent companies. Each of them set their own grading, each of them set their own schedules based around the cuts they require for their customers. So the customers and their markets have created the structure around, was about 50 to 70. What you've seen over years is it's grown from 45 up to 85 kilos. So it has got wider, and in most companies the same premium price applies for that. Once you start to move outside of that, you either get cuts too small or you get pieces too big that don't fit the portion size, the plate size, the yields that the restaurants want, and the products, the quality products that our customers are trying to sell. So it's been driven from the market, from the customers, to give them a consistency of product. It's still really broad. I'd suggest it's broader than most other species when you look at the range and the percentage that it travels across. P2P has absolutely been designed around lifting the average weight of deer killed and saying that if the average was 53 and it hadn't moved in 10 years, if that can move up to 60 as an average weight, we absolutely encourage that, and it fits absolutely within what our customers and our markets require.
Glenn, I hear that, and that's for the European market. My question was in relation to the Americans who embrace the bigger cuts.
I think Rod made the same answer. I think actually Rod gave the same answer this morning when he spoke on behalf of DOT, that having a consistent product was critical to their customers.
Okay, front and then back.
Actually, Andy, I'll just add to that too.
Oh, sorry, Dan.
Andy, it's not peculiar to deer. It's not peculiar to venison. So it applies also in the sheep industry. So we encourage and pay premium for lambs, for the size of lambs and the configuration of lambs that the customer wants. And if outside of that, then there's obviously financial consequences. And beef.
I cop the same treatment with my bulls.
I'll come to you in a second, Steve, sorry. Sorry, William? Yep.
There's no difference in the velvet industry with the same with the SANG velvet. Exactly the same scenario. We can grow it bigger, but they don't want it. And that's it, the customer doesn't want it. And that's what this industry's got to understand.
Yep.
That's what all the stuff here today has been about, knowing what the customer wants.
Yeah, no, point well made, Steve, very good. Front first and then up the back.
Yeah, the P2P program is actually starting to cost a bit of money. How far are the board prepared to let our reserves drop, and what are they going to do to fund it when we do get that to that critical point? Do we just put some more levies up on velvet and meat, or what are your thoughts on that?
I've got a view, but I'll toss the ball to somebody else first. Anybody want to have a crack? Clive?
We're going to ask for a 1.5% levy increase per sector, 3 cents total. I want 1.5 cents from you and 1.5 cents from the exporters come October 1. The P2P program has a finite life, and at the end of that life, if we're short a few bob, well, we might have to relook at the levy. But at the moment, the planning is, and Dan may want to comment, but the planning is that with the government money and for P2P plus the slight levy increase, the reserves that we're running down now, we should manage it. Now, what could interfere with that, of course, could be a radically lower kill and a lot less revenue, in which case we'd have to relook at the levies. But we will always cut our cloth, believe me, make no mistake.
So the key in here is predictability. So we have to pay our share of that PGP. And what we've said is the first priority is to use the reserves to pay the first part of our share of the PGP, which is the 8 million over 7 years. The second part is the levy increase. Now, ironically enough, the more we go into industry recovery here, then the more the short-term deficit of levy in terms of kilos, but the more the solution sits out there in 5 or 6 years' time because we've got more volume. So right now we're backing you as a group and ourselves collectively as an industry to improve the performance, because what we are very confident about is the drop in kilos will not be as big as the drop in numbers in terms of head. If we collectively perform, then the levy comes through kilos. Doesn't matter whether it's kilos of velvet or kilos of venison, we know that you guys are actually improving your performance. And you've seen that in the sheep industry, very well documented. You know, the sheep numbers are almost half of what they were in '95, and yet the total kilos of lamb is the same going out the gate. There's no reason why we can't get that sort of trend line in the dairy industry. So it's a moving target, but we're not going to ask for 1 cent more than we think we need. And we think right now, on the best information we've got available, that it's 3 cents. And that does mean that levies will run down to zero, reserves will run down to zero in 5 years' time. But we're backing ourselves and you people to do better than that, but it will be under continuous review. Tim up the back, next, I think.
Thanks, Anne. Just change the subject here, environment, and I do commend the board that you've brought Lindsay Fong on to run the environment issues that I see the dairy industry is actually facing quite an issue around fencing off waterways. There hasn't been any talk about that today or yesterday. Well, I wasn't here when I heard it, but as a farmer, we're looking at between $30 to $100 a metre to fence off your waterways. In my situation, I'm looking at over $500,000 to meet the commitment to do that. And I see the local government or central government's now come out with the discussion document on waterways, so it's now going to be mandatory to fence off waterways under 15 degrees for deer farming I mean. And what is the board's go forward plan to try and get the industry, and not just the dairy industry but the sheep and beef industry, to work together to help farmers going forward with this, because it's now going to be a licence to farm, and it's my biggest concern that as a farmer, if they have these sort of costs put on them and they're sort of wondering whether they're going to carry on farming or get into deer farming, they will just say no. So how are we going to go forward? What's the leadership strategy to try and get the best out of what we have to discuss with the government going forward in the next 5 years?
Chair of the board, you first, William, North Island Hill Country.
Yes, obviously we have got Lindsay Fung, and he has been doing a good job. And I guess up in the Waikato, where I've been involved, we see our DFA chairs go along and being a part of it as well. So we're obviously trying to get some buy-in there. But I guess this is the responsibility of every farmer, Tim, to be in that space to try and lobby the government. And that's probably one of the disappointing things that when I'm out there, is that when I go along to an Otrahonga, for example, for the number of farmers there, Steve, there's not a lot, is there? And and I think we're probably very highly represented in terms of a percentage with dairy farmers at the meeting. To be fair, I think we put up our fair share of noise. But and guess when the submissions are called for, we've got to really encourage our farmers to get out there and submit and tell them, you know, what the reality of this is to our business or to our industry at the end of the day. I do believe, though, that the environment is the right thing. We do have to do our part. So,
anybody else like to make a comment there?
No, just with Lindsay Fong's. Sorry, go ahead, Danny.
Sorry. Yeah, I'd just like to say that Lindsay is doing a good job, and it's a big job keeping tabs on all these plans that are coming out, and the activities of the various regional, not just regional but also territorial authorities. But we are working closely with beef and lamb. So we're trying, we've got limited resources, and so we do work closely. I know that Lindsay keeps in close contact with them, but just making sure that the particular issues relevant to deer farmers are kept in front of the relevant people.
Look, the key thing is, I mean, you're in that space, Tim. There's an engagement strategy for the industry. You're in there, Ed over here is involved, Janet. There's a number of people in this industry. What we can't afford to do is sleepwalk our way through this, because some people are getting blindsided by the fact that the regulations have come up and they didn't know. We have to make sure we're engaged. The MGM is a good example, matrix of good management. We need to understand what good looks like, and we need to understand what bloody good looks like, because in some areas we'll have to be better than good. Sorry, Dave? So the question from Dave is, are we putting enough funds into it? I suppose we've got limited funds, and so what we've got to do is try and stretch the money as far as we can. So the first thing is, to be blunt, Lindsay's capacity in-house is coming out of reserves, because we're mining our reserves for obvious reasons. So we've at the DFA, in terms of consultation with the DFA, we decided that was a highest priority. But the executive resources aren't enough by themselves. We need all of you people to be engaged, and part of it also is our industry image, because deer are part of the solution. To be blunt, cattle. The urine patch from cattle is higher than anything else. Cattle, an intensification of cattle in New Zealand, which is going on, does put pressure on some waterways, and deer are part of the solution, because, if you come right back to basics, deer urinate differently, and males are better than females. So in terms of the size of the urine patch, if it really comes down to basics. So we need to promote deer as a part of the solution to the environmental thing, not part of the problem. We just got to manage the phosphate as opposed to nitrate. Sorry, I've got a question down here, and then go up there next.
Just before we go to that question, can I just add, it is, I mean, there's a real political process in terms of these, in terms of what the regional councils are doing, and it's a bit of a numbers game. So there's nothing like individual farmers turning up and submitting or making their voices heard, as opposed to, I mean, of course, DINs can do that as a representative, as representative of you, but there's nothing like, remember that you're dealing with local politicians, there's nothing like farmers turning up and making individual submissions or representations to the relevant regional council hearing or planning committee.
Thanks, Jenny. Bryce?
I just wanted to say that listening to the conversation the last couple of days, that we've obviously got two products with two diametrically different sets of issues around each. And probably stating the obvious and saying with venison, a risk of undersupply, well, an obvious risk of undersupply, and the challenge there is going to be holding hands and continuing to keep everybody in the tent and keeping the market excited through the next couple of years until we can start to satisfy some of the demand we're building. That's going to be a challenge all by itself, without somebody spitting the dummy and throwing the baby out and saying to hell with this. But in velvet, I see a much more imminent set of issues there, because I don't think we have the same well thought through structure and strategy that we have got in venison to address it. And the problem's much more imminent, and it's a problem of oversupply. And I think we need to put a fair bit of emphasis on that in the immediate future. I see so many parallels with the velvet market and the forest industry and what it went through with competing commodity market-based traders all fighting over price and living on the ups and downs in the cycle. And I think we've got the same thing in velvet, which we're going to have to address.
Colin, would you like to respond to that, mate?
I didn't think it was a question, I thought it was a statement.
I think it deserves a response.
Yeah, we totally agree with you. We are very well aware that we have had this huge commodity trading situation over the last 30 years in velvet. The strategy that the board encompassed was how to get the market access, how to get the buy-in from the healthy food companies in Korea or China or wherever. Probably the area that's really lacking is how to get the companies that are dealing with the velvet to actually invest their money into this. There's a very different thing between a company that gets alongside Reece and goes and spends in-market money like the Venison boys do. It's quite different, and it hasn't occurred in velvet. Mostly you'll see the companies actually only operate for themselves. There is broad discussion that occurs between the bigger companies, but it's not collective and it's not collaborative. So it is quite a challenge. I mean, that's probably something that Reece could try to facilitate over the next 2 or 3 years, but I don't think it's going to change very quickly because your models are quite different in the ownership of velvet businesses to the ownership of meat companies. If you think about the dynamics of who deals with the velvet out of New Zealand, from Asian traders to Asian people that own factories in New Zealand, to corporate companies, to cooperative companies, to private individuals like myself. It's a very diverse range where in the meat industry, the first thing you've pretty much got to have is process capacity, right? And once you've got that process capacity, then you've got to work out what you're going to do with this meat. With velvet, actually, all you need to do is to be able to put it in a freezer and get an MPI certificate and you can export it. There's no compulsion for people to actually have to go and further process it. So it is quite a different structure that we started with. I think it is quite difficult, Bryce. You know, when you look at the whole picture, it's not as easy a task as getting 5 companies together and meet. We've probably got 30 companies that can actually trade velvet. If we look at the stats, I think there's something like 40 companies actually that have the possibility of getting MPI certs signed for export.
Collie, did you have something to add to that?
I'm just thinking about it over 25 years.
You're not a spiker anymore, mate?
No, the first job I had was the velvet executive, and are we in the same place we were 25 years ago? Not in any shape at all. Some of the stuff we were scrapping with 25 years ago was, you know, how you hid velvet under cabbages and got it into Hong Kong, right? So we've moved on a long way. If I was to say, would I be way more confident now about being able to work our way through this than I was 25 years ago? Absolutely. The stuff we've been doing, whether it be velvet research and providing a whole lot of science to support healthy food sort of initiatives, sort of trying to move towards the Western market, which has proved to be harder than we probably ever thought it would be. The fact that, you know, direct access is much easier than it was before. We're talking about unofficial trade dropping to very, very low levels. And so the whole business has really restructured itself from where it was. So I would have a huge amount more confidence now than before. But again, back to my bloody boring point, that it's the volatility that causes the problems. And so if we grow the velvet production steadily, I don't think we're going to run into any great sort of wall. But if we retained a whole lot of stags and took a big jump, that would create the issue. So I suppose, as I said before, would I be confident that there's a way forward? Way more confident than when I started in this industry. Because I think a lot of the things we were striving to achieve 25 years ago are now actually come into place. Just one last point, I suppose, that was an email around recently with Reece talking about country of origin labelling in Korea and people wanting to be involved in that program. Bob Bennett and I tried to put a country of origin program in place 25 years ago, and we literally got chased out of Kyongdong market and got told if we come back we would be chop suey in the bottom of the Han River. So, I believe them, concrete feet wasn't a joke, right? It was serious. So things have moved on a long, long way, and I think it's if we can act in a more of a cooperative fashion from the pasture right through to the Orient doctor or the consumer in Korea or Asia, I'd be very confident this thing's in a really good place.
So to summarise that, Bryce, I mean the board's controlling the things we can control, which is around front door access as opposed to grey market access, around diversification of the market, which the exec, Colin and Reece and Dan have done a fantastic job in terms of all working, the healthy functional food 25%, that wasn't there. So we can control that. What the velvet suppliers in the room can do is to take Collier's advice and say no more than 5%. If you want to collectively go up 20% each, we're going to get what we deserve. So it's personal discipline to work within the realms of the industry strategy, which is controlled growth as opposed to uncontrolled growth. And I think what we're saying is we don't have any problems at all with controlled growth. Campbell, and then 2 more questions, then we've got to stop. Yeah.
Yeah, one of my big concerns at the moment is the new rules coming in on nutrients, and it could stifle this industry and our ability to change farming in New Zealand, and that's got me hugely concerned. It's actually worse than the water constraints or in the water things, and I just don't see how we were going to change the government and local government thinking on it all. But looking at some of the meetings I've gone to with William and those to do with the Waikato regional plan, and with sheep and lamb, and they're talking about grandparenting and things like that. Well, that's all right, fine, if you're on a lot of them that are going to these meetings. They're nice farms that are all developed and got their fertiliser histories up to date. There's a huge amount of the King Country that is underutilised, and I think it's a bloody detrimental to this country.
Look, I'm not sure whether it's a question or a statement, but we talked about it a second before, Campbell, but I think the answer's the same. Let's engage, let's embrace it and look for what we can do, because we're not going to change government policy overnight. The only thing we can do is actually look for it as an opportunity for this industry rather than a threat, and get involved. If we don't get involved, then we're going to have an outcome we don't want. One over there.
Yeah, just 2 things, and it's not really a question. The first one is on the velvet job. Really, our velvet farmers should be looking to what's happened in the milk industry with overproduction and a certain amount of greed. We'll keep producing, we're making good money, and we want more. And I think a lot of the velvet farmers, if they don't want to get kicked in the arse, they've got to look at themselves and saying, look, we've had a good year and we're making plenty. Do we really want more? And that's the question that they've got to ask themselves. I don't think it's for the board, it's for self-discipline. The other, because as a venison farmer, it gives me a bit of confidence in hearing Glenn and them saying we can handle that. So your kill can be handled, it's just whether you want the kick in the arse that goes with it. The other one is the healthy rivers in the Waikato. We're at the stage now where beef farmers and deer farmers, we probably were quite well represented at the meetings with deer farmers, but we've really been shafted by Dairy NZ and all the consultants that are attached with it, because all those meetings we were clearly outnumbered, and we're now going to get grandparenting, and they're talking the waterways. The fencing of waterways is not just big waterways, it's perennials. So really, we should be looking now at making a preemptive strike, and it might be at the cost of taking on the dairy farmers, because we are getting shafted by that, because they're going to come away smiling. They've got a lot of money to put in there, and it's whether we don't go to the press and express our concerns before the plan comes out, because when the plan comes out, it's too late, and it's not looking very good for the plan that's going to come out for the Waikato.
Thanks, Leith. I think what you're sounding there is you're reinforcing one point and sounding a warning. We'll take that on board with the strategy work and the work that Dan and Lindsay Fung are doing. So, and we'll come back to you. Sorry, guys, I know there are other questions, but I'm just conscious that we don't want to hold up Steve Green. We've got a really good presentation. Thanks very much for your good line of questioning. We're all here tonight, obviously, so feel free to bail us up individually and talk further. So really appreciate your input, and thank you to the board. We're privileged to have Steve here as our final speaker. The reason you're here, Steve, obviously you've got a good story to tell us, and you tell that story well. And that's why it's always good to have somebody who can motivate us at the end of the conference. But as most of you, I'm sure, will have read, Steve is one of those entrepreneurial types, and we've already heard from Nigel today, who's established a business, got a background in local government, and from outside the sector identified an opportunity and is carrying it through in terms of Centro Otago, Pinot Noir, Carrick wines. So I'm just going to hand over, rather than try and preempt the story, I'm going to hand over to Steve to tell us about what his views are and what his story is. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. I also have a role as Chair of New Zealand Wine Growers, so I guess I do know a little bit more about the industry than just Pinot Noir. Well, no mean-spirited bastard ever made a decent Pinot Noir. And in New Zealand, we can make a decent Pinot Noir. In the space of 20 years, we have moved from a nobody in the production of Pinot Noir to a world leader. After France, New Zealand Pinot Noir has the highest value in export sales in most world markets, with the USA being one of the few exceptions. Our Pinot Noir is the New World equivalent to French Burgundy. Why Pinot Noir? First and foremost, it likes us. It likes our weather, our soils, our cool climate. It likes our cool winters and our dry autumns. It isn't an easy grape to grow. It has a thin skin, so is susceptible to rot, botrytis, and other fungal diseases. It won't crop heavily, so it's expensive to grow. It then likes to rest in expensive French oak barrels for a year or more. But we like it too. It's considered to be the top grape variety in the world, so is sought after anywhere there is a fine wine culture. It attracts high prices. The wine media love it. Bloggers and wine geeks love it. Restaurateurs love it. And most importantly, we consumers love it. And it tastes good too. And what has this got to do with venison? Well, venison, like Pinot Noir, is often the star of the menu. It isn't the everyday dish for the kids when they get home from sport, but it is a dish that we serve when wanting to share a great meal or to impress our colleagues. It has panache and status. These icons, venison and Pinot Noir, have more value than just being stars. They provide a framework for other elements of our industries, and indeed for the economy as a whole. Take Pinot Noir. It is the second most planted variety in New Zealand. Sauvignon Blanc production outstrips Pinot Noir by a country mile. A month ago, I announced that our annual wine exports topped 1.5 billion for the first time. Wine is now New Zealand's 7th largest export category. 85% of those sales were Sauvignon Blanc. Last year we produced 220,000 tonnes of Sauvignon Blanc. We produced 25,000 tonnes of Pinot Noir. And of the Pinot Noir that we produced, 15% of it was produced for sparkling wine. The New Zealand wine industry is totally dependent on Sauvignon Blanc for its depth of market penetration. In fact, New Zealand would hardly be regarded as a wine-producing country if we didn't produce Sauvignon Blanc. We produce very good Sauvignon Blanc. Our style is distinctive and consumers love it. It's not so expensive that it can't be enjoyed by all wine drinkers. Sauvignon Blanc has been the forerunner for all New Zealand wine styles in all of our overseas markets. However, Sauvignon Blanc is considered to be a good wine, not a great wine. No feelings of nobility with this grape. Pinot Noir sales are tiny by comparison, but where they lack size, they help our industry through their halo effect. New Zealand Pinot Noir is produced in 3 key regions: Central Otago, Martinborough and Marlborough. They are important in different ways. Martinborough was the first region to produce consistently good Pinot Noir. In the late 1980s, the wines from this region, producers like Atarangi, Palliser, Dry River and Martinborough vineyards started to produce world-quality Pinot Noir, albeit in tiny volumes. This region provided the platform for New Zealand's current standing. Central Otago took the definition of New Zealand Pinot Noir a giant step forward. A dozen great producers working collaboratively made Central Otago Pinot Noir a must-have for any leading restaurant or wine outlet throughout the world. It attracted the top wine commentators: Jancis Robinson, Robert Parker's wine advocate, Steve Tanzer and Alan Meadows, names that probably don't resonate around this auditorium, but essentially the drivers of taste and therefore the drivers of sales and prices in the wine world. The wines are perfumed, packed with seductive fruit, elegant and long-lived. You could argue that without Central Otago, the profile of New Zealand's Pinot Noir would be much diminished. And Marlborough, as the largest producer of Pinot Noir, provides market depth. Good wines, not necessarily great wines, but in quantity and at prices that allow Pinot Noir to be drunk on a school night, not just at the weekend. 30 years ago, and you've been talking about 25 years back, but 30 years ago, you certainly wouldn't have asked me to present at this conference. You might have been aware that there was a wine industry in New Zealand, but you would not have seen it as significant or even relevant. You certainly would not have viewed it as an industry that could provide any value to your own. In the space of those 30 years, New Zealand wine has enjoyed exponential growth. From export sales of $4 million, we have risen to $1.5 billion. Our goal is $2 billion in export sales by 2020. We're about to hit 1.6 billion, and that's three months after we passed the 1.5 billion. So the catalyst for this growth was an initiative of the first Lange government, the Vine Pool. And this was a response to overproduction in the industry, resulting in uneconomic returns for producers. The government paid a subsidy for growers to remove vines with the objective of reducing the acreage of planted vines. Growers did remove vines, largely hybrid varieties and the ubiquitous Mulaturga. However, they did not leave the land unproductive. They replanted in French Vitis vinifera varieties, particularly Sauvignon Blanc, but also Chardonnay and Cabernet Sauvignon. Newly qualified New Zealand winemakers and a few Aussies then introduced modern, technologically advanced winemaking techniques to make fresh, flavoursome, exciting new wines based on these new varieties. They found new sites. Henderson and Te Kawata were superseded by Marlborough, Martinborough, Nelson, and more latterly, Waipara and Central Otago. Gisborne and Hawke's Bay were replanted with varieties that thrived in their regions. And a group of greenhorns took New Zealand wine to the world. New Zealand did not have a strong wine drinking culture. Beer was still the tipple of choice. However, the UK did, and it was to the UK that our winemakers went. These wines were well made and fresh. The labels were straightforward and easily deciphered compared to those of European producers, who are hidebound still in appellations, subregions, quality hierarchies, and producer-focused subtleties. Consumers loved the wines and they understood them and they bought them. The UK is no longer our largest market. About 10 years ago, it was surpassed by Australia. Traditionally, Australia was a country totally committed to its own producers. At that time, 95% of wine consumed in Australia was made in Australia. Now New Zealand has 70% of the Australian Sauvignon Blanc market, 40% of the Pinot Noir market, and 40% of the Pinot Gris market. In turn, Australia has been surpassed by the USA as our largest export market. Again, Sauvignon Blanc and Pinot Noir are the flagships, but other varieties, Chardonnay, Pinot Gris and Merlot, are all making inroads. And that has happened during a period when currency exchange values have been working against us, and other wine exporting countries enjoy huge financial support from their respective governments to compete against us in those markets. The future is possibly Asia, possibly China. There are some prerequisites: continued development of the Chinese middle class, ongoing education about wine in a traditionally non-wine drinking culture, wine ceasing to be a luxury product suitable for gift giving but not necessarily consumed. I've been to China a few times and I'm amazed at how regularly my wine is purchased, not because the people that are tasting it like it, but because they believe that they can then present that, they've met the winemaker, it has authenticity, and they can then, in gifting the wine, have some established relationship with me. Many other Asian markets have a sophisticated wine drinking culture, Japan, Hong Kong and Singapore particularly. However, the competition is high and there is a fascination with the wines of Europe to overcome. China does achieve the highest average price for our exports, being double the average export price for all exports. In China, our average export price is $14.82 a litre versus $7.25 for all other exports. There's a real interest in both red wines and the more delicate aromatics, Pinot Gris, Riesling and Sauvignon Blanc. Europe, the market so important to you as venison producers, is not so important to us. Germany, France, Italy and Spain have hugely developed wine industries, with much of their product being consumed locally. Large production subsidies mean that we cannot compete on price. And European wine snobs are the best wine snobs in the world. So the top end of the market is pretty inaccessible. We are more successful in the north. Sweden, Denmark, Norway have real potential, but centralised government buying agencies make these markets difficult to enter and to thrive in. A small trickle of wines filter through, but change will not be dramatic. Like your industry, globalisation has both benefits and drawbacks. Markets do become more accessible as trade barriers are removed and opportunities develop. However, easier market accessibility puts our competitors on an equal footing. And our competitors thrive in a domestic environment far different from our own. Our excise regime, our tax, while fairly applied, is one of our largest costs. There are no subsidies for production, and even our exports have to pay for expenses incurred by the government facilitating and monitoring our quality regimes. It was ironic that this time last year, the government introduced further costs on the industry for export sales by way of a levy, and at the same time, exactly the same time, the EU announced massive marketing subsidies to its members to expand their export markets outside Europe, those markets in which we compete. So what is our competitive advantage? Good wines, well made, efficiently made, but from a relatively high value wage economy. Our Kiwi can-do attitude in growing, producing and marketing wine. Our biggest advantage can be put into 3 words that must appear on every bottle. Those words, New Zealand wine. Or it can be wine of New Zealand. Is that 4? Our place and our reputation are our best assets. Our reputation for making wine sustainably, for New Zealand's clean and green image, for our workforce practices, for our food quality. These advantages we must protect. In some respects, they are more at risk now than they have ever been. Food contamination of New Zealand produce, real or perceived, water quality complaints, fly-by-night labour contractors can systematically and irrevocably erode our position and that crucial advantage that we have in the market. I started by talking about Pinot Noir and its relationship with Venison. They are better than great companions. They are a match made in heaven. I have a Central Otago winery, Carrick. My wife and I are also keen trampers. So it was a real compliment to us when our wine was included in a book recently published entitled Gourmet Tramping in New Zealand. The chosen wine was our Carrick Pinot Noir, and the matching dish was venison medallions. The location was the Siberia hut on the Young Wilkin track in the Aspiring National Park. Being keen trampers, Barbara and I had to try this out. Pinot Noir and venison, high in New Zealand's backcountry, a star-filled night with a roaring fire. Thank you. Now, I'm pretty happy. I know we've got a little bit of time, haven't we, Andy?
Time.
So I'm happy to take questions from not just what I've spoken about, but anything about the wine industry. And some of the things that you were saying before resonated with me. So I might use those as part of that response. But anyway, are there questions? Yes.
Steve, thanks, and enjoy that. The New Zealand meat industry has quite a bit of Chinese investment these days.
Yes.
Just wondering, is there much Chinese investment in the wine industry, and do you see that as being an area of growth?
Yes and no. There is some interest from the Chinese. New Zealand wine, the larger producers, and a lot of them are overseas owned. So you've got Pernod Ricard, of course, is French-based. Constellation, Kim Crawford brands, they're USA-based. Treasury in Australia own a big chunk of Matua Valley and Accolade, etc. So we've got quite a lot of overseas investment already in the industry. We're seeing investment and interest from China and from Japan. In particular, more investment from the USA. We don't see it as a bad thing. In fact, we see it as capital inflow, and often with that becomes we're seeing more money available for development of our industry. So we've been quite supportive of that capital inflow. Yeah.
Okay. I'll just sneak one other question in. Just interested to know what the wine industry is doing in terms of establishing a proof of origin.
We have at the moment wine export certification. Currently, if you want to sell wine overseas, your wine goes through a testing regime. So it goes through both a laboratory testing regime, and then it also goes through a panel tasting of other winemakers. And they have to certify that wine is A, fit for purpose, B, that it's non-melodious, and there's some criteria. So having ticked off those two elements, then you can get wine export certification. 85% of New Zealand wine is exported in the bottle, and on that bottle you have to have origin labelling. So it has to have wine of New Zealand. It can also have wine of region, and there's a bill, I'm going to flying to Wellington tomorrow actually, to present to the Select Committee, because we have a bill before Parliament establishing geographic indicators for wine, where that takes it a step further. But irrespective of that, you've still got the Consumer Guarantees Act with that applying. So we have very clear rules for wine that's exported in its final form. We are now seeing a growing development of exports of wine in bulk. Now that's happening in two ways. Some of the bigger companies can package that wine less expensively overseas, and so that's how that's being bottled, and we have no problems with that. The wine still goes through the export certification process, and we ask for the wine to be now, once it's bottled overseas, for that to be brought back to New Zealand so we can check it. But at the moment, MPI have not agreed that they will monitor that, so that's basically self-monitoring. Our problem is going to be, and we talked about authenticity before, if we get wine that's being exported in bulk to, say, China or even the USA, where there's different criteria applying, we run the risk of contamination, we run the risk of a change from the product, still trying to use that New Zealand labelling identity. So it's one of the biggest problems we've got with the government, and we've been talking to them over the last 2 or 3 years on this. We get so far and then there's pushback. So I think you probably experienced similar. Yeah.
Steve, thanks for the talk. I think you've just given us one example, but the venison industry, and you heard the conversation about velvet. We're thinking about and working hard on collaboration. Can you give us some examples? I know there's some examples from the wine industry of collaboration amongst marketers.
Amongst marketers, there's a lot of collaboration, and I'll use my own personal experience, I think, with Central Otago. I said in my speech about a dozen of us getting together and promoting Central Otago Pinot Noir as a region. This is quite recent, so we go back just 10 years almost, maybe 12 years. And we decided to set up a company called Central Otago Pinot Noir Limited, and it was owned by the Regional Association, which is simply an incorporated society. But that company, of which I was the chair, we decided that we would market together. So we were still marketing under our own brand. So you still had the Mount Difficulty and the Carrick and the Felton Road and the Courts Reef. But what we were doing was marketing together, so we made impact in the market. The first thing we did was we went to London. No region in the world outside of France had ever been to the UK as a region and promoted itself. We had an amazing success. From that, we've been able to bring a lot of those sort of key stakeholders, if you like, or people who have key influences, I guess, in the industry to New Zealand, to Central Otago. We've run fairs, we've run events. They're always, super exciting out there, and they've been so successful. This year, we've been invited, and this probably won't mean much to you unless you're, sort of a wine geek. But Central Otago has been invited to go to Burgundy. Burgundy's never invited anyone to go to Burgundy. They've invited us to go to Burgundy. This is the Burgundian producers, to present our wines, and we're going to do a dinner at a company called Domaine Romano Conti. Anyone who's heard of that will know that you can't buy a DRC wine for under $1,000 a bottle, and it's all on allocation. They have asked us to be there. There's 12 of us going next year, or later this year. That's the sort of recognition that we've got. And it's really from just developing that joint brand. If we tried to do it individually, we would have been totally unsuccessful. We'd be still squabbling in the New Zealand market or maybe in Aussie.
You've got a connoisseur. You've got a connoisseur in the front row. Just getting excited. Chris next, and then Graham, and then Sharon.
Steve, I just wondered what production fluctuations do you have other than season? Yeah. More due to price, and do your growers take a long-term view, or do you see a reasonable turnover of people that get in and get out? Because I know it's a long-term proposition when you plant the grapes, but I just wondered, is that a big issue like it is for us?
Yes, it is. And actually, I smiled before. Sorry, I'm going to go totally off tack, so remind me to come back to your point. You were talking about the 5% growth, limiting it to 5% growth. 2008, I don't know if you recall, we had the perfect storm. We had a huge vintage and a GFC. And we said to our growers, grow only what we can manage to sell. And we weren't very specific. We were sort of almost as specific as you guys were talking today. I spent 6 hours in front of the Commerce Commission because we said that. And when they said, well, you've got legal advice here from the industry, but we're going to have a look at you personally. Have you got your own personal legal advisor? I realised it was starting to get serious. So we're a bit careful about what we say to the industry now in terms of managing growth or managing yield, really. I guess wine is a little bit different because once the grapes are planted, it's really the weather which largely determines how yield will fluctuate from year to year. We're going to have a big vintage this year. It's going to be as big as 2014 and as big as 2008. If we hadn't had a small vintage in 2015, we would be very, very worried. Luckily, the vats are empty and we're actually struggling for product. But these fluctuations have two effects. Firstly, when you have a low year and the growers are looking at their bank statements and they're seeing they're not looking particularly flush, the next year the inclination is to overproduce to compensate. So we do have this problem of trying to manage the sales of that wine in a short cycle. It doesn't matter so much with some wines, but unfortunately Sauvignon Blanc is a wine that's people believe it should be drunk in the year of its production. So Sauvignon Blanc, because it's our biggest driver, that's our biggest problem. So yeah, we do have that. It does create tensions within the industry because wineries who are selling the wine would much prefer the growers to reduce their yields in those high yielding years, but you can understand why they are looking to maximise their values.
Yeah, I guess where I was coming at was pastoral farming. There's a tendency to look over the fence to see what's making best dollar on the day, and it's reasonably easy to go from one to the other by just putting them on a truck and sending them away. Yeah. It's a bit more difficult with vineyard, but do you still see that happening where people just toss their hands in the air and exit?
Not to the same extent. There's quite a different dynamic in the wine industry from the deer industry, and Andrew and I were just talking about this over a coffee before. The wine industry is very, very easy to enter. So you have this sort of peripheral action going on around the core industry. And these are companies that will buy grapes or buy finished wine in bulk in big years certainly they'll get it at a lower price, but then they've generally, based on their markets, that they can actually move that product.
Tell us the Graham Norton.
Yeah, well, I thought that was a good example. I mean, Graham Norton, you know, the comedian, he's through his associate company, he's actually a New Zealand wine producer. Now, he's probably, I don't know, I suppose he's been to New Zealand. He certainly doesn't own any grapes, he doesn't own any wine, he doesn't own any vats or tanks or presses or anything. So no infrastructure. But what he's doing with a couple of colleagues is buying juice, finished juice, packaging it, putting their name on it, and because they're doing that in New Zealand, they're a member of our organisation. So they have quite different ideals and concerns and issues than I do as a grower who grows their own grapes, makes their own wine, sells it myself. So that, you know, there's quite a different dynamic. So that easy entry, on one hand, those of us who've been in the industry a while sort of look over our shoulders and say, why the hell are we supporting this bastard? But on the other hand, he's actually taking off, well, not so much him, but some of these other companies like Woolworths Australia is taking off a chunk of that overproduction that may have produced problems for us otherwise. So it's an interesting dynamic, and it's a bit of a two-edged sword.
We're just coming under time pressure, but I'm going to get 2 quick questions and 2 quick answers in. Sharon and then Graham.
Wondering, seeing these products go so well together, is there any cooperated marketing at the moment or possibilities in future? Like when we have these big food fairs, can you have venison and Pinot Noir together? Or when we develop marketing material for venison, can we have a matching, you know, Pinot Noir on it and vice versa? You know, is there scope for us to benefit each other, really?
I think there probably is. The logistics I'm not so sure about. I know that we certainly, I mean, in our restaurant, we've got a restaurant attached to the winery, and we were part of the Silver Ferns top 12 last year, and we matched our Pinot with venison. So on a sort of one-off basis, it's relatively straightforward, but on an industry basis, it's probably more difficult, but it's not impossible, and I think it's something that our marketing guys would certainly be interested in talking through. Yeah.
Thanks. Graham?
Tim, I wondered if you might comment about what your growth strategies are, where you see the industry going into the future, in terms of hectares, I really mean, and what are some of the dynamics that will grow that, namely perhaps some of the proposed irrigation schemes around the country?
Yeah, well, we're probably not so supportive of irrigation schemes. Grapes don't require a lot of water. They do require water at the right time of the year, but they don't actually require a lot of water. We would rather see, and our growth strategy as an industry is based on growing value, not so much volume. We believe that there's excellent opportunity for us to double the sales of, in our total sales of export wine with a minimal increase in production area. How can I answer this question without being too long-winded? But let's go back to 2008. 2008, I said, was the perfect storm with the really high production. That was fueled largely by banks and by people entering the industry without any knowledge of the long-term sales and marketing needs. So the banks essentially had a template. You tick the boxes, and like the dairy industry now, or probably not now, a few years ago, at that time, wine industry, we were the darling. Yeah, the banks would tick it off, and no problem with financing it. Current planting now is by big companies, and it's largely to ensure that they've got supply, because they don't want to be competing to the same extent as they have been in the past for product from simply growers. So we've got growers in the market who don't make wine, they just grow for big companies, and the bigger companies are just wanting ready to secure supply. So that's what's happening. Marlborough is also being planted out. There's not much of Marlborough left. We estimate that probably about 10 years, most of the land in Marlborough will be planted in grapes that can be planted in grapes. So then we've got to look for other regions, and other regions are not so straightforward. There's small pockets of planting available in central Otago, maybe in central Hawke's Bay, but it's not so straightforward. So our growth strategy as an industry is really based on growing value, and the way we're trying to do that is obviously enter markets like China, but also to build our pricing strategies in those other export markets, particularly the UK. The UK is actually a very low price yield for us.
Sounds like a good way to finish, Steve, aiming to grow value.
Yeah.
And so that's a good message. I could see my wife and Annie Mitchell up there when you started talking about Pinot Noir and venison in the Siberia hut, gourmet tramping. It's really got a resonance about it. Just got to work out how to carry wine too far up a hill.
Oh, it's not hard.
It's worth it for the end result. Look, really appreciate the fact you've come and shared with us some views. So there's a little appreciation of the effort you've made, and we'll look forward to talking more with you. There's some real lessons. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
So just a reminder to be back here, Dan, 7 o'clock. I think 7 o'clock. Yep, 7 o'clock. We've got beautiful food and Jamie Joseph and Ben Smith as guest speakers. Make sure you bring your ticket.